Chapter 001. When Suifan woke up, he found a graceful girl lying beside him, with a faint fragrance on her body. Suifan rubbed his eyes vigorously, like a dream. Because the girl was facing away from Suifan, Suifan didn't know what she looked like. However, when Suifan got up and saw himself in the mirror, he was suddenly surprised and delighted, and his expression was complicated. Leaping. This is a special time crossing over leaping spotty. Happily, I, a Dragon Ball fan, have finally come to the world of Dragon Ball. Shocked, for Mao is leaping, this weak chicken? Leaping can be said to be the weakest existence among the warriors of the Dragon Ball world. I don't want to be leaping. I'm going to be a scion. Suifan was a little sore. Since I am leaping, then this girl is. It must be Bulma. Suifan held his breath and gently turned the girl's body over. The girl's beautiful face was facing Suifan. Sure enough, it was Bulma. Congratulations on activating the super download system. Just when Suifan's hand made contact with Bulma's body, a line of text appeared in Suifan's sea of knowledge. Immediately after, the text continued to emerge. Bulma's technology, 50M. Current cellular data, 2G. Current download speed, 15-20k/s. Reputation value, 0. There is also a note after the reputation value. Reputation value can upgrade mobile data and exchange download data. Beep, do you want to download Bulma technology? At this time, such a line of text appeared in Suifan's sea of knowledge. And after this line of text, there is also a yes and a no option. What the hell is this? Suifan was stunned, and then suddenly reacted. This is a download system. That is, it is possible to download someone else's talent. It's just that your 2G download speed is used to brush the sense of existence. Now that the 5G era has begun, okay? Bulma tech? Suifan felt that it was of little use, but with the mentality of trying it out, he still nodded a yes. Start downloading. The current cellular data is 15-20k per second, and the estimated completion time is 1 hour. After Suifan clicked a yes, he found that a progress bar appeared in the sea of knowledge, and there was a note below the progress bar. Note, it can only be downloaded if the distance is within 10 meters. I go, is there a distance limit here? 10 meters? This hour inseparable from Bulma? Bulma is better to say, she is her girlfriend, not to mention maintaining a distance of 10 meters, even if it is a distance of 0, even a distance of negative centimeters, Suifan can do it. But for Suifan, Bulma's technology was of little use. This is the world of Dragon Ball, the combat power is bursting, and if you are not careful, the entire earth will be exploded. Suifan must strengthen himself and stop being a weak chicken leaping. By the way, I don't know what period of Dragon Ball it is. However, since leaping can sleep with Bulma, it means that Vegeta has definitely not yet come to Earth. Since I became leaping. Bah, it was leaping who became my Suifan, then, from now on, this woman named Bulma will be taken care of by me Suifan. Hey, leaping, what are you doing staring at me blankly? Do I get acne on my face? Bulma rubbed her eyes, stretched and woke up, looking at Suifan and asking. Bulma, there is something I actually wanted to tell you a long time ago. Suifan came back to his senses and said seriously to Bulma. What's going on? Bulma snorted and got up. Are you fooling around with someone outside again? I don't want to hear it. Actually, my name is not Leaping, my name is Suifan. Suifan said. Bulma was stunned. After a short silence. Poof. Bulma burst into laughter, like a blooming flower. Leaping, you're so funny, when did you change your name? Bulma asked with a smile. From now on, don't call me Leaping, my name is Suifan. Suifan said solemnly. Good, good, you can call it whatever you like, whatever. Bulma obviously doesn't care much about this kind of thing. By the way, what are your plans for today? Suifan asked. I don't care, you have to accompany me to shopping today. Bulma pouted. How long have we not seen Goku? Suifan really wanted to get in touch with Goku and see what he had on him that could be downloaded. Goku. Don't you say, I almost forgot about him. Bulma sighed slightly. Didn't he get married 5 years ago? I haven't heard from you for 5 years. What? Married for 5 years? Suifan lost his voice. What's so surprising? Bulma looked at Suifan strangely. Suifan was surprised because he knew very well that Dragon Ball would soon open the Saiyan era. That's right, this year, Monkey King's brother Raditz will come to Earth. In this battle, Sun Wukong and Raditz died together, and after that, Sun Wukong went to the planet of the Realm King to cultivate. A year later, with the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa, all the rest of the warriors were killed except for Klin and Son Gohan. Especially Li Ping, who died miserably. Those who were blown up alive by cultivators. Since I am Suifan, I will definitely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Suifan's eyes flickered. Chapter 002. I'm surprised that I haven't contacted Goku for so long, and I kind of miss him. Suifan said, after 5 years of marriage, shouldn't the children be playing soy sauce? What? Do you mean does Goku have a baby? Bulma got up stunned and asked. I'm just guessing. Suifan smiled and said to Bulma, how about going to Goku's house today to play? Goku's home? I don't know where. After he and Kiki left 5 years ago, I wonder where he moved to live? Didn't leave us contact details either. Bulma whispered as she went to wash. With Goku's personality, he should go to find the 4-star Dragon Ball left by his grandfather. Bulma, don't you have a Dragon Ball radar? Suifan suggested. You're so smart, Li Ping. No, Suifan. Bulma's eyes lit up, put the toothbrush in the toothbrush, and quickly went to find the Dragon Ball radar. And taking advantage of the time when Bulma was looking for the Dragon Ball radar, Suifan carefully looked at his Bulma technology that was being downloaded at a tortuous speed. I went, sure enough, 15-20k per second, not at all deceptive. Moreover, most of them are around 15k per second. It's been 10 minutes, and it's only been about 4M downloads. 50M stuff, you actually have to download for an hour. Suifan felt that this download speed was gone, and he had returned to the era of dial-up internet access. But fortunately, Suifan didn't care much about this Bulma technology thing, just as a test product. Moreover, Bulma is Suifan's pillow person, and it is too easy to download her things. No, not here. Oops, where did I put the Dragon Ball radar? Bulma scratched her ears and cheeks. I'll look over there. Saying that, Bulma pedaled and ran away. Weak signal. Beyond the distance. Download interrupted. Just after Bulma and Suifan were more than 10 meters away, Suifan found that a prompt to interrupt the download came from the Sea of Knowledge. 5 minutes later. Found it. Bulma returns with the Dragon Ball radar. Suifan pressed download again. It's just that what makes Suifan speechless is this special download is actually not resumable with a breakpoint. Need to go and download again, starting from 0. In this regard, Suifan also had nothing to complain about. After all, in most novels, the system will be relatively low level at the beginning, and it will be slowly upgraded in the future. Fortunately, this Bulma technology is just a guinea pig for Suifan. Suifan leaned over to Bulma's side and looked at it, and found that the Dragon Ball radar showed 7 sparkling bright spots. There are 7 Dragon Balls, and my Dragon Ball radar doesn't mark a few star balls. Bulma is a little big-headed. Bulma, see if there are any Dragon Balls near Bun Mountain. Suifan proposed. Bun Mountain? Where does Goku and his grandfather live? Bulma said, zooming in on the map, and sure enough, there was a Dragon Ball displayed on the other side of Bunza Mountain. Goku and Kiki's home, it should be here. Suifan pointed to the map and said affirmatively. Bulma looked at Suifan suspiciously. How? Isn't that right? Suifan asked. Not to mention, after you changed your name to Suifan, you became smarter than before. Bulma said with a smile. So, names matter. Suifan smiled. Okay, let's go find Goku today. It just so happens that I also want to go around the country, and stay in the city all day, it's really boring. Bulma took a deep breath. So let's go. Suifan greeted. Okay, let's go. Bulma did not object. After saying hello to Bulma's parents, a jet took to the blue sky and flew straight in the direction of Bunza Mountain. Now Suifan's prayer in his heart is that he must stay in Sun Wukong's house for a few days before Raditz comes to Earth. Although Suifan is still not sure whether Sun Wukong's body can download any good things. Now, Suifan's own leaping body, the combat effectiveness is only a little more than 100, which is really low and pitiful. And Suifan also knew very well that leaping was not talented in this person, except for some boring wolf-tooth wind fist that did not have any birds, he was basically useless. Suifan must strengthen himself as soon as possible. An hour later. Beep, download successful. Congratulations on getting Bulma technology. At this moment, a line of download successful appeared in Suifan's sea of knowledge. Suddenly, Suifan was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a lot of strange knowledge in his brain. At the same time, Suifan also found that the jet controlled by Bulma could know the usefulness of each component on it. Is this what Bulma technology does? So, do you already have Bulma's high-tech mind? Although this skill is not of much use to Suifan, it is better than nothing. In the future, if the spaceship is broken, at least you can repair it. Only, is Bulma just such a thing that can be downloaded? Chapter 003. Suifan held the heartbeat of trying it, and gently put his hand on Bulma's tender hand. What for? I'm flying an airplane. Bulma pouted and glared. Bulma, I admit that there have been many things that have not been done well over the years, but you can rest assured that I, Suifan, will definitely take good care of you from now on and will never let you shed a single tear again. Suifan solemnly promised. Bulma's whole body trembled. Even the plane almost fell from mid-air, so startled that the passing bird waved several feathers. The next moment, Bulma's eyes flashed with crystal tears, and she looked at Suifan so obsessively. Happy? Suifan? Bulma smiled. Suifan nodded solemnly. Such a beautiful and cute girl, leaping gave it to Vegeta like this, what an idiot. At least Suifan wouldn't do such a thing. Bulma High-Tech, 200M, equivalent to the higher level of Bulma technology. Current cellular data, 2G. Current download speed, 15-20k/s. Reputation value, 0. Beep, do you want to download Bulma High? When Suifan's hand and Bulma's hand came into contact, he saw that there was an additional Bulma High-Tech in the sea of knowledge. Download. Suifan had nothing to hesitate to, and immediately turned on the download button. 200M things, according to the 2G traffic, Suifan needs to download 4 hours. But Bulma is not someone else, let alone 4 hours, or 14 hours, it doesn't matter at all. Suifan wants to see, after your special high-tech download is finished, will there be one more super high-tech? As long as you dare to have it, I dare to download it. 10 minutes later. Found it, it's there, look at Suifan, there is a house below, it should be Wukong's home. Bulma pointed to a building below. Yes, that's right. Suifan's impression was that this was indeed Wukong's home. Ugh! The plane landed smoothly in the courtyard outside Goku's house. The environment here is still so beautiful, I think it would be more appropriate for me to move my family to live in a primeval forest. Bulma thought thoughtfully. What? As soon as Bulma's voice fell, she heard the sound of wolves howling from a distance. Bulma's face turned white with fright, and she couldn't help but snuggle up to Suifan's body. Still no, I don't like the environment with wild wolves, said Bulma with a wry smile. It seems that the movement of the jet outside was heard, and the door of the house was also popped open. It was Goku's wife, Kiki, who opened the door. Ah! I know you. You are. Are you? Kiki looked at Suifan, then at Bulma, and couldn't remember the name for a while. My name is Suifan. Suifan smiled, this is my girlfriend Bulma. Remember, yes, it's Suifan, and Bulma. Kiki nodded, I heard Goku say that. What about Goku? Suifan did not see Sun Wukong. Goku and Gohan went out hunting, should be back soon, right? Kiki said. Gohan? Who is it? Bulma asked curiously. Me and Goku's child. Kiki replied with a red face. What? Do you really have children? Bulma was surprised, took a deep look at Suifan, and whispered, Hey, I really made you guess. Gohan is 4 years old this year. Kiki said, You guys are coming from afar, please come into the house. After chatting for a while in the room, Sun Wukong returned with the 4-year-old son Gohan on his shoulder. Sun Wukong is still the same appearance that Suifan is familiar with, wearing a set of orange and red loose clothes. Looking leisurely and self-satisfied, belonging to the type of nerves. Son Gohan is only 4 years old, seems to be a little afraid of life, grabbed Sun Wukong's collar, and looked at Suifan and Bulma timidly, but it looked quite cute. In addition, Son Gohan's hat is indeed inlaid with a 4-star Dragon Ball. Also, as Suifan knew, behind Son Gohan, there was a long tail. Yay! Bulma! Li Ping! Why are you here? Sun Wukong was a little surprised after seeing the two. What Li Ping, Wukong, his name is Suifan. Kiki corrected. Suifan? Is it? How do I remember that his name is Li Ping? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Yes, my name is Suifan, Wukong, you remember wrong. Suifan nodded. Is it? Am I misremembering? Sun Wukong didn't bother with the name problem, and looked at Bulma. Bulma, it's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time, right? How many years? 5 years. Bulma hummed, Goku, you guys are true, if Suifan hadn't managed to find you through the Dragon Balls, I wouldn't have known you had moved here. Haha, Sun Wukong smiled and touched the back of his head, speaking of which, I still plan to find the grandfather of the Turtle Immortals the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Suifan's face changed color. So, will Raditz come the day after tomorrow? Goku, you must have been practicing seriously over the years, right? It should have become stronger. Suifan regained his composure and took the opportunity to pat Sun Wukong's shoulder. The next moment, Suifan seemed to have picked up a big gift package and found 6 things that could be downloaded. Chapter 004 Combat Effectiveness 416, 416M Turtle Pi Kigong Wave, 30M Scion Heritage, 300M Light of Justice, 100M Dance Technique, 10M After Image Fist, 30M Seeing these few things that can be downloaded, the others are quite average, and what makes Suifan's heart the most is that Scion Inheritance and Combat Effectiveness 416. Is it possible to pass on the Scions to download them, and you can have the bloodline of the Scions? 300M. With a 2G network, Suifan calculated that it would take at least 6 hours. But that's not a problem, as long as you stay at Goku's house until about 9 o'clock in the evening. From now until the evening, you can complete the download. And that combat power 416, is it a mal-meaning? Suifan slapped his head and seemed to remember. It seems that the Monkey King in this period has a combat effectiveness of a little more than 400. In this way, the combat power of 416 is the combat power value of Sun Wukong. As for the three turtle sect Qigong Wave, Light of Justice and Dancing Void technique, Suifan will have the opportunity to download them slowly in the future. The most important thing now is that Suifan must download Sun Wukong's combat power as soon as possible. Immediately, Suifan chose to download combat power 416. Whether to replace the current combat strength 177. The system gives such a hint. Muggles is a replacement, not an accumulation. It's a bit of a pain in this specialty. Since it is a replacement, Suifan temporarily terminated the download and set his sights on Sun Wuhan. What's your name, little one? Suifan touched Sun Gohan's little face and said with a smile. My name is Sun Gohan, I am 4 years old this year, and I want to be a great scientist when I grow up. Sun Gohan said sweetly. There is a real tutor. Bulma smiled and said, this is all taught by Kiki, right? Yes, usually I just take Gohan out to hunt and teach Gohan, and the things that teach Gohan are all handed over to Kiki. Monkey King nodded. You guys talk slowly, I'll cook. Kiki said politely. Then you're welcome. Suifan nodded. Then, Suifan looked at Sun Wuhan again and saw the dong-dong that Sun Wuhan could download. Combat Effectiveness 1307, 1.3 G. Scion Heritage, 300M. Tail, 100M. Only these three can be downloaded. When Suifan saw the download option tail, he was almost happy. Is this tail counted in it? However, Suifan felt that the tail was the source of Scion's strength, and it was better to have it than nothing. Among these download options, the most exciting thing for Suifan is the combat power 1307, which is beyond the existence of Raditz. If you download this combat power, when Sun Wukong's brother comes, you can make a move. In addition, Suifan found that his reputation value was still 0. How to obtain this reputation value? Suifan can basically guess 1, 2, 3. It's just that 1.3 G is such a big combat power, Suifan slightly estimated, at least 26 hours to download. This combat power is a bit expensive. One combat power is 1M, if 5G is opened, it will be downloaded quickly. It's just that at present, Suifan is only 2G network speed. In other words, he needs to be accompanied by Sun Gohan all day and night. Fight it! Suifan still doesn't believe it, isn't it just a 4-year-old child? As an adult, wouldn't he still coax a child? Thinking of this, Suifan did not hesitate any longer. And immediately pressed the download of Scion Inheritance. What the? Not to download combat power? That one is not in a hurry, wait for the Scion Inheritance to be downloaded, and then download the combat power. Start downloading, the current cellular data is 15-20 per second, and the estimated completion time is 6 hours. Suifan counted the time, it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Kiki went to dinner, after dinner, and then played a game together, such as playing cards or something. 6 hours passed. Suifan took a deep breath. Suifan was looking forward to it. Today, I will also become a Scion. Fighting Nation Scion. However, when Suifan began to download Scion Inheritance, he found that the download speed was reduced to about 7K10K per second. Did I make a mistake? Why does the download speed slow down? Suifan thought about it carefully, and suddenly realized. I'll go. This is because I also downloaded Bulma High Tech, and the two downloaded together, resulting in an average download speed. In other words, this system can be multitask download, but the network speed is so pitiful, the more downloads, the overall speed is slower. Suifan immediately terminated the download of Bulma High Tech. Bulma High Tech, in the future, Suifan has time to download, no need to rush for a while. Sure enough, after Suifan terminated the download of Bulma High Tech, the download speed of Scion Heritage became 15-20 per second. Suifan breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Suifan, I haven't found someone to talk to for a long time, or should we go out and have a discussion? Sun Wukong smiled and looked at Suifan and asked. Haha, forget it. Suifan smiled, so that he would not look for abuse. Even if he wanted to talk, Suifan would have to wait until 2 days later. P.S. New book old rules, tip one person the next day plus one more, on the top is not capped. Chapter 005. Okay, Sun Wukong nodded, looking a little lost. Sun Wukong also knew that Suifan didn't like to fight, and if he changed to Klin, he might be able to play with him. Suifan suddenly saw that Bulma looked at her eyes with a trace of disappointment. Suifan knew that as her man, in the face of such a thing, he actually took the initiative to admit defeat, and a woman would be insecure. And Suifan also knew that Bulma really felt that she had chosen the wrong object and should find a man like Sun Wukong. Of course, Suifan couldn't let Bulma's heart be lost, and he would definitely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Gaku, I've neglected to cultivate lately, but as long as I give me 2 days, I think I'll surpass you. Suifan's face was full of confidence. That confident look made Bulma can't help but light up her eyes a little after seeing it. Really? Can 2 days surpass me? Sun Wukong also suddenly came to the spirit, he likes opponents who are stronger than him. Yes. Suifan nodded with a smile and made a promise in a solemn tone, 2 days later, we will have a good discussion. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Sun Wukong clenched his fists excitedly. Suifan. Bulma beckoned to Suifan. Suifan leaned over. Are you serious? Bulma leaned into Suifan's ear and asked in a low voice. What's serious? Suifan asked puzzled. It's just a fight with Gaku. Bulma asked. Of course it's serious, I'm not kidding. Suifan nodded affirmatively. Well, I really don't understand you men, I know how to fight and kill. That being said, Bulma's eyes looking at Suifan were no longer as disappointed as before. Bulma, I said I would protect you, and I won't let you get hurt a little in the future. Suifan took Bulma's hand with a solemn expression. Humph, as long as you don't go out and mess with the grass, I'll be satisfied. Bulma pouted, her face flushed, save the earth or something, just have Gaku. Suifan smiled and didn't say anything more. 2 hours later, Kiki had already finished cooking. And Suifan saw the download progress bar of Scion Inheritance, which also reached 35%. As long as you stick to it for another 4 hours, you can complete the download of Scion Heritage. By the way, I suddenly remembered that I fought a dinosaur with Gohan before and forgot to bring it back. Well, it should be good to eat grilled. Sun Wukong slapped his brain, summoned the cloud, and jumped up at once. Dad, I'm going too. Sun Gohan said quickly. Okay. Sun Wukong fell, carried Sun Wuhan on his shoulders, and greeted Suifan and Bulma, I'll come back when I go. Wait. Suifan said quickly. Suifan's download can be resumed without the breakpoint resumption function, which has been downloaded for more than 2 hours. If it is interrupted, it will have to be repeated. Suifan chose to download Sun Gohan's Scion Inheritance. As long as Sun Wuhan does not leave his 10 meters away, he can always download it. Now Sun Wukong is going to take Gohan to find some dinosaur, so that Suifan doesn't know what to say. Dinosaurs don't need anything, Bulma and I don't eat them. Suifan said. It's okay, I'll eat with Gohan. Sun Wukong replied. Gohan, shall the two of us make a game? Suifan smiled at Sun Wuhan. What game? Uncle Suifan. Sun Gohan suddenly became interested. You see, there are a few coins here, I'll put the coins on the table to see who has the most. Su Fan said with a smile. Fun, fun. Sun Gohan was just a 4-year-old child, and he immediately applauded. Then I'll go get the dinosaurs, Gohan, you stay and have fun. Sun Wukong said, flying into the sky under the bearing of the tendon cloud. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After eating, Su Fan saw that the download progress had reached 61%, and the estimated completion time was still 2.5 hours. It's not early, Su Fan, let's go home. Bulma looked at the sky and said to Su Fan. Don't worry, let's stay here at night, I haven't seen you for a long time, how can I have a good chat? Su Fan said with a smile. That's embarrassing. Bulma shook her head slightly. Bulma, aren't you a universal capsule with a house? We built a house next to Goku's home, and it's good to live there, the air here is so fresh, how depressing it is to live in the city. Su Fan proposed. I have to say, Su Fan, you have a good idea. Bulma was a little moved by what he said, and immediately took out a universal capsule and threw it out casually. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a small house. I'm going to take a shower and watch TV for a while, and you guys keep playing. Bulma stretched. In the following time, Su Fan patiently played with Sun Wuhan in order not to have any moths. Chapter 006. Of course, Su Fan mainly played games such as playing cards, puzzles, playing games, and talking books with Gohan, and did not let Sun Gohan let himself go. Su Fan clearly knew how powerful Sun Wuhan's combat power was. If he plays hide and seek with Sun Gohan, this little devil will not be allowed to go to heaven. Finally, Su Fan's Scion inheritance reached 99.99%. Beep, download complete. The system's prompt also appeared in Su Fan's sea of knowledge. Whew! It's not easy. Su Fan quickly felt his body. At the moment when Su Fan had just downloaded the Scion inheritance, Su Fan obviously felt that his physical fitness had become stronger than before. At the same time, the body is also full of a lot of power. It seems that the hidden strength of the Scions is awakening. Su Fan's heart moved, and he quickly opened the Combat Power 1307 to download Sun Wuhan. Through this method, you can check your combat power value. Do you want to replace the current combat strength 288? The system gives such a hint. In other words, after Su Fan opened the Scion inheritance, his combat effectiveness had increased from the previous 177 to 288. However, Su Fan felt that this was not enough. After Vegeta came to Earth, tens of thousands of combat power were not enough for him to abuse. Su Fan must seize the time and continue to improve himself. That's right, Tail. Download Sun Gohan's Tail. The Tail is only 100M and it only takes 2 hours to download. It's a big deal to lose 2 hours of Sun Gohan playing. Immediately, Su Fan opened the download program of Tail. 2 hours later, the download progress is successfully completed. At the moment when the download progress was completed, Su Fan felt that there was an extra fluffy thing in his pants, and he could control it as he wanted. It is the unique tail of the Scion. Su Fan was overjoyed in his heart and quickly checked his combat strength value. Combat effectiveness 352. After having the tail, Su Fan's combat effectiveness increased from 288 to 352. This made Su Fan a little excited. Today, Su Fan's combat effectiveness, like riding a train, soared from 177 to 352. Moreover, Su Fan also opened the bloodline of the Scions. From today onwards, Su Fan is a member of the Scion fighting nation. Suddenly, Su Fan also felt that the blood in his body seemed to boil, and he even wanted to go out and fight with Sun Wukong for 300 rounds. However, Suifan knew that his combat effectiveness was more than 50 years behind Sun Wukong. In addition, in terms of combat skills, he is far inferior to Sun Wukong. Finding abuse is not Suifan's style. Enduring his own boiling blood, Suifan gritted his teeth and opened the Combat Power 1307 to download Sun Gohan. However, immediately afterwards, Suifan terminated the download on his own. Since I'm also a scion, I still know so much about the world of Dragon Ball, why should I download someone else's combat power? I can achieve higher combat effectiveness through my own efforts. Suifan was not a scion before, and knowing that the gap between himself and the scion was definitely not easy to make up. But now that he already has a scion heritage, there is no difference between him and a scion. Why download someone else's combat power? This is not Suifan's style. If Suifan's guess is correct, at the latest the day after tomorrow, Raditz will come to Earth. You must buy time to cultivate hard and have higher combat effectiveness. Only, how to cultivate? It is worth mentioning that Leaping Spotty also retains some of the cultivation methods of the Turtle Fairy Flow, such as the Turtle School Qigong Wave. For these, Suifan can be used normally. Suifan knew that the best way for scions to improve their combat effectiveness was to put themselves on the verge of death, and then heal through immortal beans, and their combat effectiveness could be doubled. It's just that the fairy beans of this period. Suifan didn't remember how many more. At least a year later, with the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa, only one sender remained. I don't know how there was no fairy bean in that jar back then. Suifan decided to go to Garen Tower to meet the Garen Immortals. Thinking of this, Suifan said goodbye to the Wukong family for the time being. Uncle Suifan, good night, let's continue playing tomorrow. Sun Gohan waved his small hand. Okay, no problem. Suifan patted Gohan's little head and beckoned to Goku. Sun Wukong walked out and looked at Suifan puzzled. Goku, I always have a bad premonition in the past 2 days, feeling that a powerful opponent will come to Earth. Suifan sighed. A strong opponent? Coming to Earth? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up slightly, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. This opponent is probably not what you can match now. Suifan said. Don't worry, Suifan, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Sun Wukong nodded, seemingly not taking this matter to heart. Chapter 007. I want to go find the Garen Immortal and follow him to cultivate, maybe it will come in handy at that time. Suifan said. Haha, Suifan, you can cultivate seriously, and Bulma will be very happy. Sun Wukong laughed. I say this to borrow your somersault cloud to use. Suifan said the point. Do you? Of course no problem. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and then scratched his head and looked at Suifan in puzzlement, but Suifan, I remember that you can't sit on the clouds. Not necessarily. Suifan's face was full of confidence. Suifan really thought about it enough. At this time, although Leaping could dance a little in the air, he could only temporarily levitate in the air. So for Suifan, the best means of transportation is Duyun. In addition, the cloud is several times faster than Bulma's jet. Also, Duyun is a treasure of the Garen Immortals, and riding the Duyun to find him saves a lot of trouble. Good. Sun Wukong nodded and shouted loudly, Duyun. Phew. Under the night, golden clouds quickly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Suifan calmed down and blocked all distractions in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Suifan jumped lightly and stepped on the clouds with both feet. It's coming up. Wow! Suifan, you can ride the somersault cloud. Sun Wukong said happily. Snap! Suifan jumped from the somersault cloud. What's wrong? Not to the Garen Immortals? Monkey King asked. Before leaving, I'll go say hello to Bulma. Suifan said. Okay, then I'll go back to sleep first. Monkey King nodded. Good. Suifan waved his hand. Suifan turned and came to the small house that Bulma had made out of capsules. Bulma was sitting on the sofa watching TV, wearing a pink bathrobe, with a faint fragrance on her body, and her hair was a little wet, obviously freshly bathed. Suifan, you're back. Bulma greeted. Bulma, tell you, I'm going to go to Garantat. Suifan said. Garantat? Why? Go now? Bulma was stunned. Yes, let's go now. I've already asked Goku to borrow a somersault cloud, and it will be no more than an hour at most. Suifan sat down next to Bulma. I have a foreboding that a powerful figure may appear recently, and I still understand the truth of planning ahead. Powerful characters appear. Bulma pouted, with Goku, what do you have to worry about? What if Goku isn't his match either? Suifan smiled. Goku will have a way. Bulma was stunned for a moment and continued. Bulma, you are my woman, I will not allow you to put all your expectations on Goku's body in the future. Suifan looked at Bulma with a solemn expression. Bulma froze for a while, blinking her beautiful eyes and looking at Suifan. Poof! Bulma laughed all at once. Me? Suifan. Never allow my woman to be snatched away by another man. Suifan said, hugged Bulma tightly and hugged her in his arms. Bulma's expression was a little confused, and she was a little overwhelmed for a while. Bulma, I'll go to Garantat first, wait for me to come back. Suifan patted Bulma's back. Bulma answered mechanically. Suifan turned around and left. Bulma looked at Suifan's back blankly. To Bulma's feeling, Suifan has changed a lot. Even, Bulma felt that this man could definitely entrust himself for life. He is no longer the leaping he used to be. Suifan left the room. The next moment, Bulma quickly chased after him. Hey, when are you coming back? Bulma asked. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. Suifan smiled back. Okay, I'll wait for you. Bulma nodded. Snap! Suifan jumped on the somersault cloud. Bulma's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth opened slightly, and her expression was stunned. You. Can you ride a somersault cloud? Bulma asked in surprise. I've always been able to ride on somersaults, have you forgotten? Suifan smiled slightly, I'm leaving. Bulma's eyes widened. Phew! The clouds soared into the sky and retreated into the starry sky, leaving a shallow golden color in the sky. This Suifan, I didn't expect to have a handsome side. Bulma had a shallow smile on her face. What? In the distance, a wolf howl came melodiously. Bulma glanced at Goku's door closed, and even the lights in the room went dark. Snap! Bulma quickly turned around and closed the door. Abominable! Suifan! You just left me behind. Bulma leaned against the door, clenched her fists, and shouted. Suifan rode on the somersault cloud and flew quickly in the direction of Garantat. On the way, Suifan felt that he had to master the art of dancing as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Raditz comes, or even Vegeta and Frieza and the others who appear a year later, it will already be cool to practice air dancing. Suifan held his breath and concentrated, mobilized the energy in his body, and slowly suspended his body and left the somersault cloud. P.S. Ask for a tip, tip one person plus one more. Chapter 008. Phew! Duyun rushed out directly, seemed to find that the person he was carrying was missing, and looked back inexplicably. Well, it's levitating. Suifan nodded with satisfaction. The next step is to use your own energy to let yourself fly quickly. It was a bit uncomfortable at first, but I think with my talent, I should learn to fly soon. Duyun, come, pull me. Suifan beckoned to the somersault cloud. The cloud was still very spiritual, and he immediately slowed down. Suifan stretched out his hand and grabbed the tail of the somersault cloud. Okay, Duyun, now full speed ahead. Suifan ordered. Duyun. Are you using me to practice flying? Phew. Duyun took Suifan to cut a golden arc in the sky. About 15 minutes or so. Suifan tried to let go of the somersault cloud and fly by himself. Not to mention, through this method, Suifan has successfully mastered the method of flying. However, compared with Suifan's current speed and somersault cloud, there is still a certain gap. In this regard, Suifan has nothing to be unbalanced. As long as his combat effectiveness is greatly improved, the flight speed will naturally rise. After more than 20 minutes of flight practice, Suifan was already able to successfully soar in the sky. At this moment, Suifan saw a giant pillar standing in the distance from a distance. Exactly Garin Tat. Suifan let Duyun take him and flew directly above Garin Tower. Snap! Suifan descended from the sky and entered the Garin Tower. There are currently 2 people inside Garin Tower, one is the Garin Immortal and the other is Archie Loeb. Suifan knew that since Archirobe came to Garin Ta with Gaku on his back during the Vic Great Demon King, he had basically lived with the Garin Immortals. At this time, Archie Loeb was already sitting on the ground and sleeping. However, the Garin Immortal was holding a crutch and silently staring at Suifan, who appeared in the tower. It's leaping, come to me so late, what's the matter? When the Garin Immortal asked this, he took a deep look at the somersault cloud under Suifan's feet. My name is Suifan, Garin Immortal, you remember wrong. Suifan smiled. Is it? Your name is Suifan? Garin was visibly stunned. Garin Immortal, I'm sorry to come and disturb you so late. Suifan said sincerely, I came here because I have a bad premonition, in a short time, there may be an evil guy appearing, I want to seriously cultivate, and then I can also contribute some strength to everyone. Don't worry, there is Gaku, that guy who can even defeat the Vic Great Devil, what else can't be solved? The Garin Immortal thought it was something, and immediately yawned and stretched. I know that with Gaku here, there will be no problem. Suifan nodded and said, but just in case, I need a little fairy bean. Sendu. The Garin Immortal was stunned, raised his eyes and asked, what do you want that for? Just plan ahead. Suifan smiled. Okay. Garin Immortal did not refuse, immediately took out a bag, casually threw it to Suifan, and yawned and said, there are only 2 left, and the growth of immortal beans has not been very good recently. I remember that there were a lot of immortal beans coming, Suifan reached out to pick up the immortal beans. Didn't you let this foodie eat? The Garin Immortal glanced at Archie Loeb angrily. At the moment when Suifan and Garin Immortal's claws had just come into contact, several download options also appeared in Suifan's sea of knowledge. Summon all somersault, 100m. Dance technique, 10m. After image fist, 30m. Cultivation of fairy beans, 100m. Breath sensing, 50m. Seeing a certain download option here, Suifan's eyes lit up. Fairy bean cultivation? Is it possible to download this and successfully open the technology of growing fairy beans in the future? In this way, with endless fairy beans, there will be an extra guarantee in the future battle process. Immediately, Suifan did not have the slightest hesitation and directly pressed the download of Immortal Bean Cultivation. The 100m Immortal Bean Cultivation, with Suifan's current network speed, only takes 2 hours to download. Thank you, Garin Immortal. Suifan also stretched out and yawned, it's not early, can I stay and rest tonight? Whatever you want. The Garin Immortals did not object. The Garin Immortals did not have much affection for leaping as a person, nor did they have much bad feelings. Suifan sat down within 10 meters of the Garin Immortal and closed his eyes. 2 hours later, Suifan successfully downloaded and completed fairy bean cultivation. Suddenly, a series of information about the cultivation of immortal beans flooded into Suifan's mind. After learning this information, Suifan knew that if he wanted to grow fairy beans, he really could not grow them overnight. However, since this technique has been downloaded, it will definitely be useful in the future. Suifan looked through the other download options of the Garen Immortal again. The fairy bean cultivation that has been downloaded still exists, and there is a parenthesis at the back, which says, learned, which shows that the downloaded content can continue to be downloaded, but it is of little use. After a short silence, Suifan's gaze was fixed on the ability of breath sensing. Chapter 009. The breath sensing is only 50m, and it only takes 1 hour to download. The ability to sense breath, put a year later, the time when Vegeta and Naba descended, already belongs to the ability of Rotten Street. However, nowadays, the ability to sense breath is not very popular. Or it can be said that even if Sun Wukong and Vic can, they can only sense a little distance, which may be the reason why they are not very skillful. Suifan must master this skill as soon as possible, and fortunately, after Raditz came to Earth, he learned his whereabouts as soon as possible. Immediately, Suifan turned on the ability to download breath sensing. Not to mention, it's so convenient to download things at night. An hour later, the breath sensing was also successfully downloaded by Suifan. Suddenly, Suifan's mind flooded with some techniques related to breath sensing. Suifan only practiced a little, and he could clearly sense the aura of Garen Immortal and Archirobe beside him. Immediately afterwards, Suifan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let go of the induction. Soon, Suifan could clearly sense the powerful aura of Sun Wukong in the distant Bun Mountain. And, of course, the faint breath of Bulma. Suifan continued to let go of the induction, trying to sense the entire planet. It didn't take long for Suifan to sense that an extremely powerful aura appeared at a distance of more than 600 kilometers from him. This breath was only a little stronger than Suifan. Suifan guessed that this person's 8 achievements were Vic Chi. Wu. Suifan got what he deserved from the Garen Immortals, and immediately took a deep breath. Then, Suifan stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the Garen Immortal. What's going on? Garen Immortal opened one eye and asked lightly. Did you sleep? Garen Immortals? Suifan asked. Garen Immortal. Did I just fall asleep? You told me not to ask this question, would you? Garen Immortal is not popular. I'm leaving, tell you. Suifan said. You feel free. The Garen Immortals obviously didn't take Suifan too seriously. Goodbye. Suifan smiled, but did not think too much. Strength speaks for everything. In this Dragon Ball world, the original leaping really belongs to the existence of soy sauce. It's no wonder that the Garen Immortals don't treat him very much. Suifan knew that as long as his strength surpassed Wukong, these people would automatically impress him. Suifan took off into the air and flew quickly towards the sky. Hey! The Garen Immortal was stunned for a moment, squinting his eyes and looking upwards. What the Garen Immortals didn't expect was that Suifan could actually dance the void art, and he seemed to have mastered it quite well. Also, Suifan, this kid flew up, what was he going to do? Hey, where are you going? The Garen Immortal hurriedly caught up and asked. I'm going to meet the gods. Suifan smiled and waved his hand. What do you say? Boy, don't make trouble, how can the gods of heaven be seen by anyone casually? Garen Immortal said angrily. Can't see it, it's not for him to decide. Suifan smiled. The reason why I say this is also because Suifan's strength has surpassed that of the heavenly god now. Suifan remembered that the combat power of the heavenly god seemed to be around 220, which could also be judged purely from the strength of the breath. Phew! Suifan increased the speed of flight. And the whole person sped towards the direction of the celestial realm. I don't know how long I flew, Fan obviously felt that the air around him was getting thinner and thinner, and even breathing became difficult. After flying for another distance, Fan finally saw the temple suspended in the sky. Snap! Fan landed on the edge of the temple and walked unhurriedly towards the front. Then, Fan saw Mr. Bobo, who was dark under the moonlight, staring at the bean eyes, his eyes looking at him indifferently. Leaping? What are you doing here so late? Mr. Bobo was silent for a moment, unable to understand that leaping would fly to the temple. Correct, my name is Fan, not leaping. Fan said. Okay. Mr. Bobo nodded. What about the gods? I have important things to see him. Fan said to Mr. Bobo. Tell me something, it's so late, the gods won't see you. Mr. Bobo said expressionlessly. That's fine. Fan was not too rude to Mr. Bobo. Fan knew very well that this Mr. Bobo was actually a person with relatively strong combat effectiveness. Fan remembered that he had seen the official combat effectiveness data, and it seemed that the official gave Mr. Bobo's combat effectiveness above 1000. Moreover, in the later period, Mr. Bobo also accompanied Sun Wushan and Trunks to cultivate, and his combat effectiveness should be higher. I came here to borrow the room of spirit and time to cultivate. Fan said. Chapter 010. Spirit and Time? You heard that from Gaku, right? Mr. Bobo asked. Yes. Fan smiled slightly. After a short silence. Come with me. Mr. Bobo nodded and did not object. Under the leadership of Mr. Bobo, Fan finally came to the door of the room of spirit and time. Snap! The door to a different dimension of spirit and time has opened. How much did Gaku say to you about spirit and time? Mr. Bobo asked with some apprehension. I didn't say much, I only know that 1 year here is equal to 1 day outside, and I don't know much else, and I hope Mr. Bobo will explain more. Fan said politely. Okay, then I'll give you a brief explanation. Mr. Bobo explains, the environment here is extremely harsh, the gravity is 10 times that of the outside, but the air is only 1/10 of the outside, and the temperature difference is also very large. The temperature is usually between 50 degrees and -40 degrees, the will is weak and the spirit is not concentrated, and hallucinations are prone to appear in it. Fan nodded without changing his face. In fact, he already knew this. Are you sure you want to stay here and cultivate? Mr. Bobo looked at Yetian and asked. Of course. Fan smiled. Mr. Bobo took a deep look at Fan. However, Mr. Bobo did not know much about Fan, that is, leaping before, so he did not know his specific character, and since Fan had agreed to stay and cultivate, Mr. Bobo did not have much to say. When the door is closed, the change of environment and gravity will automatically open. If it is really unbearable, come out as soon as possible. Mr. Bobo kindly persuaded, even Gaku, I think he only spent 3 months in it, and he couldn't bear it. I understand, thank you. Fan nodded and did not go to contact Mr. Bobo. The temple is not as small as Garantat. The temple covers a vast area, and Fan can't follow Mr. Bobo all the time, so it is not easy to download the abilities on his body. Fan knew that Mr. Bobo should have a lot of things to download. However, in any case, the most important thing now is to improve the combat effectiveness as king. Fan now has 2 immortal beans, and through these 2 immortal beans, coupled with hard cultivation, can't he make the combat power exceed 1000? Well, good luck, then. Mr. Bobo waved at Yetian and left the room of spirit and time. Snap! The door is closed. Suddenly, an extremely powerful sense of pressure rushed over Fan's body. Fan felt his body sink, and he almost fell to his knees. Fan's breath also burst out immediately, trying to make himself stand tall. Taking a deep breath, Fan left the room, entered the white earth, and ran slowly on the ground. 10 times the Earth's gravity is indeed a huge challenge for Suifan. At the same time, the environment here is really harsh enough. Now it was just 50 degrees of high temperature, Suifan's body was soon soaked with sweat, and the whole person was evaporating like water vapor, emitting layers of white gas. However, before Suifan could overcome this 50-degree high temperature, the air immediately became cold. The howling cold wind froze the sweat on Suifan's body into ice slag at that time. Also, in this space, the oxygen content was too low, so that Suifan's breathing could not keep up with the rhythm. In this kind of place, if ordinary people come in, I am afraid that they can hold on for 3 minutes. I'm going to work hard. I want to come on. I want to get stronger. Suifan clenched his fists and fought against this harsh environment. Raditz, Naba, Vegeta. Well, and Frisia, you guys wait. I, Suifan, will definitely defeat you. Early the next morning. Hey, Suifan, get up, aren't we going to see Teacher Wushan today? Monkey King knocked on the door and shouted at Bulma in the room. After waiting for more than half an hour, Bulma walked out dressed neatly. Hey? What about Suifan? Monkey King craned his neck and looked into the room. Bang! Kiki punched Sun Wukong's head. Kiki, why did you hit me? Monkey King scratched his head. Girls' boudoirs, what do you see? Kiki said with a dark face. What do you mean? Monkey King was confused. Gaku, what did you just say? Are you going to find Teacher Wushan? Bulma smiled and quickly asked. Yes, didn't I say that yesterday? I'm going to find Teacher Wu Tian today. Sun Wukong scratched his head. You're talking about tomorrow. Bulma replied angrily. I also remember it was tomorrow. Kiki nodded. P.S. There will be one more in a while. Chapter 011. I said the day after tomorrow yesterday, isn't it today? Sun Wukong thought thoughtfully. Kiki. Bulma. Gaku stupid, the day after tomorrow means tomorrow. Kiki really didn't know what to say. Hey? Is it? Haha, I'm confused. Sun Wukong smiled indifferently and asked, by the way, what about Suifan? Yes. Remembering it, last night he asked me to borrow the Duyun to find the Garen immortals. What do you remember? Bulma had a black face. Ha ha ha, I slept too late yesterday, we never slept so late. I went to bed around 8 o'clock at night. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Suifan entered the spirit and time, 5 hours. Temple. Hehe, I didn't think that kid named Suifan could last so long. Mr. Bobo looked at the clock outside and couldn't help but be a little surprised. 5 hours, which is equivalent to 2.5 months in it. For an ordinary person, it is indeed rare to be able to last so long. Mr. Bobo, what happened? The god got up at this time, came out of the temple, and asked. Heavenly God, at 2 o'clock this morning, Suifan flew up to the temple, saying that he wanted to borrow the room of spirit and time to cultivate. Mr. Bobo replied truthfully. Suifan? Who is it? The heavenly god was stunned for a moment, and had no impression of Suifan at all. His previous name was Leaping, I don't know why he changed his name. Mr. Bobo scratched his head. It's him, the heavenly god sighed slightly. I remember that 5 years ago at the first martial arts meeting in the world, I fought him, and although he is also an excellent martial artist, his strength is too much. The words that followed by the god were not spoken, but the meaning in the words was already obvious. Yes. Mr. Bobo nodded slightly, but when I saw Suifan this time, I seemed to feel that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. What? The face of the god of heaven changed color. Tenjin, I mean his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Mr. Bobo didn't know why the god was so surprised. I. I'm not saying that he. I mean. What's over there? The face of the heavenly god became extremely ugly, and he looked straight towards the far north. What's wrong? God? Mr. Bobo asked puzzled, and also quickly looked in the direction of the gods. Look over there. There is a round meteorite that descends from space. No. Not a meteorite. That's a spaceship. When the god said this, his body began to tremble. I can sense that inside that spaceship, there is a very powerful alien. Mr. Bobo was stunned and widened his eyes. What is his purpose? Is he going to invade Earth? The god croaked his teeth and clenched his fists. Tenjin, there is Goku. Even if an alien comes, I believe Goku will defeat him. Mr. Bobo comforted. Hopefully, Tenjin said in a deep voice. He came out. He had long hair, a strange thing on his eyes, and a very peculiar armor on his body. Tenjin, Mr. Bobo was the first time he had seen Tenjin so gaff. Far north. Raditz spaceship smashed a crater on this rural path. Suifan, who was cultivating in the room of spirit and time, never expected that Raditz would come to Earth at this time. According to Suifan's estimates, Raditz should not arrive on Earth until tomorrow. After all, Sun Wukong also said that he would take Gohan to visit the Turtle Immortals tomorrow. It's just that where does Suifan know that Sun Wukong, the pit goods, still confuses the two meanings of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Someone came out of it. A farmer armed with a rifle saw Raditz appear, and his expression was full of shock. Don't move. Dare to step forward and I will shoot. The farmer snapped his hands and quickly loaded the rifle and aimed it at Raditz. Humph, a scumbag with only 5 combat effectiveness. Raditz's face was full of disdain. Why? Why are there still humans on this planet? Kakarot, have you forgotten the task given to you? As he said this, Raditz walked towards the farmer step by step. Wow, whoa! The farmer was terrified, shouted for himself to be bold, and then pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Raditz grabbed the bullet lightly and grabbed the bullet in his hand. Bang! Raditz ejected the bullet and hit the farmer in the head. The farmer died instantly. Okay, let me take a closer look. Raditz pressed the detector and turned his head to look into the distance. Well, at a distance of 4,880, there is a powerful combat existence, is it Kakarot? P.S. The update ends today. Ask for tips, +1 on the day or the next day of each tip, not capped. Friends who have been tipped, there is no need to spend money, the tip is just to count the number of people who like this book, not more, in the number of people. Chapter 012. Phew! Raditz soared into the air and sped off into the distance. Vic, who was closing his eyes and recuperating his mind, did not take long to sense a powerful energy rushing towards his position. Bike's face became extremely ugly. What? A powerful energy is approaching. Who is it? Is it the Monkey King? Vic said quietly. Soon, Vic saw Raditz speeding towards him. It's not the Monkey King. Who is he? Bike's face changed wildly. Snap! Raditz landed directly opposite Vic and looked at Vic faintly. Vic also silently looked at Raditz. You're not the person I'm looking for, people like you are useless to me. Raditz said lightly to Vic. What do you say? Do you know who you are talking to? Bike's body trembled slightly, and a scowl emerged. I don't know. Raditz looked flat. Bike's body trembled more and more intensely, and cold sweat broke out on his face. This guy's energy is amazing. Vic clenched his fists. Wow, whoa! Immediately afterwards, Vic roared, and a huge energy was released in his hand, which bombarded Raditz's body at that time. When the smoke cleared, Raditz was safe and sound. Is this your attack? It's just a cloud of dust. Raditz shook his head, looking disappointed. Despair and fear appeared on Vic's face. It's terrible. Who the hell is this guy? Why is it so powerful? Now it's my turn to attack, right? I'll show you what to see. Raditz shook his right hand and slowly flew up. Big suddenly felt like a great enemy. Hey? Another combat power reaction, distance 2560, he should be the most powerful existence on this planet. Raditz smiled slightly, did not pay any more attention to Bike, and sped towards the direction of Bunza Mountain where Sun Wukong was. Seeing Raditz walk away, Big suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief. Temple. The face of the celestial god became more and more ugly, and he could feel the horror of this person from Bike's demeanor. What exactly is this alien visitor going to do? The gods don't understand. Hey? He headed towards Goku's house. After a brief silence, Tenjin finally saw Raditz's direction. Tenjin, Mr. Bobo also changed color on his face. Give me the feeling that he came to find Goku. Tenjin said in a deep voice. Mr. Bobo did not speak. Why? What did he look for Goku for? The god cried out. Bun Mountain, Goku's home. Forget it, don't wait for Suifan, right? Let's go to Teacher Wushin first, and when Suifan comes back, let Kikai tell him. Monkey King proposed. Okay. Bulma nodded and turned her head to look at Kiki. Kiki, aren't you going? I'm not going. Goku comes back in the evening, I'll make dinner for him and Gohan. Kiki said. Well, that's it. Sun Wukong nodded, that. Let's go. Duyuan. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Phew. The clouds of somersaults flew in. Bulma had also put away the capsules of the house and took out the capsules of the jet and threw them out. However, just when Sun Wukong and Bulma and Sun Wuhan were just about to leave, Sun Wukong's face changed color and turned his head to look at the sky. Snap! Raditz fell from the sky and landed directly opposite Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was obviously able to feel the powerful aura on Raditz's body, and his face was extremely ugly when he was frightened. Who? This long-haired one? Bulma was already on the plane, and when she saw the falling Raditz, she was also stunned. Monkey King and Raditz looked at each other. Cold sweat slipped down Sun Wukong's face. Raditz, on the other hand, was much more bland. Kakarot, you've grown up, but I still recognize you at a glance, you look exactly like your father. Raditz said to the Monkey King. Sun Wukong was stunned, not understanding what he was talking about. Who are you? What are you talking about? Kiki pinched her waist and asked. Kakarot, what's going on with this planet? Your mission is to wipe out all of humanity, what have you been doing all these years? Raditz continued to ask. What Kakarot? Are you brain savvy? Kiki asked angrily, and when she said this, she also walked step by step in the direction of Raditz. Kiki! Don't go near him. Come back soon. Sun Wukong was shocked. Bang! Just when Kiki was just approaching Raditz, she saw Raditz's tail flicking gently. With a muffled sound, Kiki was pumped away by a tail. Boom! Kiki's body hit Bulma's plane hard. Suddenly, the fuselage of the aircraft was deeply dented, and the propeller fell to the ground and rolled several times. Chapter 013. Kiki. Sun Wukong was furious, and he was about to make a move on Raditz. As for Sun Gohan, because he was too young, after seeing his mother being beaten, fear replaced anger for a while, and he did not burst out with powerful energy. It's just that just when Sun Wukong was about to make a move, he fixed his eyes and found the tail dangling behind Raditz. What? Tail? Sun Wukong was stunned. Bulma quickly got out of the car and helped Kiki up. Fortunately, Kiki is worthy of being Goku's wife, belonging to the kind of anti-beating type, although she was hit by Raditz's tail, but it was not a big deal. You don't matter, do you? Bulma asked with concern. It's okay, Kiki gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Raditz. It's my words. I'll just hang up. Bulma's face broke out in sweat. Kiki, are you all right? Sun Wukong hurriedly asked. Out of the way, Gaku, he dares to hit me? Fix him for me. Kiki said to Gaku. I know, but didn't you find out? His tail. Sun Wukong replied. Tail. Kiki and Bulma fixed their eyes on each other, and sure enough, they saw the tail behind Raditz. The color of that tail is almost no different from the tail behind Sun Gohan. Finally noticed. Raditz smiled. Kakarot, do you remember everything? What comes to mind? What the hell are you talking about? Sun Wukong frowned and asked puzzled. What? Have you forgotten everything? Raditz was stunned for a moment and asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Sun Wukong said with a dark face, but you hit Kiki just now, I won't let you go. Did you hit your head by something and forget everything you did when you were a child? Raditz asked. I don't know. Sun Wukong shook his head. Well, since you've forgotten, I'll tell you. Raditz said coldly, Kakarot, you are a scion of the fighting nation, you were born on the planet Vegeta. When you came to Earth, your mission was to destroy all mankind. And I, your own brother, my name is Raditz. I'm here to see how well you've done the task. Sun Wukong was stunned. Bulma was stunned. Kiki was stunned. Sun Gohan's face was confused and he didn't understand. Brother? It's hard to find a relative, but it's such an eye-catching guy. Kiki huffed. Yes, this person is not a good person at first glance. Bulma nodded. Hey? Kakarot, where is your tail? Raditz suddenly discovered that Sun Wukong's tail was missing. I felt it was in the way, so I removed it. Monkey King said. What? You idiot! Tails are the source of our scion strength. Raditz's nose was crooked. Is it any wonder that you can get along with the humans of this planet? Hee hee. And have a child with a woman of Earth? The person I beat just now is my sister-in-law, right? Are you such a brother? Kiki crossed her waist and questioned angrily. Well, you hit Kiki, I don't want to pursue it, you go back quickly, I won't kill innocent humans. Monkey King looked at Raditz with a determined expression. Yes, Gaku also saved all mankind, he will not kill. Bulma said. Yes, my name is Monkey King, not what Kakarot you said. There you go. Sun Wukong nodded. Scions are originally a minority and sparsely populated. Raditz snorted coldly. However, one day, a huge meteorite hit the planet Vegeta, and both of our parents died in this meteorite event. Of the remaining scions today, besides you and me, there are 2 surviving guys left. The 2 of them also happened to be on a mission on an alien planet and survived. This time we came across a planet of great value, and the 3 of us scions had a bit of a hard time attacking, so I thought of Kakarot. Monkey King. Bulma. Kiki. I noticed just now, that little guy behind you is the son of you and that Earth woman, right? Raditz said with a smile. What do you want to do? Sun Wukong's face changed color. If you dare to move Gohan, I will fight with you. Kiki was furious. Raditz smiled contemptuously and walked step by step in Gohan's direction. Stop me! Sun Wukong drank. Bang! Raditz's light punch hit Sun Wukong's chest directly. Poof! Sun Wukong spewed out a mouthful of acidic water, and the whole person fell limply to the ground. Gaku! Kiki was flabbergasted. Chapter 015. Hey, that white-faced cat, are you a Garen Immortal? Bulma greeted the Garen Immortals. Garen Immortal. There was silence for 2 seconds. It's me, you're the eldest lady of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma, right? Garen asked. Where is my boyfriend Soifan hidden by you? Bulma did not see Soifan in the Garen tower and had to ask. The Garen immortal felt heartbroken. What do you call where I hid your boyfriend? What am I hiding your boyfriend for? Ahem. This little girl is really spicy enough. Garen immortal wiped his sweat and pointed to the upper airway. Soifan seems to have gone to the temple, right on top of Garen tower. Before the Garen immortal could finish speaking, Bulma controlled the jet helicopter and flew in the direction of the temple. I don't know how long I flew, but Bulma finally saw the huge temple suspended in the blue sky. Bulma piloted the helicopter and landed steadily on the ground of the temple. Tenjin! Mr. Bobo! The two only looked at the situation on the ground, but did not notice that mortals would fly helicopters to appear on the temple. Hey, Tianjin, listen to that white-faced cat, is our family Soifan here? Bulma asked directly. You're talking about the Garen immortals, right? The white-faced cat, the god cried and laughed. Soifan? Yes, it is coming. Mr. Bobo nodded and replied, he went to the room of spirit and time to cultivate, and he hasn't come out yet. To cultivate? He came here to cultivate? Bulma was stunned for a moment, and muttered in a low voice, it's really embarrassing for him, it's not like his style. Miss Bulma, you are here, asked the god. You are really leisurely, you are the god of the earth, don't you know what major events are happening below? Bulma questioned. Tenjin. We already know what happened next, Mr. Bobo said for Tenjin, I believe that Goku and Vic will defeat that man together. Vic? Vic the Great Devil? Did Goku join forces with him? Bulma was startled. Yes, they'll be there for brother Goku right away. Tenjin nodded, I hope the two of them can defeat that guy. Then I'm relieved. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she really didn't want Soifan to go over and die. Even Sun Wukong, the most powerful man on the earth, was put down by Sun Wukong's brother Raditz with a punch, replaced by Soifan's words, was he not killed in seconds? Although Bulma also wants her man to get ahead, she doesn't want her man to die in vain. By the way, where is Soifan cultivating? Bulma asked. In the room of spirit and time, just under the stairs over there, you can go in by yourself. Mr. Bobo pointed to a position in the rear left. Mr. Bobo, go and take Soifan out, Miss Bulma can't withstand the harsh environment there. Tenjin said to Mr. Bobo. Ah! I'm really sorry, I didn't think of this level. Mr. Bobo quickly bowed and apologized, Miss Bulma, then you wait a moment, I'll go and call him out. Bulma nodded, walked to the side of the god, and followed him to look down. Only, Bulma can't see anything. Can you see Goku here? Bulma asked. I am God, I can see naturally. Tenjin nodded, they've already dealt each other. Starting so soon? What do you think? Goku and Vic teamed up, can they beat him? Bulma quickly asked. The god did not speak, and his face was a little ugly. Wouldn't you? Aren't the two of them a match for that long-haired scion together? Bulma is discolored. The god still didn't speak. At the same time, Mr. Bobo took a deep breath, opened the door of spirit and time, and walked in. When Mr. Bobo went in and looked at it, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. I saw Soifan lying on the bed and sleeping heavily. Didn't you say you were going to come in and cultivate? Hey, wake up, Soifan, your girlfriend is looking for you. Mr. Bobo quickly stepped forward and patted Soifan's shoulder. Soifan was woken up by a series of power gifts. Qigong Wave, 30M, learned. Dance Technique, 10M, learned. Breath Sensing, 50M, learned. Combat Effectiveness 1030, 1030M. Dexterous Dodge, 100M. Mind Cultivation, 100M. God's Watch, 200M. Suifan opened his eyes and saw that it was Mr. Bobo. This black briquette's skills are really a lot. However, at present, except for the God's Watch that is somewhat useful to Suifan, the rest of the items, Suifan can't use for the time being. Mr. Bobo, why did you get in? Suifan didn't know what was happening outside, and asked curiously. Chapter 016. Also, Mr. Bobo's combat effectiveness is indeed above 1000. But for Suifan, it didn't matter anymore. Suifan, your girlfriend is looking for you. Mr. Bobo said, she's just outside. Bulma? Why is she here? Suifan was stunned, scratched his head and asked, by the way, how long has it been outside? More than 5 hours. Mr. Bobo said, now the form outside is not optimistic. Forget it, or don't say it. What happened? Suifan frowned, why didn't he say half of it? It's useless to tell you. Mr. Bobo replied lightly, simply put, an alien has descended on Earth and Goku and Vic are about to challenge him, and it is estimated that they have now been handed over. What? Is it the one I had a hunch about? He's coming? Suifan jumped up from the bed at that time, but his face was excited. How is it so fast? You seem to be very happy. After Mr. Bobo said this, he fixed his eyes and saw the tail behind Suifan, and he was stunned at that time. That. Suifan. How do you grow a tail? Of course, it is cultivated. A faint smile appeared on Suifan's face. You just said that they have already gone to war. Before Suifan downloaded the tail, he never released it. And in the room of spirit and time, Suifan did not need to hold his tail in his pants anymore, buttoned a hole in the back of his pants, and released his tail. Yes. Mr. Bobo nodded. Let's go. Suifan said, sorted out his clothes, and ran outside. After coming to the temple, Suifan saw Bulma at a glance. As if, everything was as if it was yesterday. The Bulma that Suifan saw was still so good looking, and her figure was still so slim. For Suifan, it has been more than 2 months since he saw Bulma. But for Bulma, that is, it was just separated yesterday. Oh! Suifan! You! How do you grow a tail? Bulma hurriedly rushed up, curiously picked up Suifan's tail, carefully examined it, and tugged hard. It's not like it's fake. How can you have a tail? Are you also a scion? Suifan smiled and gave Bulma a hug. Hey? Your hair. How did your hair get longer? Head. It seems to have increased a little bit. What happened? Bulma noticed that Suifan's appearance had changed a little. There is a room called Spirit and Time, and a day outside is equivalent to a year inside, and I stayed in it for more than 2 months. Suifan explained. Hey? This way. I said, how did you change so much? Bulma suddenly realized. Bulma, I'm going to save Goku, we'll talk about it when I come back. Suifan said, slowly rising into the sky. Hey? Are you going to save Goku? Don't go. That guy is awesome. Bulma hurriedly persuaded. Don't worry. Suifan smiled at Bulma. The heavenly god silently looked at Suifan, revealing a strange expression, but did not speak. To give the feeling of the heavenly god, Suifan's change is really too great. Especially the excitement and confidence on his face, it was almost the same as before. Phew! Suifan turned into a white light and sped towards the direction where Sun Wukong, Vic, and Raditz fought. The speed of the flight was so fast that the heavenly god couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw it. Hey, come back! Suifan! Bulma shouted. However, Suifan had already flown far. How did this kid cultivate? It impressed me. The heavenly god just glanced at Suifan, muttered, and quickly focused his attention on Wukong's side again. Suifan increased his flight speed. And he had to rush over to challenge Raditz. What is the purpose of cultivating for so long in the room of spirit and time? Not yet to be able to defeat Raditz? It's just, Raditz, this guy, you really didn't come at the right time. Now, Suifan's combat effectiveness has far surpassed Raditz, and he is fully capable of killing him in seconds. In fact, Suifan had cultivated in the room of spirit and time for about 10 days, and he had already increased his combat effectiveness to about 1,500. However, Suifan felt that it was not enough. He continued to cultivate hard inside, and in the process of cultivation, he honed his tail. Although the scion tail is a source of strength, it is also a weakness. Once the tail is pinched tightly, the scion will have no strength. This point, Suifan also tried. Suifan grabbed his tail hard, and at that time, he felt that his whole body was lying on his stomach, and he had no strength. Chapter 017. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening, since Suifan downloaded the tail, he naturally had to overcome the side effects brought by the tail. Today, Suifan's combat effectiveness has reached more than 3,100, which is somewhat not high or low, and he originally wanted to cultivate in the room of spirit and time for a year, so that his combat power could reach a height of tens of thousands. However, since Raditz arrived early, Suifan could not sit idly by. Phew! Suifan left a white light in the sky and accelerated the speed of flight. Just as Suifan was speeding towards Sun Wukong's side, the battle between Sun Wukong and Vic and Raditz was also the most intense moment. Fortunately, Suifan was not very far from the position of the battle between the two sides, plus Suifan had already increased his speed to the extreme. Soon, Suifan appeared at the scene of the battle between the two sides. Ha ha ha, Cockroach, do you really think that just the two of you can fight your brother and me? Raditz became more and more courageous, and while saying this, his figure shook and appeared behind the two from directly opposite each other. Bang! Raditz came out with both feet and hit Sun Goku and Vic in the back on the spot. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and Vic both fell to the ground. What a terrible guy, obviously attacking in front, but ran behind him in the blink of an eye. Bike's face became more and more ugly. Abominable! Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How? Cockroach, didn't I say that? You're still tender. With your little three-legged cat skill, you also want to challenge your brother? Raditz sneered. By the way, I'll tell you something by the way. Sun Wukong and Vic were both slightly stunned and pricked up their ears. Those two scions are even stronger than me, and much stronger. Raditz had an endless smile on her face. Sun Wukong's face became more and more pale. Vic broke out in a cold sweat. Monkey King, did you hear that? You should be excited. Vic turned to look at the Monkey King. Haha. Couldn't get excited at all. Only fear. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Okay, this is the end of the game. Since Cockroach you betrayed me, then I, the brother, have no reason to keep you. In Raditz's evil eyes, a thick killing intent emerged. Beep. Just when Raditz was about to use a killing move against Sun Wukong and Bike, the detector he wore on his eyes suddenly appeared a combat warning response. Combat power 3121. After Raditz saw the combat power value above, his eyes widened at that time and shock and panic appeared in his pupils. Who is it? Is the detector malfunctioning? Raditz was so frightened that his body trembled slightly. Snap! Raditz looked up and was surprised to find a person suspended in the sky. This person has a handsome appearance, wears an orange suit similar to Cockroach, and has a scar on his face. Exactly Suifan. Ugh! Suifan fell from the sky and landed directly opposite Raditz. Suifan? What are you doing here? The Monkey King is also a little surprised. Goku, do you remember what I said last night? Suifan said. Remember, you said that there might be a terrible opponent descending on Earth, but I didn't expect it to really hit you. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered, Haha, your hunch is very correct. This. Who is this guy? Raditz looked at Soifan with a shocked expression, his face full of vigilance and unease. Hey? How did Sun Wukong's brother show a look of fear after seeing this person? Vic was more attentive, and when he saw the change in Raditz's expression, he was a little puzzled. Immediately afterwards, Vic looked at Soifan carefully. I've seen this person, why don't I remember what kind of powerful character he is? Vic was even more confused in his heart. Tail. You have a tail too. Raditz finally noticed the tail behind Soifan. Just now he was only concerned about Soifan's combat strength, and he had not seen the tail yet. Hearing Raditz say this, Sun Wukong and Vic also immediately looked behind Soifan. Tail? Soifan, why did you grow a tail? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Are you Scion too? Raditz asked in surprise. What do you say? Soifan smiled. This can't be. The Scions have no surviving existence except for me and Kakarot, and my two companions, Vegeta and Naba. Raditz gritted his teeth. Oh? You think so? Soifan smiled and said lightly, it doesn't hurt to tell you, my ancestors came to Earth before the Scions left the planet Sherida. P.S. The update ends today, continue tomorrow. Ask for your tips. Only 1 yuan. Friends who have been rewarded don't have to break the bank. For every 1 person rewarded, +1 on the same day or the next day, no cap. Chapter 018. What? Planet Sherida? Is that? That was before Planet Vegeta. Raditz was shocked and his eyes widened. The reason why Soifan said this was also to give himself a new identity. After all, he suddenly became a Scion, and it was strange to say it. Hey? Soifan, are you a Scion? How did I not know? Sun Wukong also asked in surprise. Gaku, I also recently remembered these sealed memories. Soifan replied with a smile. Remembered. It is said that a Scion named Amoxi left the planet Sherida a long time ago. Could it be that he came to Earth? Are you a descendant of Amoxi? Raditz's pupils shrank sharply and looked at Soifan without blinking. Oh? You got it? Soifan smiled slightly. Beeb. Raditz was slightly stunned, and then saw that Soifan's combat power did not know when, it had already become about 300. Yes, it must be a malfunction detector. Just now, there was a guy with more than 700 people on the probe, and that little guy was actually Kakarot's son. Detector, how do you drop the chain at a critical moment? At the same time, Raditz seemed to remember that Amoxi was too far away from his own era, even if he was the most brilliant person in the past, but after so many years of washing, the person named Soifan in front of him was already the kind of mixed Scion who could not be more. After a moment of shock, Raditz's face gradually returned to normal, and he took a deep breath. Humph, since you are also a Scion, how about I sincerely invite you to join me on an alien expedition? Raditz invited first. Not interested. Soifan replied lightly. What? Are you not interested? Raditz's face was a little unpleasant. So, you, like Kakarot, are planning to betray us. The word betrayal annoys me when I say it. Soifan sneered. Ugh. Just for a moment, Soifan appeared directly opposite Raditz, so fast that neither Sun Wukong nor Vic who was present reacted. What? Raditz's eyes widened, and his expression was full of stunnedness. Snap! Soifan slapped Raditz's face, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints on Raditz's face at that time. Bang! Raditz flew straight out upside down and fell heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. Vic was dumbfounded. This Scion Raditz, who moved them to fear, was actually slapped away by Soifan? How did he do it? This. How is this possible? Raditz covered her reddened cheeks, her expression full of puzzlement and dazedness. Because, Raditz looked at the detector carefully and found that on the detector, Suifan's combat strength value was still around 300. Suifan stepped forward, grabbed Raditz's collar, and slipped up from the ground. Say, you won't come to Earth again in the future. Suifan shouted coldly. Too much deception, I won't lose to you. Raditz aimed his hand at Suifan's chest. Boom! The flame of light in Raditz's hand bloomed, and it hit Suifan's chest at that time. Snap! It seemed that the imposing energy bomb, after contact with Suifan's body, was easily blown away by the breath released by Suifan. What? This. That's impossible. Raditz was shocked. He took the blow of that guy head on, actually. Actually, Vic also widened his eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his face. That's awesome. Suifan, it's amazing. Sun Wukong was even more surprised. Is this still the person he knew who used to be called Leaping? It seems that you don't want to say it. Suifan sneered. Snap. Syllable. Suifan slapped Raditz in the face twice. Suddenly, blood oozed from the corners of Raditz's mouth, and endless fear appeared in his pupils. Temple. Tenjin. Mr. Bobo. This. When did he become so powerful? Tenjin asked in surprise. Coming out of that room, I felt a little different about him. Mr. Bobo mused. Hey, how's it going? Did Gaku and Vic team up to defeat that scion? Bulma hurriedly asked, who did you say just now? Tenjin and Mr. Bobo turned to look at Bulma. Both of them wanted to ask, as Suifan's pillow person, don't you know how powerful your man is? What do you see me doing? Bulma glared, and then said indifferently, forget it, I'd better hurry up and call Klin and them to help. Suifan's little ability, I'm afraid it will be dangerous if I go. Chapter 019. Suifan shouldn't be in danger, said the heavenly god. Humph, it's not your boyfriend again, of course you don't care. Really? Bulma snorted coldly, immediately piloted the jet, and left the temple in a huff. Battle scene. Since you don't want to say it, then I'll kill you. Suifan smiled. I say. Raditz was startled at that time, and hurriedly said, I will never come to Earth again, you let me go, I will leave immediately, go far. Seriously? Suifan looked at Raditz with a smile. That's true. Raditz immediately nodded with a chicken pecking rice. Suifan flew up and kicked on Raditz's body. Poof! Raditz spewed out a mouthful of acid, feeling that the whole person was not good. I'm leaving, Raditz croaked, walking step by step in the direction of the spaceship. The reason why Suifan did not kill Raditz immediately was also to hope that Gaku would die such a time because of this. If Sun Wukong didn't die, he wouldn't be able to see the King of the Realm, he wouldn't be able to fist the King of the Realm, let alone the Yuan Chi bullet. If Sun Wukong doesn't, where will Suifan download these two abilities? You can't die by yourself and go to the King of Realms to study again, right? Suifan can't afford to die, Bulma is still waiting for her at home. Moreover, Suifan believes that after experiencing this death, Sun Wukong has become more mature, which also provides a solid foundation for Sun Wukong's future growth. Both Monkey King and Vic were dumbfounded. Such a powerful opponent was actually instigated by Suifan? Sun Wukong suddenly remembered that he had to fight with Suifan before. Thinking about it now, if Suifan really wanted to fight with himself at that time, wouldn't he be looking for abuse? According to Suifan's newly written script, Raditz happened to pass by the location where Sun Wukong was when he walked in the direction of the spaceship. Raditz glanced at the Monkey King. Ugh! Raditz's eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure shook, and immediately appeared behind Sun Wukong. Snap! Raditz grabbed Sun Wukong's hair and controlled Sun Wukong in his hands. Don't move, it's better not to move. If you dare to move, I will kill him. Raditz shouted at Suifan. How? Isn't the lesson enough? Suifan's eyes narrowed. Kakarot is my brother, you cannot go, but today I will take him away if I say anything. Raditz said with a dark face. Suifan walked towards Raditz step by step. Stop! If you dare to step forward again, I will kill him. Raditz shouted angrily, I know your speed is fast, but I have condensed energy in my hands, as long as you dare to appear behind me, I don't mind killing Kakarot immediately. Suifan stopped. Even if you want to borrow Raditz's hand to let Sun Wukong go to the Realm King to cultivate, it can't be so obvious, right? Okay, that's it, stand where you are and don't move. Raditz sneered, I really didn't expect that the scions would actually become flesh and blood. After saying this, Raditz controlled the Monkey King to the vicinity of the spaceship. In front of Raditz, the current strength of Sun Wukong is too low to resist at all. Snap! Raditz opened the hatch of the spherical spaceship, casually pulled out the crying Sun Gohan, and kicked him to the ground. Sun Gohan, who was only 4 years old, fainted at that time. Gohan! Sun Wukong cared about his son and shouted loudly. My brother! You better take good care of yourself. Raditz smiled softly and dragged Monkey King into the spaceship. Although this spaceship is small, it can barely fit 2 people. Snap! The spaceship hatch closes. Hey, just let him go. Vic asked loudly to Suifan. How else? Suifan turned his head and asked. Vic was speechless. Don't worry, we can use Dragon Ball to bring Monkey King back. Suifan smiled. That's a good idea. Vic nodded and croaked again, but just let this guy go. He'll always come again. Suifan said lightly, I won't spare him lightly next time. Phew. The spaceship soared into the sky and fled into the starry sky. In the spaceship. Abominable. That scion named Suifan. Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clenched his fists, and then said to Goku in a cold voice, Kakarot, then you and I can enjoy space travel. I will not kill innocent people with you. Sun Wukong said with a firm expression. Humph, I'm afraid this is not up to you. Raditz smiled. What if I break this spaceship? Sun Wukong grinned. What did you say? Raditz was shocked. Idiot, this is space, you broke the spaceship, you have to die. Then I will die with you. Monkey King smiled. 10 seconds later. Boom! Above the distant starry sky. The spacecraft made a popping sound, and the sky bloomed with bright red colors. Losing the spaceship, Sun Wukong and Raditz, who were in space, quickly turned into an ice sculpture. 30 seconds later. Bang! Bang! 2 people with burning flames from high in the air, fell down quickly, and near Suifan and Bike, they smashed a large pit and raised a large piece of dust. What? What happened? Vic was startled and rushed forward. Chapter 020. Suifan didn't understand what was happening, and quickly flew over. Subsequently, Suifan saw Sun Wukong and Raditz lying on the ground. It has to be said that the vitality of the scions is still very tenacious. Previously, they were frozen into ice sculptures in space, and as they fell, the ice gradually melted. The 2 did not die, but their bones were shattered because they fell from space. Raditz wanted to use the dancing technique, but unfortunately, he was frozen into an ice sculpture before and lost consciousness. It can be said that both Monkey King and Raditz were woken up by falling. At this time, although the 2 were still alive, they were already dying. The immortal beans on Suifan's body have already been used up, and naturally he can't save Wukong anymore. However, Suifan then thought that Wukong would be sent by the heavenly god to the planet of the Realm King to cultivate next, so as to learn the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet, which was also a good choice for him. In fact, Sui Fan is somewhat selfish. As long as Wukong learns the Realm King Fist, then he can download it. Gaku, what happened? Sui Fan walked to Sun Wukong's side. Ahem, I broke the spaceship. Monkey King coughed. Why are you suffering? I was going to get you back through Dragon Balls. Sui Fan didn't expect Sun Wukong to make this move, but it saved some trouble. Originally, Sui Fan was still thinking that if Sun Wukong was really taken hostage, it could only mean that his life should not be extinguished. In this regard, Sui Fan will no longer let Sun Wu sacrifice in vain. Hey? You didn't say earlier. But I can't do it anymore. Sun Wukong didn't know what to say, and then looked at Sui Fan and said, Please. Please help me take care of Gohan. Don't worry, I will entrust it to a reliable person. Sui Fan thought about it and nodded slightly. Humph, Kakarot, you idiot, why are you suffering? He actually sacrificed his own life. Raditz had not yet lost his breath, and said hatefully while spraying blood. You are wrong, Sun Wukong will be resurrected soon. Vic glanced at Sui Fan, then at Raditz, and said lightly, On our planet, there is a magical thing called Dragon Ball, which can grant any wish, and Sun Wukong's companion will resurrect Sun Wukong. What? And does this kind of thing exist? Raditz's eyes widened, and a shallow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you guys made a mistake. I told my companion through the detector about everything that happened here. When the time comes, my companion will come to collect the Dragon Balls and then revive me. Vic. Your companion. When will the other two more powerful scions come? Monkey King asked. 1 year. A year later. Raditz snorted coldly, You don't know the strength of the scions, even if you can defeat me, but compared to my companions, you are just a small ant, they can easily pinch you to death. When the time comes, enjoy the fun of hell. Bang! Vic was furious, slapped a paw over, and hit Raditz's neck, instantly killing Raditz. 1 year. A year later, 2 more powerful scions. Sun Wukong's eyes were a little expectant and uneasy. I will work hard, I want to surpass you and surpass them. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong looked at Sui Fan with difficulty, and pointed in the direction of Sun Wuhan. Don't worry Gaku, Vic will take good care of Gohan. He must be an excellent teacher. Sui Fan said to Sun Wukong. Vic. The reason why he said this, Sui Fan felt that if he took Sun Gohan away, Bike's growth route would inevitably change a lot, and he would still travel in the direction of evil in the future. The reason why Vic will become a good person in the future is also because of the influence of Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Vic also looked stunned. Why, let me take care of that little ghost. Just before fighting Raditz, Vic heard Sun Gohan, the little ghost, crying all the time. Sui Fan, when I am resurrected, I will cultivate well. I want to surpass you. Sun Wukong smiled at Sui Fan and took his last breath. Ugh! The next moment, Sun Wukong's body disappeared all of a sudden. Humph! It must be that guy from Tenjin, I don't know what to do with Sun Wukong. Vic looked at it and muttered to himself faintly. Sui Fan naturally knew that Sun Wukong had gone to the Yin Cao Dimension, and would go to the planet of the Realm King through the Snake Road. Sui Fan glanced at Vic lightly. You can go, take Goku's son Gohan by the way, and hone him well, he will definitely help. Sui Fan said. Humph, what's the use of that little ghost who only knows how to cry? Vic said coldly. P.S. The death of the Monkey King, did anyone spray? Chapter 021. Because of Sui Fan's arrival, Son Gohan did not exert the power of anger, so Vic did not intend to train Gohan. Trust me, he's strong. Sui Fan said to Bike. After a short silence, Vic finally obediently stepped forward and clamped the sleepy Son Gohan by his arm. Immediately afterwards, Vic glanced at Suifan with some jealousy, and then flew into the sky and quickly left the scene. Not long after Vic left, a jet helicopter appeared in the sky. Inside the helicopter, it was Bulma. Bulma has brought the Turtle Immortal and Klin and Kiki over. At this moment, everyone in the helicopter was a little dazed for a while after seeing the situation at the scene. I still can't believe that Goku is an alien. Klin muttered. Actually, I've seen Goku a little unusual for a long time. The Turtle Immortal laughed. Just Suifan and the Scion lying on the ground, Goku and the Vic man. Bulma muttered. So, was that Scion killed by Vic and Goku? Klin breathed a sigh of relief. I'll just say, Goku will have a way. Bulma no longer hesitated, immediately controlled the helicopter, and landed steadily near Suifan. After getting off the helicopter, Bulma quickly ran towards Suifan. Suifan, it's good if you're okay. What happened? Bulma quickly asked. It's a pity that Goku and Raditz have died together. Suifan didn't explain much. Hey! After hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened, and their expressions were full of shock. Bulma and the others were silent for a while. But don't worry, Goku can be resurrected through Dragon Ball, and his body has been taken away by the gods in order to welcome 2 more powerful Scions in a year. Suifan said. Hearing Suifan say this, the dead atmosphere of the scene was finally solved. Yes, the Monkey King can be resurrected through Dragon Ball. Moreover, Tenjin took Goku away and should have his purpose. A year later, 2 more powerful Scions. The face of the Turtle Immortal changed color slightly. Goku was taken away by the gods? That's great. Then I was relieved. Klin breathed a sigh of relief, but then again, leaping. You seem to have changed a lot. My name is Suifan, you remember wrong, Klin. Suifan smiled. Wouldn't you? How could I misremember your name? Klin scratched his head and asked Bulma, Bulma, is his name Leaping? His name is Suifan, you really remember wrong. Bulma replied. That's weird. Klin was confused. Old Turtle, what do you think? Bulma turned to look at the Turtle Immortal and glared at him. Haha, it's called Suifan, and I also remember it's called Suifan. The Turtle Immortal laughed. Suifan, where is Gohan? Tears welled up in Kiki's eyes, her body trembled slightly, and she asked a little nervously. Gohan was taken by Vic to cultivate. Suifan said. Kiki's white eyes rolled and she fainted to the ground. What do you say? Was Gohan really taken away by Bike? Why not stop him, Suifan? Bulma looked at Suifan and asked. Everyone present believed that it was Son Gohan that Vic forcibly took away. No one knew that it was Suifan who asked Vic to take Gohan away. Not waiting for Suifan to speak. Miss Bulma, Suifan wants to stop him, but he is no match for the great Demon King of Bike. Klin smiled on the side and said. That's what I said, Bulma nodded, I'll be relieved that you're okay. But Suifan, how did you learn to grow a tail like Goku? Is it a fake tail installed behind him? You wouldn't be a Scion too, would you? Klin asked curiously. Okay, let's stop the small talk, the 2 Scions in a year are very powerful, we must cultivate well and strive to defeat them. Suifan didn't say too much nonsense, but said seriously. Klin nodded solemnly. It is said that this Goku's brother is very powerful, and even Goku is not his opponent. Well, a year later, those 2 Scions arrived, and Klin felt terrible to think about. By the way, Suifan, I remember how did Sun Wukong's brother find Wukong when he came here? Bulma asked curiously. He has a detector on his eye that can detect combat effectiveness values. Suifan pointed to the detector in Raditz's eye. Detector. Bulma leaned closer to take a look. Suifan stepped forward and directly took off the probe and handed it to Bulma. Well, let me go back to research, maybe I can find Tianjin Rice and them, so that there can be more people against the Scions in a year. Bulma simply pressed a few buttons of the detector and whispered. In this case, let's go back to the Turtle Immortal House first. Suifan proposed. Everyone did not object, and immediately took Bulma's helicopter and flew towards the direction of the Kamizen house. On the way, Kiki wakes up once, but the thought of the fact that Gohan was taken away by the great demon King Vic makes her eyes roll again. Chapter 022. After returning to the Turtle Fairy house, Bulma began to study the detector. Suifan sat on the beach outside the Turtle house and downloaded the skills of the Turtle Immortals. The Turtle Immortals have a lot of skills, but Suifan can't download them all. The only thing that made Suifan look at was the Demon Seal Wave of the Turtle Immortal. The size of the Magic Seal Wave is 100m, and with Suifan's current network speed, it takes 2 hours to download. Fortunately, the small island where the Turtle Immortal House is located has a radius of about 30 meters. Suifan's current location just won't let the Turtle Immortal be more than 10 meters away. 2 hours later, Suifan successfully downloaded the Magic Seal Wave. After getting the relevant information of the Demon Seal Wave, Suifan found that this thing was indeed very energy-consuming. But fortunately, with Suifan's current strength, he can successfully use the Demon Seal Wave. It's just that this thing has to be practiced diligently, otherwise once it is crooked when sealing, the next time you use the same trick on the enemy, the other party will not be easy to be fooled. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is it? Suifan was stunned. Because Suifan was surprised to find that his reputation value did not know when it changed from 0 to 2. By the way, he must have defeated Raditz, and his reputation value changed, right? Yes, it must be. It is worth mentioning that Suifan also saw that on the prestige value, several lines of remarks appeared. Prestige upgradable internet speed. 3G speed, download speed 120k/s600k/s10, reputation points required. 4G network speed, download speed 1.5m/s10m/s100, reputation points required. 5G network speed, download speed 100m/s1000, reputation points required. 6G speed, download speed 1G/s10,000, reputation points required. When he saw the speed of the internet that appeared above, Suifan's eyes straightened. Your sister, the 5G network speed has reached 100m per second. It's special. Similar to the Scion inheritance or something, it only takes 3 seconds to download it. Suifan thought of his tortoise speed download before, and felt a little sad. A distant starry sky, some unknown planet. Vegeta is sitting on the head of an octopus, nibbling on octopus paws in his hand. Raditz is dead. Naba said flatly. That poor guy was abused by a guy with a combat power of a little more than 3,000. Vegeta took a bite of octopus meat and said contemptuously. Vegeta, is that man named Suifan really a descendant of Amosi? Naba asked. I don't know, maybe. Vegeta smiled. If it is really a descendant of Amashi, it will be difficult to deal with. Naba was a little worried. Humph, even if it is the descendant of Amashi, after these hundreds of years of washing, the primeval bloodline on his body has long been diluted. Vegeta was surprised. Besides, his combat power is only a little more than 3,000, I believe you can destroy him without my attack. Yes, I was almost scared by him. Naba haha smiled. What interests me the most right now is the Dragon Ball they mentioned. Vegeta casually dropped the octopus claw, wiped his mouth, got up and said, let's go to Earth. Vegeta, shall we go find the Dragon Ball that can grant any wish? Are we going to revive Raditz? Naba asked. What's the use of resurrecting that idiot? Why not let the Dragon Ball give us permanent life so that we can fight forever? Vegeta smiled. Well, that's a good wish. Naba nodded. Hurrah! 2 Scion spaceships cut 2 arcs in the sky and retreated into the starry sky. Earth, Turtle House. After more than 3 hours of modification, Bulma finally modified the detector. Grandpa Turtle over there, come here. Bulma beckoned to the turtle immortal and pressed the detector she was wearing on her eyes. Grandpa Turtle, the turtle immortal was speechless at this title. However, the turtle immortal still walked forward very obediently. What for? The turtle immortal asked puzzled. I transformed the detector into a number symbol that I could understand, well. 139, the combat strength value of Wuxian teacher. Bulma said. Wow, that's amazing, 139. Even this can be measured. The turtle immortal was surprised. Bulma, quickly see what my combat power is. Klin hurriedly greeted. Klin's combat effectiveness. Wow, 206. Bulma said in surprise. 206. Haha, so to speak, have I already surpassed teacher Wuxian? Klin was pleasantly surprised. Is this thing reliable? The turtle immortal scratched his head, his face depressed. P.S. Dragon Ball's strongest teacher has 1.7 million words, and it is definitely worth watching. Vomiting Blood recommended. Friends who feel that this book is slow to update, you can go and see my Dragon Ball, the strongest teacher. Chapter 023. The most powerful thing about this detector is that it can show the specific location of the people with high combat power in this world, and the Scions are really smart. Bulma mused, then pointed in another direction. Over there. There's a 250 over there. 250, the turtle immortal was speechless for a while. It's Tianjin Rice, right? Yes, it must be him. Klin replied affirmatively. Beeb. Wow. 329. It's so strong. Who is it? Bulma's face changed color slightly, and cold sweat slipped down her delicate face. It must be Vic. The turtle immortal nodded. So, Goku's son must be by his side. Klin guessed, then asked, let's go get Goku's son back. No, Vic must have a reason for doing this. The turtle immortal shook his head, besides, we are not his opponents. Combat effectiveness 329. We will be killed. Klin snorted, his face pale for a moment in fright. Beeb. At this moment, Bulma's detector once again appeared a signal response. Combat power 3121. Who is it? Bulma exclaimed in fright. What? Klin's eyes were about to jump out of his sockets, and his face turned pale. 3121. Are you kidding? The turtle immortal also widened his eyes, his face was incredulous, and he thought that he had heard it wrong. Just in. Right outside, less than 10 meters away. Bulma's body began to tremble. What? Klin and the turtle immortal were shocked and quickly ran outside. Klin, turtle immortal, and Bulma rushed to the door to take a look, and were surprised to find Suifan sitting cross-knee outside. Ha ha ha, Bulma, what are you kidding? The combat power 3121 you said will not be Suifan, right? Klin laughed, thinking it was so funny. Klin knows more about the previous leaping. In Klin's opinion, Suifan's combat effectiveness is not as good as his own, and it is estimated that it is very remarkable to have a 170 or so. How could Suifan's combat effectiveness reach more than 3000? Hey? How did the combat effectiveness become 156 again? Bulma was stunned for a moment, looked at the value on the detector, and was a little puzzled. It can't be a malfunction, right? Klin asked. Quite possibly. It is estimated that there is a problem with a part. Bulma nodded. Are you testing combat effectiveness? Suifan smiled slightly and calmly got up. Yes, Suifan, just now Bulma detected your combat strength, and it has reached more than 3,000. Clin said. Is it? It's just over 3,000, too little. Suifan shook his head. Suifan, do you know what you're talking about? Do you say less combat effectiveness of 3,000? Clin crossed his waist and laughed. I heard that Goku's brother Radith's combat power seems to be about 1,500. And Goku's combat power is only a little more than 400, and Vic's combat power is more than 300. The two joined forces, Goku sacrificed his life, and finally killed Raditz. If you have 3,000 combat power, it is easy to kill Goku's brother in seconds. In the eyes of Clin and others, it must be Sun Wukong and Bic who joined forces to defeat Raditz. In this regard, Suifan just laughed. Ha ha, Suifan, you can really joke. Clin stepped forward and patted Suifan's shoulder. Suifan smiled and didn't explain much. Suifan knew that he was not enough. Only a little more than 3,000 combat strength, is not a capital to be proud of, let alone Vegeta who appeared a year later, that is, Vegeta's younger brother Naba. Suifan is still not an opponent. Suifan must make himself stronger. Must surpass Vegeta, surpass Frieza. But Suifan, let's cheer together, in a year, let's fight side by side. Clin said with a solemn expression. Suifan nodded. In the room, Bulma went back and disassembled the parts of the detector and looked at it carefully. Strange, there is nothing wrong with the detector. Bulma studied for a long time, but still did not find any fault in the detector, and was a little puzzled for a while. What's wrong? Bulma? The turtle couldn't help but ask when he saw Bulma's confused look. The detector is fine, but why did it just show that Suifan's combat power is 3121? Bulma held her chin and groaned. Wouldn't you? The turtles were surprised. Outside. Someone is coming. The turtle immortal looked up into the distance of the sea. Who is it? Clin was stunned for a moment. Suifan also looked into the distance. Not long after, a yacht appeared on the shore. Exactly, Archie Loeb. You're the duck chicken radish at Garen Immortals, right? Clin asked. P.S. Today the update is over, ask for tips again, not more, only ask for 1 yuan. For every 1 person rewarded, plus 1 on the same day or the next day, no cap. Friends who have been rewarded should not break the bank. Chapter 024. It's Archie Loeb. Akirobe shouted angrily, you did it on purpose, right? Hey. Clin scratched his head. It's hard to find a house in a place like this. Yachai Loeb said his intentions. I came to send a message to the Garen Immortals. He understands the situation here. He told you, Suifan, Tianjin rice and dumplings, go to Garen Tower immediately. Hey? Everyone goes to Garen Tat? The gods will train you personally. Akilobe added, reluctantly, and me. Really? Clin was a little surprised. Yes, I told him, I don't want to mess with that alien, but... It's useless, Archirobe looked upset. I know, I'll call everyone over. Clin nodded. By the way, there is one more thing, the Garen Immortal told him not to revive Goku until the enemy comes. Archie Loeb continued. Hey? Why? Clin and the others were puzzled. Goku is going to cultivate in the netherworld. Archie Loeb replied. What? Cultivating in Hades? Clin was surprised. In the next few days, Suifan first helped everyone get together the Dragon Balls. Even if he wanted to cultivate, Suifan was not bad for these 2 or 3 days. Subsequently, under the leadership of the Garen Immortals, Suifan and the others stepped on the Temple of the Earth together. Suifan didn't want to come, but he thought that Mr. Bobo's God's Watch had not been downloaded, so he had to go for a trip. Moreover, Suifan suddenly thought that there should be a lot of good things on the body of the heavenly god. For example, the ability of Nemesis to regenerate. Thinking of this, Suifan was looking forward to it. Before leaving, Bulma threw herself into Suifan's arms. Suifan, I'm waiting for you below, after a year, you must survive. Bulma raised her head and stared at Suifan. Suifan nodded solemnly. 3 days later, Suifan stepped into the Temple of the Earth again. It didn't take long for Tianjin rice and dumplings to also come here. Tianjin Fan was also shocked when he learned the news of Goku's death. You are all the most powerful humans on Earth, and in a year, 2 more powerful scions will come to Earth. I won't say much more, I hope you cultivate well and defeat them. When the heavenly god said this, he took a deep look at Suifan. Yes. God. Klin and the others quickly answered. Mr. Bobo, it's hard work for you next. Tenjin said to Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo bowed slightly. Mr. Bobo will train you for the next while. The heavenly god continued, beckoning to Suifan. Suifan, come on. Okay. Suifan followed. Strange, why let Suifan leave alone? Klin muttered softly. Isn't Suifan at the scene of the battle? Tenjin wants to know more, right? Tianjin Fan guessed. Yes, too. Klin didn't suspect anything more. The heavenly god took Suifan to a place where there was no one and looked at him with a solemn expression. You know all about it? Suifan asked with a flat expression. Yes, I have seen it all, your strength impresses me, and it is almost the same as 5 years ago. Tenjin smiled. It's not enough. Suifan shook his head slightly. You mean to say that those 2 scions who appeared a year later are even stronger than you? Tenjin asked in surprise. Originally, the heavenly god called Suifan over alone, just to ask if he was sure of defeating those 2 scions in a year. Unexpectedly, he hadn't asked yet, but Suifan had already answered. Yes, so I have to surpass them, far beyond them. Suifan nodded. Come on. Tianjin's eyes were full of expectation. I believe that Wukong is over there, and he will also cultivate well, and in a year, it will be up to you too. There are still many things I have to learn, and I will stay and practice well. Suifan replied. Not arrogant and impatient, success is not living. The heavenly god patted Suifan's shoulder and said approvingly, I believe that Suifan's future achievements must be limitless. In the following days, Mr. Bobo explained to Suifan and others how to use Qi, how to attack and defend. After Suifan heard it, he also gained a little bit. Not to mention, although some skills can be downloaded, but Mr. Bobo explained it again, and Suifan could understand it more thoroughly. At the same time, the heavenly god's gift package also appeared in Suifan's sea of knowledge. It is worthy of being the god of the earth. There are a lot of things that can be downloaded on my body. After Suifan saw it, he was a little excited. Among them, what interested Suifan the most were 2 things. One is the ability to regenerate limbs, which is 300m in size, and at the current internet speed, it takes 6 hours to download it like the Scion Heritage. Chapter 025. Suifan's guess was correct. Sure enough, as a celestial god of the Nemesis people, his body had the ability to regenerate. Limb regeneration. In the future, if he lacks arms and legs, Suifan can grow directly through the ability to regenerate. Moreover, it seems that the Nemesis can regenerate limbs as long as the head is not seriously injured. There is another thing worth downloading that Suifan is optimistic about. That's psychic. This psychic, the system also added notes for ease of understanding. Psychic, 200m, you can walk around the netherworld, but you can't stay for a long time. As for the phrase do not stay for a long time, the system does not say exactly how long. So, as long as he downloaded the psychic, Suifan could enter the Yin Cao dimension? Then, can Suifan go to the planet of the Realm King? Suifan felt a little excitement in his heart. So Fan was still thinking about how to download Sun Wukong's Realm King Fist. Now, with the channeling of the Heavenly God, he can go to the planet of the Realm King through the Yin Cao Dimension. It's just that the long snake road is extremely long, and so Fan decided to improve his strength again. In addition to these two skills, there are several skills that So Fan also likes. For example, Magic Clothes 10M. This magic clothes seem to be able to conjure up a brand new dress for yourself, and there is no other use in addition, no wonder it is only 10M in size. But for So Fan, this magic dress seems to be a little. So Fan couldn't help but think of Bulma. If you cast a magic dress on Bulma. So Fan was a little excited when he thought about it. In addition to the magic clothes, there is also God's watch, which is the same as Mr. Bobo's. Of course, Tenjin also has a magic seal wave to download. However, So Fan has already downloaded and learned the magic sealing wave, but he can't use it. There is also a skill, So Fan thought that it should also be downloaded. That is body borrowing, size 100M. This skill is a bit similar to the seizure of Xiaoxian novels, but it is not entirely correct. The ability of body borrowing, Tianjin once used, that is, at the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, Tian Shen borrowed a mortal body to participate in the competition. It seems that this body borrowing is to allow one's body and soul to wear to someone's body. So Fan didn't have anything to hesitate and decided to download all these skills. At least, in the near future, So Fan will stay in the temple, but it is convenient to download. Moreover, So Fan also observed that the place where the Heavenly God lived was not very far from his bedroom, and it was much more convenient to download. 6 days later, So Fan finally used that 2G network speed to successfully download many abilities from the Heavenly God. Body regeneration, psychic, magical clothes, body borrowing, now So Fan has completely mastered. Of course, in this process, So Fan's download was also interrupted once, but the last thing So Fan lacked was patience. In the end, So Fan took all these special abilities for himself. Very good, you have successfully mastered the theoretical knowledge, and everyone has a different understanding. Mr. Bobo said with satisfaction, the best way to cultivate is to fight, so let's have a small competition meeting, and we will compete with each other, and we will have a higher improvement in our own cultivation. Talk, haha. I like this more. Klin laughed. Tianjin Rice has a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Dumplings also nodded vigorously. Archirobe looked depressed and seemed to have no interest in the battle. So Fan's expression was indifferent. Not to mention, after the combination of theory and reality in these 6 days, as well as the running-in period after coming out of the spirit and time room, So Fan's combat effectiveness has improved a little bit. Now So Fan's combat effectiveness has reached 3633. Of course, So Fan could not be satisfied with the status quo. The combat effectiveness of 3633 still can't beat Naba and Vegeta. So Fan remembered that Vegeta's combat effectiveness during this period had reached a height of 18,000. So Fan felt that there was really not much time left for himself. Moreover, So Fan admitted that he was not a genius-type warrior. So Fan is just an earthling with mediocre qualifications, inheriting the bloodline of the Scions. I don't know if a year later, I can surpass Vegeta in my combat effectiveness. So Fan, will you show them first? Mr. Bobo greeted So Fan politely. He also knew that So Fan was very powerful. The reason why So Fan made a move was also to inspire and motivate Klin and others. Me. So Fan came back to his senses. Ha ha ha, So Fan, I will be merciful. Tianjin Rice said with a smile. Chapter 026. Don't make trouble, you are not my opponent. So Fan glanced at Tianjin Rice lightly. What do you say? Have you forgotten how you were abused by me at the world's first martial arts conference? Tianjin Rice was smiling. That's me letting you. Suifan's expression was indifferent. Oh? So, your strength has surpassed mine? Tianjin Fan suddenly became interested, and looked at Suifan with a smile, or... Now let's try it out? Since you want to find abuse, I will fulfill you. Suifan smiled. Immediately afterwards, Suifan slowly pulled out a black cloth strip from his body. Tianjin Fan was stunned. Clin was also confused. Archie Loeb glanced at this side curiously. Brother Tian, the dumpling called symbolically. Ahem, Suifan, you black strip, are you planning to use it as a weapon? Clin asked with a wry smile. Clin, you think too much. Suifan smiled and shoved the black cloth strip over his eyes. Clin. Dumplings. Archie Loeb. Tianjin Rice. After a short silence, Tianjin Rice was furious. How much do you have to look down on people? Actually hit me blindfolded? Just when Tianjin Fan was a little annoyed, something that made him even more angry happened. I saw that Suifan's left hand was placed behind him, and he just stretched out his right hand. At the same time, Suifan also took a horse step. Well, whatever you want to attack, if I move my footsteps, count me as losing. Suifan's face was filled with endless confidence. It's not that Suifan is big, Suifan also wants to judge the opponent's position with the slight vibration of the air in this way. This guy is simply unsightly. Tianjin Rice croaked his teeth, and the breath on his body also suddenly rose. The combat effectiveness of Tianjin Rice in this period was only a little more than 250, which was too much different compared with Suifan. Phew! Tianjin Fan rushed towards Suifan's direction quickly. Bang bang! Tianjin Fan launched a fierce attack on Suifan. Looking at Suifan again, he just stretched out a finger and easily blocked Tianjin Fan's attack. When they saw such an amazing scene, everyone was shocked. What? When did this guy Suifan become so powerful? Clin's eyes widened and he looked shocked. How is this possible? Tianjin Rice was also more and more surprised. Bang! Suifan slapped it over, and hit Tianjin Fan's chest at that time. Poof! Tianjin Rice flew out upside down at that time, and spewed out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. Brother Tian! The dumplings hurriedly rushed up and helped Tianjin Rice up. Suifan slowly took off the black cloth strip covering his eyes and glanced at Tianjin Rice. Are you okay? I'm a little heavy. Suifan smiled. Impossible. Suifan, when did you become so powerful? Tianjin Fan was stunned. Is this Suifan still the guy who was easily abused by himself at the world's first martial arts conference? Give Tianjin Rice the feeling, how come this guy's strength has surpassed himself a lot? This is the result of hard work. Suifan smiled slightly. By the way, before this, Suifan had been to the Room of Spirit and Time to cultivate for more than 2 months. Mr. Bobo said to Clin and the others. A Room of Spirit and Time? What is it? Clin hasn't heard of it. Cultivating there for a year is just equivalent to a day outside. Mr. Bobo explained. No wonder. That's how it is. Clin suddenly realized, haha, Suifan. You are really smart enough. Suifan smiled. Immediately afterwards, Suifan clearly saw that his reputation value actually changed from 2 to 3. Is it because he defeated Tianjin Rice that his reputation changed? Yes, it must be. If you want to upgrade to 3G speed, you need 10 reputation points, so if you work harder, you can increase the download speed. However, defeating Raditz and Tianjin Rice has earned a total of 3 reputation points. It seems that this reputation value is not so easy to earn, right? No way. No matter what, Suifan decided that he had to increase his reputation as soon as possible. You can also increase the network speed to 3G first. The speed of 2G, Suifan is really enough. Download anything at random and it will take at least an hour. Too slow. As long as you cultivate well, you will definitely surpass me. Su Fan said to Tianjin Fan, Klin, and the others. I didn't expect the temple to have such a magical place. Klin was pleasantly surprised. I finally know why Gaku is so powerful. Mr. Bobo, can we go in and cultivate? Tianjin Fan hurriedly asked. Of course, no problem. Mr. Bobo did not object, but the environment is very bad, and I am afraid that ordinary people will not last long. P.S. The morning update is over for the time being, and the evening continues. Aren't there any newcomers to tip you? Chapter 027. Since even Su Fan can hold on, we are not afraid. Klin said. You can only enter 2 people at a time, so you can team up by yourself. Mr. Bobo said. Of course, it's me and the dumplings in a group. Tianjin rice is a matter of course. Me and Su Fan. Klin smiled. I refuse. Su Fan shook his head. What? You refuse? Why? Klin was stunned and asked puzzled. I've already raised my strength to the extreme, even if I cultivate no matter how I cultivate, I can't improve much in a short time. If you want to go, you guys go, I won't participate. Su Fan smiled. Do you mean that your strength is far beyond ours? Tianjin Fan clenched his fists and asked. Isn't the battle just now obvious? Su Fan asked with a smile. Tianjin Rice felt heartbroken. In this way, in order to make you cultivate harder, I will challenge all of you before you enter. Su Fan said with a smile to Tianjin Fan and the others. What? Tianjin Fan and Klin were both taken aback. Su Fan, you are really arrogant enough. Tianjin Rice, how is it? Do you want to join forces? Klin looked at Tianjin Rice. Of course, I don't want him to underestimate it. Tianjin Fan nodded, you don't want to either, right? I don't want to fight. Archie Loeb sat on the ground, looking innocent. Let's go together. Su Fan beckoned to the 3 people of Tianjin Rice, Klin, and Dumplings. Suddenly, the 3 of them divided into 3 different directions and rushed towards Su Fan's side. Bang bang! With 3 muffled sounds, the 3 of them didn't know how Su Fan attacked, and they flew out upside down at that time and fell heavily to the ground. When the 3 got up from the ground, their faces were full of shock. This gap is not a little bit. And after defeating the trio, Su Fan found that his reputation value increased by 2 points. Now Su Fan's total reputation has reached 5 points. Okay, you guys play, I'm going home. Su Fan said, slowly rising into the sky. Go home? Su Fan, where are you going? Klin hurriedly asked. It's just that after Klin asked this sentence, he directly shut up. Didn't Su Fan say that he was going home? No, I mean asking. You went home and didn't practice? A year later, 2 more powerful scions will appear, that's what you said. Klin said. For me, it doesn't mean much to stay here and cultivate. Su Fan smiled, it's not that I'm not cultivating, but I want to change the environment. But by cultivating in the room of spirit and time, we can get more time. Klin said. That kind of environment, when you go in, you will know. Su Fan said lightly. Klin, don't you understand? He meant that we dragged him back. Tianjin Fan said with a smile. Yes, Tianjin Rice is right. Su Fan nodded. Subsequently, Su Fan no longer paid attention to the 3, but fell beside the heavenly god. Su Fan, you are right to do this, if you stay, there will indeed be no higher progress, it is better to cultivate in your own way. The heavenly god said to Su Fan with a solemn expression, I hope you work hard, you must protect the earth. Goodbye. Su Fan waved to the heavenly god, and then waved goodbye to Mr. Bobo and Klin and the others in the distance. Phew! Suifan turned into a white glow and flew quickly in the direction where Bulma's home was. After Suifan left, the three people of Klin, Dumpling, and Tianjin Rice were silent for a long time. Immediately afterwards, the three of them seemed to have beaten chicken blood and began to practice hard. After all, letting Suifan surpass them so much, they were a little unbalanced in their hearts. You know, in the past, Suivana was the bottom of the three of them. Oh, it's a little higher than Dumplings, but it doesn't necessarily beat Dumplings. Dumplings have more specific functions. Now it's good, Suifan actually surpassed them, and surpassed many, many more. Only Archirobe sat cross-kneeled on the ground, watching coldly. Humph, it's better to eat something delicious, why let me also cultivate. Achilope felt aggrieved. The reason why Suifan left the temple was because he had basically downloaded everything that could be downloaded. Originally, Suifan still wanted to download a few skills of Dumplings and Tianjin Rice, but after thinking about it, he couldn't waste time on downloading skills. Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist, 4 Elephant Boxing, and Dumpling's Mind Control skills will be downloaded later. Moreover, the skill of the Sun Fist, Suifan believes that it should not be difficult, as long as he ponders it himself, he should also be able to learn it. Suifan had already considered that the best way to improve his combat effectiveness was to conduct gravity training. Chapter 028. Suifan was in the room of spirit and time, basically overcoming 10 times gravity. Now what Suifan has to do is to overcome at least 100 times gravity. Suifan knew that the Monkey King in the original book had overcome 100 times gravity in just 7 days on his way from Earth to Namek. Of course, Sun Wukong is a genius type. Moreover, Sun Wukong had 6 immortal beans in his hand at that time, and he improved his combat effectiveness by being reborn on the verge of death. Suifan didn't think he could overcome 100 times gravity so quickly. However, even if his talent is dull, Suifan thinks that he should be able to overcome 100 times gravity in a month or 2, right? An hour later. Ugh! Suifan landed at Bulma's house. Bulma, I'm back. Suifan greeted. Bulma ran out of the room, looking Suifan up and down, and couldn't help frowning. Suifan, why did you come back so quickly? How are you doing? Bulma asked. I don't like deserters. Bulma, I would never be a deserter. Suifan smiled, but he was not angry. Girls want their men to stand tall, and Bulma, who is the richest woman in the world, is naturally no exception. Since Suifan had promised Bulma to take care of her for the rest of her life, he naturally had to fulfill his promise. You don't practice at the Heavenly God, what are you doing here? That being said, Bulma was still a little ambivalent. On the one hand, after 6 days, Bulma missed Suifan a little. Bulma, on the other hand, hopes to see Suifan, who survives, a year later. Bulma knew that a year later, the arrival of those 2 scions would definitely be a battle of life and death. If Suifan didn't cultivate well, his life would definitely be in danger at that time. Bulma, I thought of a new way of cultivation, I hope you can help me. Suifan said. A new way of cultivation? What? Bulma was stunned for a moment and asked. Bulma, help me build. As soon as Suifan said this, he saw Bulma's father, Dr. Brives, riding a bicycle past him. Suifan is back? Will those 2 scions really come in a year? Dr. Brives propped himself on the ground with one foot and turned to Suifan and said. Doctor, you came just in time, do me a favor. Suifan nodded and said to Dr. Brives with a smile. Need me to do something? Dr. Brives held up his glasses and asked. I need a gravity training room. Suifan said, telling Bulma and her father all her thoughts. Bulma and Dr. Brives looked at each other. This kind of cultivation method is really unheard of. Dr. Brives mused, but Suifan, are you sure you want to do up to 300 times the gravity? 300 times gravity, your weight is 80 kilograms, 300 times gravity is 24 tons. The gravity system is not simply putting heavy objects on your body, all parts of your body will bear 24 tons of heavy pressure. 300x gravity is for later, and my goal is to overcome 100x gravity first. Suifan said. 100 times gravity. That's equivalent to 8 tons of weight. Dr. Brives looked at Suifan in surprise. If you don't do this, how can you defeat those 2 scions in a year? Suifan smiled. Suifan, you're not joking, are you? Bulma asked. How long will it take to do it? Suifan asked. This. At least a month or so, right? Dr. Brives thought for a moment and replied. That's hard work, Drive. Suifan nodded. That evening, Suifan downloaded Bulma's high technology again. Sure enough, after having Bulma's high tech, Suifan found that his mind was flooded with many high-tech research materials. Even, Suifan had a certain understanding of the system of the gravity training room. Afterwards, Suifan looked at Bulma's body to see if there was anything else to download. It is worth mentioning that Bulma's ultra technology did not appear. After downloading Bulma's high technology, Bulma's body has no option to download. Over the next few days, Bulma and Dr. Brives began building the gravity cultivation room for Suifan. Suifan, help bring the wrench over. Bulma greeted Suifan. Between couples, they already have a taste of each other physically, so there is nothing to be polite. Bulma, this is for Suifan in the creation of gravity training room. Suifan is next to the hand, just to put the downloaded knowledge into practice. Dr. Brives was outside setting up the entire training room. Suifan handed the wrench to Bulma. Chapter 029. This place. Something isn't quite right. Bulma took the wrench, looked at the dashboard above, and fell into deep thought. I look normal. Suifan looked in his eyes and asked. Bulma glanced up at Suifan. After a short silence. The program of the gravity training room is almost designed, but I want to make it in a way that gravity can only take effect if it is incorporated into your genes. Bulma said. Integrate into my genes to work. Suifan thought thoughtfully. Think about it, if you're doing 100x gravity training, if I accidentally come in, I'll be crushed to death. Bulma said with a solemn expression. So. You are right, it is true that only my own use is more appropriate. Suifan nodded. Now I'm thinking about how to get the system to automatically recognize your genes. Bulma held her chin and muttered. Modify the system code. Suifan proposed. I thought about changing the system code, but the system code cannot be changed in a little bit, it takes a lot of time, and typing the code is a very boring thing. Bulma scratched her head and said with some distress, after changing it like this, after testing, several days have passed. Suifan did not speak. Dad is busy building equipment outside, and the code of the system is written by me, I really don't want to write and change the code anymore. Bulma sighed, if only I had a doppelganger, let my doppelganger complete the code for me. Bulma was talking, but saw Suifan sitting in front of the computer, skillfully typing code. Seeing the line of program instructions that Suifan knocked down, Bulma's beautiful eyes almost jumped out of their eye sockets. Moreover, Bulma clearly found that the code that Suifan had typed down was correct, just as he had envisioned. Suifan. You. When did you learn to program? Bulma stuttered. I learned it a long time ago, and I used it for the first time today, so it's a little rusty. Suifan typed 2 more lines of code and said without looking back. Bulma. Do you call this rusty? How fast you knock the program code without thinking, okay? You've also gone to learn programming with Pool before? It's unimaginable. Bulma was surprised. Pool didn't learn. Suifan smiled and asked casually, by the way, Pool and Oolong went out to school for a trip and haven't come back yet. Soon, Hey? This time their school went on a spring outing to a faraway place, and they had to go for 10 days. Bulma counted the time. I should be back tomorrow. The pool mentioned here is the flying cat that Leaping used to have. However, after Suifan woke up, Pool and Oolong both went out for a spring outing, so they were not present. Wait a minute, Suifan, you have a bit of a problem with this code, shouldn't you write it like this? Bulma watched Suifan typing the code in the back and said suddenly. Yes. Suifan ignored it and continued to type down another line of code. Hey? Yes? Yes? Is it still possible to write like this? Bulma's small mouth opened slightly, and a look of shock appeared on her face. Bulma originally thought that Suifan's line of code was problematic. It was only when Suifan connected the next line of code that Bulma discovered how clever Suifan's code was. Bulma, hurry up, continue at this pace, 1 month is enough to complete the gravity training room. At this time, Dr. Breves also happened to come in from outside. And saw Suifan sitting at the computer desk typing on the keyboard, Bulma watching from behind, and thought that Bulma was grinding foreign workers. However, after Dr. Breves said this, he found that both of them ignored him. Dr. Breves couldn't help but walk up and crane his neck to look. At this look, Dr. Breves' glasses almost fell off. Suifan, you. When did you learn to write programs? Dr. Breves was more surprised and surprised. I learned it a long time ago, I haven't used it much, but I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Suifan turned back to Dr. Breves and nodded slightly. It's remarkable. Dr. Breves was somewhat impressed by Suifan. Previously, Dr. Breves felt that this Suifan was just a lazy person. The daughter followed him, and it was really a flower on cow dung. However, Dr. Breves is more liberal and does not say it explicitly. At least, Dr. Breves' previous opinion of Suifan was that he didn't like it, even a little annoying. Now seeing the code written by Suifan, of course, Dr. Breves could not have changed his attitude drastically all of a sudden, but it had changed a little. P.S. The update ends tonight, please tip. Chapter 030. 20 minutes later. Okay, done. Suifan clapped his hands and pressed the simulation run button. The system starts running. Nothing major problem. Yes, Suifan, I didn't expect that the code you modified was actually the same as I thought, you won't be a roundworm in my stomach, right? Bulma smiled and looked at Suifan in surprise. We've been together for so long, can I not know what you think? Suifan smiled. Great. This is a lot easier. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, Pool and Oolong returned from a school trip. Suifan, after seeing Suifan, Pool flew towards Suifan and threw himself into Suifan's arms. During this time of Pool's spring outing, Bulma and Pool also told Pool some things by phone. Therefore, Pool directly called Suifan's real name. How's Pool? Are you happy going out this time? Suifan smiled and touched Pool's head. Then, in Suifan's sea of knowledge, 2 options for Pool that could be downloaded appeared. Transfiguration, 80M. Flight, 90M, no gas required. These 2 downloadable options look pretty good. Suifan decided to download them all. However, it is not the time to download now, wait until you have the opportunity. The most important thing now is to quickly build the gravity training room. Then, Suifan had to find a way to earn a little prestige value. Now Suifan's total reputation value is 5, which is pitiful. To upgrade to a 3G network, you need at least 10 reputation points. Only, how do you get more prestige? That night, Suifan was in the darkest corner of the city and eliminated a gang that committed the crime. However, what puzzled Suifan was that his reputation had not increased a little because of the elimination of this gang. Prestige. Suifan muttered in a low voice, is it because he is not famous yet? If you change to Mr. Satan, shouldn't it be easy to accumulate prestige? Thinking like this, Suifan took advantage of Bulma and Dr. bribes in the process of building a gravity training room to fight a World Boxing Championship and easily won the first place. It's just that what makes Suifan a little strange is that his reputation value has not changed because of this, and it is still 5. Suifan frowned. On the way home, Suifan heard someone shouting help on the ground not far ahead. Suifan immediately turned on the God's watch and looked into the distance. At a glance, Suifan saw a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex, and in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, there was a child running at a rapid speed, shouting help while running. Isn't this Son Gohan? Son Gohan and Vic cultivating here? However, Suifan let go of the induction, but found that Vic was actually thousands of miles away, which was far away from here. Moreover, looking at what Son Gohan was wearing, it was still the same as before, and there was no change. It is said that according to the development of the plot, the current Monkey Rice should be dressed in the costume of the Monkey King, and there will be a conspicuous demon engraved on the back of the clothes. At the same time, Son Gohan will have a short sword in his hand for self-defense. All this, no. Suifan thought about it, fell from the sky, and slapped the large Tyrannosaurus Rex unconscious. Hey? Yes. Is it Uncle Suifan? Sun Wuhan was stunned for a moment, and after seeing Suifan's appearance clearly, he was suddenly surprised and delighted. Suifan smiled at Sun Wuhan. Uncle Suifan. I want to go home. I want to go home. Woohoo! Sun Wuhan threw himself into Suifan's arms at that time, crying bitterly. Suifan had nothing to comfort Sun Wuhan, so he made him cry for a while. Uncle Suifan, I'm looking for my mother, I'm looking for my father. Sun Gohan sobbed. Gohan, your father died in the battle with the Scions, you have to believe in your abilities, follow Big to cultivate well, and in a year, you will see your father. Suifan said positively. Sun Gohan stopped crying and looked at Suifan with a pout, looking very aggrieved. Gohan, Uncle can take you back to your mother. Suifan said, but in a year, if those two Scions come, you may not be able to help your father. Can I help my dad? Sun Gohan was stunned and asked rhetorically. Don't you want to fight alongside your dad? Suifan smiled and asked. I think, Sun Gohan nodded. In that case, you have to cultivate well, you are also a Scion, you are a fighting nation, the most powerful warrior in the entire universe. Suifan patted Sun Gohan's head. Well, I know, I must work hard. Sun Gohan nodded bravely. Chapter 031. By the way, Gohan, where's Bike? Did I come over to train you? Suifan asked. He's been here. Took a look at me and left. His eyes are so terrifying. I don't want him to train me, I want Uncle Suifan to train me. Sun Gohan looked aggrieved. Vic would be a good teacher. Suifan smiled. However, Suifan was a little unhappy in his heart. This guy Vic actually didn't train Sun Gohan. Suifan thought about it carefully. It seems that in the original book, after Vic took Sun Wuhan away, he really did not train him immediately, but just threw him into a primitive area and let his husband save. Snap! Suifan aimed his hand at Sun Gohan's head. With the magic light flame blooming, Sun Gohan's body was completely new. At the same time, Sun Gohan's body also has a new set of clothes. This outfit, almost exactly the same as Sun Wukong's, is no longer the word devil behind him, but replaced with the word Wu. In addition, Sun Gohan's hand also has an extra sharp short sword. And these skills were exactly what Suifan obtained through the Heavenly God download. Hey? Well? Sun Wuhan was stunned, looked at his changes curiously, and looked at Suifan with adoring eyes. Uncle Suifan, can you do magic? A little bit. Suifan smiled. Uncle Suifan is so powerful. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. Gohan, let Uncle see your true strength. Suifan had a whim and planned to fight with Sun Wuhan simply, which may also be an improvement for him. After all, Suifan's Scion inheritance was downloaded from Sun Gohan's body, and no matter what, Suifan was still very grateful to him. Well? Scion heritage downloaded from Sun Gohan? After thinking of this level, Suifan seemed to have something in his mind. Before Suifan was just an ordinary earthling, there were no characteristics, except for the crappy fist technique of the wolf-tooth wind fist, there were too few other masteries. Suifan saw the Scion inheritance from the bodies of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, and even Radit's body. However, Suifan chose Sun Gohan's Scion inheritance to download and use. At that time, it seemed that the reason why Suifan chose Sun Wuhan was also because Sun Wuhan was a child. As long as he accompanied him to play small games or something, he would not run around. After all, it takes 6 hours to download a Scion heritage. If it were to Sun Wukong, Suifan would not feel that he could maintain a distance of within 10 meters from him within 6 hours. Now that Suifan thinks about it, he has cultivated hard enough, but his combat effectiveness is growing so slowly. Is it because he downloaded Sun Wuhan's Scion inheritance? After all, Sun Wuhan in this period was indeed very average in terms of cultivation speed. Perhaps, the strength of the Scion inheritance replaced by Sun Wukong will be further improved. It's just that Sun Wukong is dead now, so let's talk about this for a while. Wait, if it were replaced by Broly's Scion heritage? Suifan immediately thought of Broly, the legendary Super Scion. Unfortunately, Suifan is just thinking about it at present. He doesn't know what direction the planet Wampa where Broly is located. Suifan decided to wait a few months for his strength to improve, and personally went to the Realm King to ask. You can also download Sun Wukong's Scion heritage by the way. Uncle Suifan, then I attacked. Sun Gohan asked. Well, come on. Suifan beckoned. Hey! Sun Gohan jumped and bombarded towards Suifan. Snap! Suifan gently blocked. Bang bang! Sun Gohan launched a fierce attack. 20 seconds later, Suifan gently waved his hand and knocked Sun Wuhan to the ground. Ah! It hurts, Sun Gohan croaked his teeth and rubbed his aching body. Gohan, it seems that you have not mastered how to control the breath. Suifan said to Sun Wuhan. How to control the breath? Sun Wuhan was stunned and looked at Suifan for no apparent reason. It's like this. Suifan said, and immediately raised his breath up apart. Ugh! Suifan aimed his hand at a nearby mountain, and the light in his hand bloomed. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain was razed to the ground, leaving only trails of smoke and dust that spread in this big explosion. Hey! Sun Gohan was scared stupid. Actually, you can too. Suifan said. Can I too? I can't, Sun Gohan was a little frightened. Gohan, as a man, you can't say that I can't do these 3 words. Suifan corrected solemnly. Ah! B. Sun Gohan immediately nodded obediently. Now, you try to feel the breath in your body, condense the breath into your hands, and destroy that small mountain. Suifan pointed to a small hill in the distance and ordered to Sun Gohan. P.S. Finally sent all the bonus changes for rewarding friends. You can be lazy today, quack. Chapter 032. I'll try. Sun Gohan clenched his fists. 10 minutes passed. Snap! Sun Gohan sat on the ground with his butt, panting heavily, and sweating on his face. Uncle Suifan, no, I can't do it. Sun Gohan held his mouth, wanting to cry and cry. Gohan, you were just using your strength in the air just now, and you didn't condense your breath. Suifan thought for a while and corrected, the so-called breath, that is, the energy in the body, is stored in your body, and you need to condense a part of this energy and use it as an energy bomb. It's hard to understand, Sun Gohan scratched his head. Come again. Su Fan scolded. Ah! So fierce, Sun Wuhan quickly got up and tried to condense his breath again. This time, about 5 or 6 minutes or so passed. In Sun Gohan's hand, an energy bomb flashing with golden light appeared on the ground, which was the size of an egg. Uncle Su Fan, I succeeded! Sun Gohan shouted excitedly. Snap! Sun Gohan's shout suddenly lost his mind, and the energy bomb that was hard to condense also collapsed at once. Well, it's good, this is just the beginning. If you cultivate well in the future, you will definitely be able to condense a powerful energy bomb. Su Fan encouraged. Yes. Sun Gohan's pupils were filled with adoration. Hey! Su Fan saw with his own eyes that at this time, his reputation value changed from 5 to 6. No wonder the change in prestige value, Su Fan has never noticed it. It turns out that the change in reputation value is not prompted, just a simple number change. It's just that by simply teaching Sun Gohan, his reputation value has changed and increased by 1 point. On the contrary, he went out to fight black boxing and won the title of the first place in the boxing championship, but his reputation value did not increase a little. Why is that? But anyway, the prestige value can be increased, which is also a good thing for Su Fan. Now Su Fan's total reputation has reached 6, and there are 4 points left to upgrade the network speed. How can the remaining 6 points be improved? Su Fan tried to guide Sun Wuhan again. As a result, Su Fan found that the reputation value did not change. Can it be said that you can only get a little prestige from everyone? That's not right. Raditz gave Su Fan 2 prestige points. That being the case, Su Fan had a whim. Gohan, Uncle is also going to cultivate, you cheer well, I will come over and point you out when I have time. Su Fan patted Sun Gohan's head and slowly flew into the sky. Goodbye Uncle Su Fan. Sun Gohan waved goodbye. Su Fan turned into a white glow and sped away in the direction of Bike. Vic, who was closing his eyes and concentrating on cultivation, seemed to sense an aura coming towards him, and opened his eyes at that time. Ugh! Just when Vic had just opened his eyes, Su Fan had already arrived directly opposite Vic. Are you? Vic looked at Su Fan with a wary look on his face. Bike, I asked you to take care of Sun Gohan and train him, how are you doing? Su Fan asked with a dark face. Humph, I said before, the kind of little ghost who only likes to cry, what is there to train? Even if he is trained, it will not be of much use after a year. Vic gritted his teeth and said to Su Fan. So, you don't believe me? Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you know who I am? You dare to talk to me in this tone? Vic was also a little embarrassed. You know. Isn't it the great demon king of Bike? Su Fan smiled. Wow, whoa! Vic roared, and his right hand jerked out in Su Fan's direction, and then a huge energy rushed out from Vic Fan's body. Su Fan didn't dodge at all, and let those energies hit him. Su Fan's current strength surpassed Vic too much, and Vic's attack could not cause damage to Su Fan at all. When the smoke cleared, Bike's pupils shrank together. Since you know that there is a huge difference in strength between you and me, why would you bother? Su Fan smiled. This, Vic shuddered with trepidation. Snap! At this moment, Su Fan saw with his own eyes that his reputation value jumped again, changing from 6 to 7. I go, is it really to defeat a person and gain a little prestige? Or, after killing, you will get 2 reputation points? Your sister, how many people have names in Dragon Ball? Even if you defeat everyone, can you have 100 reputation points? 100 reputation points to upgrade the 4G network speed. However, with 4G network speed, so if Fan thinks it is basically enough, right? After all, a Scion heritage, if you use a 4G network, it only takes 1 minute to download. Next, it's time for me to attack, right? So if Fan smiled slightly and looked at Vic with interest. P.S. Today's update is over, no tip? You can get some flowers. Chapter 033. Vic was like a big enemy, and the whole person was also frightened. Bang! So Fan waved his hand gently, and an invisible energy hit Vic's body at that time. With a muffled sound, when he looked again, Vic flew directly upside down. Boom! Vic crashed into the mountain behind him. The whole mountain collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Poof! Blood spurted wildly from Vic's mouth. Cultivate well, this level of combat effectiveness is far from enough compared to the Scions in a year. So Fan landed on the opposite side of Vic and said lightly, even if it is me now, I am not their opponent. Speaking of this, So Fan stepped forward and patted Vic's shoulder. Phew! So Fan took off and left the scene. He. He said those things on purpose to motivate me, right? Vic looked at the departing So Fan with a stunned expression, and he didn't know why, and he felt a warmth. Where did Vic know that So Fan was not in the mood to motivate him? So Fan did this just to earn a little prestige value. Through the battle with Vic just now, So Fan only gained a little prestige value from him. Even if he injured Bike, his reputation still showed no signs of increasing. So Fan decided to find someone else to try again. Phew! So Fan turned into a white glow and sped towards the direction of the temple. Not long after, when So Fan passed by the Garen Tower, he glanced at the Garen immortals inside. Snap! So Fan landed in the Garen Tower. Garen Immortal! Hello Garen Immortal! So Fan waved his hand. So Fan, I didn't expect that your strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and you have far surpassed Sun Wukong's brother Raditz. The Garen immortals apparently knew about it too. Yes, but I have a sense of foreboding that I am still far from the 2 Scions who will arrive in a year. So Fan said seriously. Cultivate well, I believe that you, joining forces with Gaku, will definitely be able to defeat them. Garen encouraged. Garen Immortal, is there really not a single immortal being left? So Fan asked. Yes, the last 2 fairy beans have already been given to you. Garen Immortal shook his head, the growth period of immortal beans is very long, I am afraid that it will be very remarkable to be able to grow 2 immortal beans in a year. Goodbye. So Fan felt that there was nothing more to talk about, and immediately flew out of the Garen Tower and continued to fly quickly towards the sky. Garen Immortal. Soon, So Fan appeared above the temple again. So Fan fixed his eyes and found that Tianjin Fan was discussing with Klin. Moreover, the breath of Tianjin rice and Klin has been highly improved. At least, compared to a few days ago, it can be described as a qualitative leap. So Fan, are you here? Klin greeted in surprise. Tianjin Fan did not speak, but smiled confidently. The heavenly god also looked towards So Fan's side and nodded slightly. Both of you have improved your aura a lot, so you've already been to the room of spirit and time. So Fan asked with a smile. Yes, I went in with Yachilobe, I stayed in it for half a year, and this guy Yachilobe couldn't stand it after a week. Klin smiled, my strength has improved a lot, and I don't think I will easily lose to you So Fan now. So Fan, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Tianjin Fan smiled slightly, and the confident look on his face was even worse. So, you're trying to challenge me? So Fan smiled and asked with interest. I have been in the room of spirit and time for 8 months, and I have also made a big breakthrough, and I will not lose to you again this time. Tianjin Rice is full of confidence. Okay, who's coming first? So Fan asked, forget it, the 3 of you should go together, it's so troublesome. So Fan, do you know what you're talking about? Do you really think that we are still who we were a few days ago? Tianjin Fan was so angry that his nose was crooked. Or else. Su Fan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Tianjin meal, haha, don't be irritated by Su Fan, let's go together. Klin nodded, since he is so arrogant, we can't let him underestimate him. Tianjin Fan nodded gently. Whoops. The three divided into three different directions and launched an attack on Su Fan. After making contact with the bodies of the three, Su Fan found that the strength of the three of Tianjin Rice had indeed improved a lot. Now Klin's combat effectiveness has reached 1230, Tianjin Rice's combat power has reached 1480, and dumplings are weaker, only 520. It can be seen that the three of them have not suffered much in the room of spirit and time. As an earthling, it is already very amazing to be able to cultivate combat power to this extent. Chapter 034. 10 seconds later. Su Fan easily knocked the three to the ground. Then, Su Fan was pleasantly surprised to see that his reputation value increased by 3 points again. Now, Su Fan's reputation value has just reached 10 points. Finally reached 10 prestige points. Su Fan was overjoyed in his heart, and he could finally upgrade his network speed. However, what made Su Fan feel strange was that Tianjin Fan had obviously provided a reputation value once before, how could there be him this time? Su Fan couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it so much. Immediately, Su Fan kindly saw that behind the 2G network speed, there was an additional upgrade button. Su Fan pressed the button. Confirm spending 10 reputation points to upgrade cellular data. A prompt is given. Confirm. Su Fan did not hesitate. The upgrade is done in almost a second. Su Fan immediately looked at the panel of the system. Current cellular data, 3G. Current download speed, 120k/s 600k/s. Reputation value, 0. Su Fan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Tianjin Rice. He had to find a skill to download, so as to feel the speed of the 3G era. Su Fan had contact with Tianjin Rice before, and the option that Tianjin Rice could download suddenly appeared on the panel. In addition to other common skills, there are Sun Fist 50M and 4 Elephant Fist 60M and Qigong Cannon 60M. Su Fan first chose the Sun Fist. Start downloading. The current cellular data is 120k/600k per second, and the estimated completion time is 3 minutes. I went, and sure enough, the internet speed improved a lot. Su Fan felt a burst of joy in his heart. Wait a minute, what is this? Su Fan fixed his eyes and found that behind the 3G network speed, another prompt appeared. Breakpoint resume. Yes, it's a breakpoint resumption. The so-called resumable upload means that after the download is interrupted, such as interrupting the network or restarting the computer, etc., when downloading again, the progress of the last download can be resumed. Su Fan found that behind the breakpoint resumption, there was also a small button to upgrade. What is there to hesitate about? Su Fan immediately pressed the small button of upgrade. Insufficient prestige. To upgrade the breakpoint resumption, 20 reputation points are required. Suddenly, such a line of text appeared in Su Fan's sea of knowledge. It seems that to upgrade this thing, you still need reputation points. Su Fan didn't pay attention to it anymore, at least for Su Fan, the thrill brought by 3G network speed has a feeling of stepping into a new era. The previous tortoise speed download speed, Su Fan now feels pain when he thinks about it. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist was successfully downloaded. Hey, Su Fan, you've been following me since just now, what do you want to do? Tianjin Fan looked at Su Fan with a dark face and asked. I'm observing your shortcomings to see if I can guide you. Su Fan smiled. What do you say? Are you going to guide me? Tianjin Rice is a little unhappy. A person who was once trampled under his feet now far surpasses his own strength, and this gap is still very large. Bang! Sui Fan's heavy punch hit Tianjin Fan's abdomen. Poof! Tianjin Rice spewed out a mouthful of acidic water, and the whole person's face turned white. The next moment, Tianjin Fan crashed to the ground and completely fainted. Brother Tian! Dumpling was shocked, rushed up quickly, aimed his hands at Sui Fan, and cast special functions. In this regard, Sui Fan only raised his breath slightly, and easily resisted the side effects caused by special functions. Dumpling, can't you see that I'm helping your brother Tian? Sui Fan said lightly to the dumplings, if you use special functions on me again, I will be rude to you. Dumpling was startled and hurriedly withdrew his hands. Tianjin Rice, this guy is good everywhere, but I can't see that I am strong, so I must teach him a little lesson, otherwise when the scions come, it will not be as simple as fainting. Sui Fan said lightly to Klin. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. Klin laughed and snorted. After Sui Fan knocked Tianjin Rice unconscious, he found that his reputation had not increased. Sui Fan basically figured it out. It seems that this reputation value can only be provided once by each person in a specific time period. It seems that as long as this person's strength is improved, and he is defeated again, he can gain reputation points again. Sui Fan looked at the faint Tianjin Rice, and downloaded the 4-elephant fist and Qigong cannon from his body. The 4-elephants fist is a relatively magical boxing method that can divide the body into 4 parts, similar to the existence of the avatar. Qigong cannons are actually a bit chicken to say. At the beginning, the power of the Qigong cannon was still relatively large. However, later, the power of the Qigong cannon was not a little worse than that of the Turtle School Qigong wave. After downloading the 4-elephant fist and Qigong cannon, Sui Fan left the temple and returned to Bulma's home. P.S. Ask for tips, ask for tips, ask for tips. Chapter 035. A month later. The gravity training room was finally developed by Bulma and Dr. Brives. Sui Fan immediately threw himself into the gravity training room and began a rigorous cultivation. Starting from 10 times the Earth's gravity, Sui Fan overcame the higher Earth's gravity little by little. However, this process was too difficult for Sui Fan. Sui Fan knew that if he didn't cultivate hard, his fate would be miserable. A year later, Vegeta descended on Earth, and by that time all the warriors except Son Gohan and Klin were killed. Sui Fan would never allow this to happen. I want to cultivate. I want to get stronger. I want to go above and beyond. Sui Fan repeated these 3 sentences every day. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, 8 months have passed since Sun Wukong's death. Sui Fan's cultivation has finally come to an end. And after these 8 months of hard cultivation, Sui Fan's strength has made a qualitative leap. Although Sui Fan is not Frisia's opponent at present, it is more than enough to repair one Vegeta. Sui Fan, what did you say? You said you were going to find Goku? Are you trying to kill yourself? Bulma looked at Sui Fan in surprise. I didn't say I was going to commit suicide, I have a way to go to Yin Cao Dimension. Sui Fan smiled. What are you kidding? Bulma didn't believe it. I'm not kidding, I'll go today, and when I will come back is not certain. Sui Fan said. You wouldn't want to go out and find another woman, would you? It's only been a few months, but the old problem has been committed again, right? Bulma glared. Bulma, it's enough for me to have you, I won't go looking for another woman. Sui Fan said seriously. Well, I believe you. Bulma did find that Sui Fan had changed a lot. At least, since this time, Sui Fan has not gone to find another woman. In the afternoon of the same day, Sui Fan turned on the skill of channeling. Ugh! What shocked Sui Fan was that when he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he had actually appeared in the Yin Cao Dimension. Line up! Everyone line up! In Sui Fan's ears, there was also a shouting sound. Looking over, Suifan saw white souls lining up to be judged by King Yan Luo. "Hey, that humanoid soul over there, what about you, why did you cut the queue?" The staff of the Yin Cao Dimension shouted at Suifan. It's just that after this staff member finished reprimanding Suifan, he suddenly found that something was not quite right. "Hey? You're not dead yet? How did you get in?" The staff were flabbergasted. "Hello, I want to go to the King of the Northern Realm, how to go?" Suifan asked politely. "What? Are you looking for Lord King of the Northern Realm? So, are you a god of some planet?" The staff's eyes widened. "You can understand it that way." Suifan smiled. "Please come with me," the staff said. "There is work." Suifan nodded. Under the leadership of the staff, Suifan finally saw the endless snake road. "Walk along the snake road all the way forward, and you will see Lord Realm King." Staff introduction. "Thank you." Suifan smiled slightly. Not long ago, a soul named Sun Wukong also said that he was going to find Lord King of the Realm, and I don't know if he found it. I'm afraid that after such a long time, that Sun Wukong is still running on the snake road, right? The staff muttered casually. "Maybe." Suifan smiled and waved at the staff. Phew. Suifan took off and flew quickly on the snake road. The next moment, a white flame of light appeared on Suifan's body, which increased his speed to the extreme. "King of the North." "Very good, Wukong. After these months of cultivation, now you have successfully mastered the Realm King Fist. As I said, the Realm King Fist can exert your potential energy, but it will cause a serious load on the body, and even the slightest carelessness will be life-threatening," the King of the Realm said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. "Now Gaku, what you have to do is find a way to cast the double Realm King Fist," the Realm King said. "Well, double the Realm King Fist can increase my strength by 2. Sun Wukong nodded and held his breath. "When you can successfully cast the double Realm King Fist, I will also teach you a skill called the Yuan Qi Bomb," the Realm King said with a smile. "Genki Bomb? Great, thank you, King of the Realm." Although Sun Wukong didn't know what the Genki Bomb was, he still thanked him excitedly. "Don't be too happy first, those 2 scions, especially one of them, his strength is very amazing," the Realm King said solemnly. Chapter 036. "I understand, I will work hard to cultivate." Sun Wukong nodded. "They still have 2 months to reach Earth, right? Let me see." The 2 tentacles on the head of the Realm King trembled slightly, looked into the distance, and muttered in a low voice, "Well, to be precise, in 58 days, they will arrive on Earth. Lord Realm King is amazing." Sun Wukong laughed. "Hey? What is that?" The Realm King was stunned and scratched his head. "What?" Sun Wukong looked at the Realm King in bewilderment. "Someone is flying fast on the Snake Road, and it is expected that it will reach my planet in about 10 minutes. The King of the Realm widened his eyes and looked surprised. "Who?" Sun Wukong was stunned and a little confused. "Hey? Is this person alive?" The King of the Realm was puzzled, and his expression was even more surprised. "Alive? Who the hell is it? Do I know?" Monkey King asked. "You should know, right? The clothes on him are a bit similar to yours." The Realm King simply described Suifan's appearance. "Hey? Is it Suifan? Why is he here?" Sun Wukong was stunned. "He's an Earthling, right?" "No, he has a tail behind him. Is he also a scion?" The Realm King frowned. "I heard my brother say that he is indeed a descendant of a scion, seemingly a descendant of a scion named Amoxi." Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully and took the lead. When he heard the name Amoxi, the face of the Realm King changed color. At the same time, the body of the Realm King also trembled violently, and his face turned pale for a moment. What's wrong? Lord Realm, you seem to be afraid? Sun Wukong asked puzzled. What do you say? Amashi? The king of the realm looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. Yes, it seems to be called Amashi. Monkey King nodded. You say he's a descendant of Amashi? The king of the realm was stunned and his eyes widened. That's what Raditz said. Sun Wukong replied. It's amazing. It's amazing, the realm king paced back and forth on his planet. That scion named Amoxi, is he powerful? Sun Wukong didn't understand why the king of the realm was so surprised. What do you know? The king of the realm gave Sun Wukong a blank look and explained, Amasiana is a scion god, do you say it is powerful? Scion god? That must be very powerful. I really want to talk to him. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Don't be silly, if Amashi is still alive, I'm afraid he can shock you to death with a fart. The realm king said. Wouldn't you? Such an exaggeration? Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled bitterly. It's not an exaggeration, it's true. The realm king looked serious. Haha, Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that Amashi still has a descendant, the realm king mused, but it's been so long, and this descendant of his, the bloodline in his body has been almost diluted, right? It's a pity, it's a pity. What do you mean? Sun Wukong didn't understand. He's coming. The realm king said. After the voice fell, I saw Suifan descend from the sky and land steadily on the planet of the realm king. Sure enough, it's Suifan. Great, are you here to talk to me? Sun Wukong ran over excitedly and said to Suifan. Haha, Gaku, you are still so belligerent. Suifan smiled. Hee, I haven't found someone to talk to for a long time, and my hands are a little itchy. Monkey King scratched his head. Gaku, I naturally came to find you to have a good discussion this time. But I'll talk about it later. Suifan nodded, then looked at the Realm King, and greeted, Hello, you are the Lord of the Realm King, right? Long time to look up. Are you really a descendant of Amashi? The Realm King looked at Suifan and asked. I don't know, anyway, I'm a scion, I don't know if my ancestor is called Amashi. Suifan shook his head slightly. That should be, I did hear that the super scion god Amashi later wandered around the universe and most likely went to Earth and survived on Earth. The Realm King muttered. Oh? Is it? Suifan thought thoughtfully. Could it be that Amashi really came to Earth? About Amashi, Suifan, who is a Dragon Ball fan, knows a little. However, the official information about the person Amashi is very small, only that a long time ago, a scion named Amashi was the first to become a super scion god. It seems that later this man named Amashi died in battle. In this regard, Suifan did not say much. Suifan can be sure that he is not a descendant of Amashi. But since some people think so, he will not deliberately correct these. It just so happened that Suifan inexplicably became a scion, and he didn't know how to go round, but he didn't expect someone to say his identity for himself. Anyway, it's an honor to meet Lord Realm King. Suifan said, stepping forward and stretching out his hand. Chapter 037. The King of the Realm was stunned for a moment, but still stretched out his hand. At the moment of contact with the body of the Realm King, several downloaded messages also poured into Suifan's sea of knowledge. Vitality Bomb, 200M. Ji Wang Fist, 200M. The Watch and See of the King of the World, 300M. Telepathy, 300M. The Joke of the King of the Realm, 1M. There are currently only 5 downloads. Nima, that Joke of the King of the Realm, is definitely to make up the numbers. The Yuan Chi Bomb and the Realm King Fist were all too familiar to Suifan. As for the Watchful View of the Realm King, Suifan guessed that it should be similar to the Watchful View of God, and I am afraid that he will see farther away and see the depths of the universe. Now Sufan has opened the 3G era, the download speed has increased by more than 10 times, and it only takes 10 minutes to download 200 things. Without the slightest hesitation, Sufan immediately opened 3 tasks and let these 3 tasks be downloaded together. In this way, about half an hour or so, all 3 tasks can be downloaded. The 3 tasks are, the Realm King Fist, the Genki Bomb, and the Realm King's Watch. Sufan suddenly felt that something was not right. This shouldn't be all the abilities of the Realm King, right? Doesn't the King of Realms also have an ability to telepathize? It is someone who puts his hand on the back of the Realm King, and can talk to another person, and even the whole world. What about providing downloads for Mao without this ability? Sufan looked carefully again, and finally found that there was a line of grey font, almost transparent. Talk to the whole universe, 1G, 4G cellular network upgrade is required to download. I'll go. 1G size. However, with the current network speed, it only takes 50 minutes to download, compared with the previous 2G era, the speed is still very fast. It's just a pity that this thing has to be turned on 4G to allow downloading. It seems that some things are not random to download. Sufan thought that in fact, on the heavenly god of his earth, there should be something that had not been downloaded. Like what? Make Dragon Balls. Since Tenjin can make Dragon Balls, it stands to reason that it should be available for download. However, at that time, Sufan did not find an option to download. Gaku, how are you doing? Sufan asked with a smile. I just learned a boxing technique, but I haven't fully mastered it yet, and when I master it, my strength will double. Sun Wukong said confidently. By the way, I brought a lot of delicacies from the earth. I know you haven't eaten good things for a long time, said Sufan, took out a universal capsule, and threw it out casually. Bang! The universal capsule turns into a table of hearty delicacies. Sufan, you are so good! Sun Wukong was so excited that his mouth watered. Lord Realm King, let's dine together. Sufan made an invitation. Well, let me taste the food of the earth. The King of the Realm did not object. And in the contact between Sufan and Sun Wukong just now, Sufan also learned about Sun Wukong's current combat effectiveness. Sun Wukong's current combat strength is a little more than 6,000, and it is estimated that in 2 months of cultivation, it will increase to 8,000. Sufan accompanied the Realm King to eat while downloading the abilities on the Realm King. Sufan had already calculated. How could such a hearty meal take more than an hour? With Sufan's current network speed, it was downloaded in an hour. By the way, Lord Realm King, I wonder if you have heard of the planet Wampa? Sufan asked. Planet Wampa? The Realm King was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, I am the Realm King, and I know everything. Then ask the King of Realm to help me check the coordinates of the planet Wampa. Sufan said. The coordinate point of the planet Wampa? Sufan, what are you looking for this planet for? The Realm King asked puzzled. I can have a hunch that someone on this planet will become my worst rival in the future, and if possible, I want to meet him. Sufan explained. Okay, I'll look for it first. The Realm King nodded, got up and walked towards the distance. Sufan hurriedly followed behind the Realm King. The King of the Realm looked east, and the 2 tentacles on his head trembled slightly. A full 10 minutes passed, and the Realm King's eyes lit up and he pointed to the northwest. Found it, right over there, the coordinate point is 331,111,987. The King of Realms said the coordinates of Broly's planet. Sufan kept it firmly in his heart. Thank you. Sufan nodded. Sufan, I can sense that on that planet, there is a terrible guy whose strength is unfathomable, you can go and don't provoke him. The Realm King instructed with a solemn expression. Okay. Sufan smiled. After eating, the Realm King's Realm King Fist, Yuan Chi Bomb, and the Realm King's Watchful Watch had already been successfully downloaded by Suifan. P.S. Your flowers are the same as mine, have they been 0 in the past 2 days? Chapter 038. Wow, it's delicious, it's delicious. Sun Wukong patted his stomach happily, finally full, I haven't eaten such a delicious thing for a long time. Feelings, you have never eaten enough with me. The king of the realm glared. Ha ha ha, Lord Realm's food here is also delicious, but it is also very good to change the taste occasionally. Sun Wukong laughed. Okay, the meal is also eaten, then I should go back. Suifan got up to leave. Hey? Is this going back? Sun Wukong was slightly startled. I'm alive. I can't stay in this world for too long. Suifan explained. Haha, yes. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, a strong fighting intent appeared on his face, and said to Suifan, Suifan, before you go back, let's talk. Okay. Suifan did not object, beckoning to Sun Wukong, come, attack me with all your might. Okay, then I'm welcome. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Boom. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's aura burst out, and powerful energy wrapped around his body. The next moment, Sun Wukong was like a cannonball, speeding towards Suifan. Snap! The seemingly powerful punch was easily resisted by Suifan after the moment he came into contact with Suifan. Bang! Suifan counterattacked and punched Sun Wukong's abdomen. Poof! Sun Wukong spewed out a mouthful of acidic water, and the whole person fell limply to the ground, almost fainting. What? After seeing such a scene, the king of the realm was immediately stunned, and he did not come to his senses for a long time. In the eyes of the king of the realm, Sun Wukong's talent is already remarkable, and since he came to his planet, he has been cultivating hard, and his growth can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. It's just that what the king of realm didn't expect was that Suifan put Sun Wukong down with just one move. Gaku, you still have to cultivate well. Suifan smiled and stretched out his hand to pull Sun Wukong up. That's awesome. Sun Wukong was shocked, he did not expect that Suifan had become so powerful. It's just that what Sun Wukong didn't expect was that Suifan's cultivation was even harder than Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong overcame 10 times the Earth's gravity here, Suifan was already working towards overcoming 100 times gravity. That's the gap. It's not that Suifan's talent is so high, it's just that Suifan knows the historical process of Dragon Ball better than Gaku. After defeating Sun Wukong, Suifan clearly saw that his reputation value changed from 0 to 3. So, does reputation increase as strength increases? Gaku, I'll go back first, and when you are resurrected, we will fight side by side. Suifan waved at Sun Wukong. Suifan, I will cultivate well, knowing the gap between us, I will definitely not lose to you. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Lord Realm King, goodbye. Suifan also waved at the Realm King. Goodbye. The King of the Realm waved goodbye. Ugh. Suifan sped along the snake road and soon increased his speed to the extreme. Not long after, Suifan entered the hall of King Yanluo. Ugh. Suifan's figure shook and returned to earth. Suifan went straight back to Bulma's home. Bulma. Suifan greeted Bulma. Suifan, have you really seen Wukong? Bulma asked curiously. That's not the point. Suifan smiled slightly, and said to Bulma, how did the spaceship I let you transform today last day? Dad is remodeling, it should be near the end. Bulma nodded. The spaceship that Suifan said was the mini one that Sun Wukong came to Earth when he was a child. The spaceship was found by Suifan in advance and allowed Bulma and Dr. Breves to modify it. Bulma, I'll give you a coordinate, you help me calculate how long it will take to reach that planet with this latest spaceship. Suifan said, and reported the coordinates of the planet Wampa to Bulma. "Well, I'll do the math." Bulma nodded lightly and pressed a few times on the calculator. About 20 seconds later. "Worked it out," Bulma said happily. "Fortunately, this coordinate is not very far from our Earth, and it can be reached in about 15 days with this modified spacecraft." 15 days? Su Fan pondered. If it only takes 15 days to reach the planet Wampa, Su Fan decided to go there himself. As long as you download the talent on Broly, you can defeat the Universe Emperor Frieza. Now, although Su Fan's strength has made a qualitative leap, he can even kill the existence of Vegeta in seconds. But Su Fan knew very well that his strength was far behind Frieza. Chapter 039. Not even to mention Frieza, even if he is Captain Kainu, Su Fan is still a little different from him without using the Realm King Fist. Su Fan's current combat strength is only 40,000. Although Su Fan had already cultivated very hard, and far surpassed Wukong and Vegeta in this period, only he knew that such a little combat power could not gain a foothold in the universe at all. Su Fan tried to continue cultivating through gravity, but the progress was extremely slow. Since it only took 15 days to travel to the planet Wampa, Su Fan calculated the time, but it was just in time. In this way, it is only a month to go back and forth to the planet Wampa. Before Vegeta and Nappa come to Earth, Su Fan can rush back. "Bulma, I decided, I'm going to outer space." Su Fan looked at Bulma and said. "Hey? Are you really going out?" Bulma looked at Su Fan in surprise. "Yes, I want to go to outer space to practice and wait for me to come back." Su Fan patted Bulma's shoulder. "How long have you been going?" Bulma looked at Su Fan and asked, "You won't wait for the Scions to come and you won't come back, will you?" "No, it only takes a month to go back and forth." Su Fan smiled slightly, looked at Bulma and said, "Bulma, you have to believe your man, he will never be a deserter." "Okay, whatever you want." Bulma did not object. After a day of transformation of the spacecraft, Su Fan officially embarked on the spacecraft and set off. Phew! The spacecraft retreated into the starry sky and disappeared slowly. Is it really okay not to put in the sound effects of heavy bass? Dr. Breves watched thoughtfully as the spaceship turned into a point. In just an instant, Su Fan's spaceship had already entered the vast starry sky. This was the first time Su Fan had entered the starry sky. Looking at the bright stars outside, as well as the operation of everything in the universe, Su Fan was full of emotion for a while. However, Su Fan knew that now was not the time for his own emotion. Su Fan had to take advantage of these 15 days to try to cultivate the Cultivation Realm King Fist. After 300 times gravity training, Su Fan has overcome the oppression brought by 300 times gravity. Su Fan was a little puzzled. It was said that he was already cultivating under 300 times the gravity, but his combat strength did not expect to increase so slowly, it was only 40,000. Su Fan guessed that 80% was the reason why he rarely experienced life and death battles, right? Scions are strong when they are strong, and they can better break through themselves in battle. In the absence of battle, cultivating with your head stuffed will not bring a higher improvement to yourself. Just like Son Gohan, before going to Namixing, his combat effectiveness was not more than 10,000. Later, Sun Wuhan was boosted by the Great Elder with potential energy, and his combat power reached about 30,000. In the battle with Frieza, Sun Gohan's combat effectiveness can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds, and even reached a height of millions. Okay, from now on, I'll try the power of the Realm King Fist first. Su Fan closed his eyes and raised his mind, and the information about the Realm King Fist also entered his mind. Snap! A layer of red light flame bloomed on Su Fan's body, and his aura greatly increased. Twice the Realm King Fist. Su Fan easily cast the double Realm King Fist. Well, it seems that after my hard cultivation, the double Realm King Fist is really nothing. Su Fan felt his own changes, and he was still excited to compare prices. I'd better come a little bit. Triple Realm King Fist. Quadruple Realm King Fist. When Fan increased the multiplier of the Realm King Fist to 20 times, intending to continue to increase it to 21 times, Fan suddenly felt a burst of exhaustion in his body, and almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Fan dispersed the Realm King Fist and quickly adjusted his breathing. It seems that although he has overcome 300 times the gravity of the earth, the multiple of the Realm King Fist that he can withstand is about 20 times. If you increase the multiple of the Realm King Fist, Fan will be countered by the Realm King Fist. 20 times the Realm King Fist, Fan's combat power will reach a height of 800,000, but he can take the opportunity to kill the first stage of Frisia in seconds. Of course, Fan was just thinking about it, and he knew very well that Frisia was not so easy to solve. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 15 days later. Fan could already see a yellowish planet in the distance, which was his destination, the planet Wampa. Whew! It's finally here. I hope this guy Broly doesn't run away. However, Fan thought about it carefully, and it was said that Broly should not easily run away. In the latest theatrical version of Dragon Ball, Broly is a good man, a pure and kind person like Son Goku. It's just that Broly's father is not good, controlling Broly in his hands and using him as a weapon to avenge himself. Fan let go of the reaction and could clearly sense the two powerful aura reactions that appeared on the planet Wampa. Well, this is it, that's right. Fan took control of the spacecraft and landed safely on the planet Wampa. Snap! Fan pressed a button on the spaceship. Suddenly, the spacecraft turned into a universal capsule and was put in his pocket by Fan. Chapter 040. Just in case, Fan specially asked Bulma to transform the spaceship into the form of a capsule. If the spaceship is destroyed on this planet and Fan can't go home, it will hurt. Hey? The other two breath reactions. Fan had just disembarked from the spaceship and sensed that in the depths of that starry sky, two other powerful aura reactions appeared. The reaction of these two breaths is traveling at an extremely fast speed. Who is it? Judging by the strength of the breath, is it Vegeta and Nappa? Fan thought like this, and immediately turned on the Realm King's wait and see skill. Suddenly, Fan's eyes penetrated tens of thousands of stars and looked into the depths of the starry sky. The next moment, two miniature spaceships that were moving rapidly appeared in front of Fan's eyes. Through the bulkhead of the spaceship, Fan saw with his own eyes the sleeping Vegeta and Nappa inside. Wrong. Fan looked at the speed of their travel, and then calculated according to the speed and trajectory. At the current pace, Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft could reach Earth in up to 10 days. Why is it so fast? Didn't the King of Realm say that? Will Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth in 2 months? Could it be that the King of the Realm was mistaken? Obviously, Vegeta and Nappa's spaceship far surpassed Fan's modified spaceship in terms of speed. After all, Fan's spaceship is the style that Sun Wukong came to Earth back then, and it belongs to the product of more than 20 years ago. After more than 20 years of development, the technology of the Frisia Legion has also been greatly improved. If Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth 10 days later, it would undoubtedly be very deadly for Earth. Today's Monkey King has not fully mastered the Realm King Fist. Moreover, Sun Wukong's combat power is only a little more than 6,000 now. Even if he can Realm King Fist and cast Triple Realm King Fist, it is the same as Vegeta's basic combat power. In this way, Sun Wukong could not be Vegeta's opponent in this period. At that time, it is very likely that Sun Wukong and Vic will die in a united battle. If they die, with the ruthless character of Vegeta and Nappa today, they may really destroy the entire Earth. Bulma is dangerous. No, I will never allow this to happen. Fan thought about it, and the energy on his body burst out. Snap! Syllable! Between the whiskers, 2 energy bombs were condensed by Suifan. Phew! Phew! Suifan threw out the 2 energy bombs vigorously. Suddenly, the 2 energy bombs quickly escaped into the starry sky, and after flying to a certain distance, they bloomed bright lights in the starry sky, as if they were the sun. Vegeta and Naba, who were flying in the starry sky, were originally asleep in the spaceship. Then, the two were awakened by this dazzling light. Hey? What is that thing? Naba was stunned for a moment, squinting and asking. It seems to be an energy bomb released by someone. Vegeta also opened his eyes and frowned. What people? Want to intercept us? Naba smiled softly. It seems that there are really people who are not afraid of death. Vegeta said with a smile, Computer, immediately investigate the origin of these 2 energy bombs. The computer quickly gave the results of the calculation. Over there. 20 minutes away, a small planet called Wampa. Vegeta said to Naba based on the results of the computer's analysis. Let me see who dares to intercept us. Naba smiled, pressed the detector, and then his face became more contemptuous. Found it, Vegeta, his combat power is a little more than 3,500. What a poor fellow, only 3,500 combat effectiveness, dare to intercept us. Naba, maybe the one who defeated Raditz. Vegeta guessed in a low voice. The one who defeated Raditz? Impossible, isn't that person's combat effectiveness 3,121? Naba corrected. Are you an idiot? It's been more than 8 months, won't his combat effectiveness grow? Vegeta smiled gently, he already knew that we were going to Earth, so he would also cultivate well in his spare time. It's just that what I don't understand is, how can he be on that planet Wampa where birds don't? Naba asked puzzled, besides, judging by the probe's reaction, he is the only one on that planet. Vegeta didn't speak. No, in addition to him, there are 2 people on the planet Wampa, and the combat power is 680 and 1200 respectively. Naba then supplemented. Chapter 041. Of these 2 people, one is the one who joined forces with Kakarot before. Vegeta guessed. It's possible. Naba responded, and then smiled softly, I see, they want to stop us on this planet, right? It's normal, they take care of their planet and don't want their planet to be in danger, so they come to this uninhabited planet, right? Vegeta sneered. Vegeta, are we going to destroy them on the planet Wampa? Naba asked. Of course, first go to the planet Wampa to destroy that guy named Suifan. I want to see what the scion who is known as the descendant of Amashi has any ability. Vegeta smiled and said, after we destroy that guy, it's not too late to go to Earth to find the Dragon Balls. Or through that guy named Suifan, we might be able to ask for the location of the Dragon Ball. Ha 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 ha, it's worthy of Vegeta. I'm idle and bored, this is just enough to relieve the boredom. Naba ha ha laughed, his face full of expectation. Hurrah! The next moment, Vegeta and Naba's spacecraft changed its trajectory in the starry sky and sped towards the planet Wampa. It's finally here. Suifan breathed a sigh of relief. Suifan was still afraid that Vegeta and Naba did not come. If they went directly to Earth, Suifan would be in a hurry. Unless, Suifan asked Bulma to quickly summon the Divine Dragon and summon himself back. 10 minutes later. Boom! Boom! 2 miniature spherical spaceships descended from the sky and landed on the planet Wampa. The impact of the spacecraft smashed a large crater on the surface of the planet at that time. The location where the spacecraft landed was near where Suifan was. Suifan waited with interest for Vegeta and Naba to appear. Another minute passed. Vegeta and Naba levitated high in the air, looking down at Suifan on the ground. Humph, it seems that he has been waiting for a long time. Vegeta said with a smile. Humph, the combat power is 3,580, with the tail behind him, it should be the scion named Suifan, who is known as the descendant of Amashi. Naba pressed the probe and said to Vegeta, "Strange, those two combat power reactions, more than 6,000 kilometers away from here, very far away, almost on the back of this planet. Leave those two alone for now." Vegeta smiled, and then fell from the sky and landed directly opposite Suifan. Without the slightest hesitation, Naba followed Vegeta. "If I'm not mistaken, you're Suifan, right?" Vegeta looked at Suifan with a smile and a teasing look on her face. "Yes, my name is Suifan." Suifan nodded. "You attracted the two of us to this planet through the dazzling light of the energy bomb, did you want to defeat us?" Vegeta asked with a smile. "Beat you? You think too much." Suifan chuckled. "Oh? Name your purpose." Vegeta asked with interest. "By the way, it is said that you still have more than 2 months to arrive on Earth, why is it so long ahead?" Suifan asked a little puzzled. "Humph, the technology on your Earth is really backward enough." Vegeta said lightly, "Don't you know? In this universe, there are many wormholes, some of which happen to be shortcuts between 2 points, and it is also a coincidence that our spacecraft passed through a wormhole just 3 days ago and arrived in the galaxy ahead of schedule. Otherwise, according to the previous route, it would really take 2 months to reach the Earth." "Vegeta, what are you talking to him about so much nonsense? Let me fix him properly." Nabamo's fists are rubbing, and he can't hold his breath a little. After sleeping in the spaceship for 8 months, Naba felt that his body was about to rust, and he couldn't wait to go over now and teach Suifan a good lesson. After saying this, Naba walked step by step in the direction of Suifan. "It's okay, but don't kill it, just ask about Dragon Ball by the way." Vegeta smiled and didn't put Suifan in his eyes at all. "Obey." Naba sneered, looked at Suifan and said, "A scion like you, it's too easy for me to destroy you." Bang! Naba blasted a powerful punch at Suifan. Ugh! Just as Naba launched an attack towards Suifan, he saw Suifan's figure shake and disappear in place. "What? What about people? What about people?" Na Beidong looked west, looking stunned. Vegeta's eyes immediately widened after seeing Suifan's movement, and there was some surprise in his pupils. "Stupid, behind you!" Vegeta hurriedly reminded. "P.S. Ask for tips, +1 more for every tip." Chapter 042. What? Naba was startled and hurriedly looked back. Sure enough, Suifan had already appeared behind him. You. When did you run behind me?" Naba quickly adjusted his pace and hurriedly distanced himself from Suifan. "Supposedly, it would be more appropriate for you to go to Earth in 2 months." Suifan muttered, "You guys have passed through the wormhole, making time advanced, making my life embarrassing. Damn, look how I fix you." Naba felt that he was being teased, and a flame of light in his hand suddenly appeared in the direction of Suifan. Boom! The powerful energy devoured Suifan's location at that time. After the smoke dissipated, Naba was surprised to see that Suifan was standing in his original position unharmed, and there was not even a single broken place on his body. This. That's impossible. That's impossible. Naba's whole person is not very calm. The gap before and after cultivation is really amazing. Suifan smiled slightly. How is this possible? His combat effectiveness is clearly only a little more than 3,000. Naba cried out, Why? Why didn't my attack cause him any damage? Vegeta's face also changed color slightly. After a short silence. Naba, take off the detector, don't trust the data on it. Vegeta commanded to Naba. What? Vegeta, what do you mean? Naba was stunned for a moment and asked puzzled. His combat effectiveness can be changed, it is possible that his combat power will increase in an instant, and the detector cannot detect the above value. Vegeta snorted coldly, as long as you deal with it calmly, you won't lose to him. So that's it. Ha ha ha. I understand. Naba took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Suifan's expression was flat, and his eyes were as clear as water. Humph, Suifan, now I'll let you see, my BA is powerful. Naba let out a sneer, and after saying this, he quickly rushed towards Suifan's direction. Bang! Looking at Naba, who rushed up, Suifan kicked out sharply and directly hit the opponent's chin. Click! What? Naba let out a roar, and the whole person fell to the ground with a bang, covering his bloody chin, and his face became even more hideous. Sorry, I kicked your jaw off, you must be in pain, right? Suifan smiled. Ah! You are not my opponent, you are still tender. Suifan walked step by step in the direction of Naba, and turned his head to look at Vegeta. By the way, you can attack me at any time, and when you destroy this guy, you will be next. Vegeta frowned, his face changing color slightly. However, Vegeta did not strike immediately, but carefully looked at Suifan to test his every move. Vegeta has to observe and be invincible. Wow, whoa! Naba was furious, his forehead was bruised, his mouth opened, and a huge energy bullet erupted from his mouth. Looking at the speeding energy bomb, Suifan just waved his hand gently. Bang! The energy bomb changed direction and cut an arc across the golden sky. Boom! The energy bomb hit a stone mountain not far away, erupting into a huge roar. What? Naba's face changed color wildly, and he never thought that his attack would actually be slapped by this person. Humph, it's disappointing to me. Suifan shook his head slightly. I thought you had a lot of skills, it turned out to be just an idiot. Wow, me off, me off. Naba was furious, the breath on his body exploded. And the entire planet that shook was shaking slightly. At the same time, somewhere about 6,000 kilometers away from Suifan's side. Hey? What's going on with this planet? Is there going to be an earthquake? Paragus was stunned for a moment, feeling the shaking of the ground, and said thoughtfully. Broly looked up innocently, looking dazed. Damn, we've been stuck here for so many years, if the planet explodes, the two of us will be buried here. Paragus was indignant and unwilling. Broly did not speak, his expression was indifferent, and his eyes showed a bit of innocence. King Pei. Paragus, will go back someday. If I return to planet Vegeta, you will wash your neck and wait for slaughter. Paragus shouted, with endless hatred in his expression. Broly glanced at Paragus, still not speaking. Chapter 043. After a short silence, Broly flew up and flew into the distance. Hey, Broly, why are you going? Paragus quickly asked. The source seems to be on the other side of the planet, I went over to see what happened. Broly said, speeding up his flight. Paragus was idle, and chased after him closely. Battle scene. Okay, Naba, stand down for me. Vegeta spoke. It's, Naba turned to look at Vegeta, and quickly nodded as the chicken pecked at the rice. What an idiot, you have to bother me to take action myself. Vegeta was a little upset. Hee, Naba smirked, and then smiled viciously at Suifan. Suifan, you wait, let Vegeta repair you properly. You probably don't know it, right? Vegeta is a genius warrior, the prince of our scion. Oh? Is it? Suifan smiled. Even if you are a descendant of that person, now that your bloodline has become impure after hundreds of years of dilution, you cannot be His Highness Vegeta's opponent at all. Naba snorted coldly. Naba, shut up for me. You talk too much nonsense. Vegeta said coldly. Yes, Naba quickly covered his mouth. Vegeta flew over slowly, closing the distance between him and Suifan. A gust of wind blew through, and Vegeta's pointy hair fluttered in the wind. Snap! Vegeta struck an offensive and defensive pose with a confident smile on his face. Suifan just chuckled and crossed his arms over his chest. Suifan, has anyone ever told you that arrogance comes at a price? Vegeta snorted coldly. Nope. Suifan said. Very good, then I Vegeta will let you see, what kind of price will you pay? Vegeta sneered and was about to launch an attack on Suifan. Against you, I don't have to be real at all. Suifan shook his head. What did you say? Vegeta said coldly. 4 elephant fist. Suifan said, his body split in two, divided into 2 identical people. Immediately afterwards, the 2 Suifan split in 2 again and turned into 4 people. It was the 4 elephant fist that Suifan downloaded from Tianjin Rice. The 4 elephants fist can divide the body into 4 parts, which is equivalent to the existence of the doppelganger. At the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts Conference, Tianjin Fan challenged Sun Wukong through this move. However, Sun Wukong soon discovered the biggest weakness of Tianjin Rice's trick. That is, although divided into 4 people, they can see more clearly in terms of vision, but the overall strength will also be divided into 4 parts. In other words, everyone's strength is only a quarter of the original. Now, Suifan used the 4 elephant fist, mainly to try the power brought by the Realm King fist. Suifan's overall combat strength has reached 40,000, divided into 4 people, and each person's combat strength is 10,000. Vegeta's combat power reached 18,000, and Suifan only needed to use twice the Realm King fist to surpass Vegeta. What? He became 4 people. Naba's face changed color. Is this a doppelganger? Vegeta also frowned, and his gaze swept towards the 4 Suifan present. But soon, Vegeta smiled softly, and his face became more and more confident. I don't know what you want to do. You are divided into 4 people, and each person's strength will be reduced to a quarter of the original. Are you an idiot? Vegeta spoke out the weakness of Suifan's 4 elephant fist. I deliberately reduced my strength to a quarter so as not to make people think that I was bullying you. Suifan let one of them walk out by himself and looked at Vegeta with a smile. What did you say? Vegeta's face was not very calm. This is the humiliation of the red fruit. This scion named Suifan actually challenged himself with only a quarter of his strength. Vegeta was furious. Suifan. I Vegeta want to let you know what the consequences are since the Congress. Vegeta shouted angrily, and a powerful aura erupted from his whole body. The vast energy, centered on Vegeta, spread out to all around. Bang! Vegeta turned into a flame of light and rushed towards the 4 Suifan. With Vegeta's self-respect, he would never allow Suifan to split into 4 people to challenge him. Bang! Looking at the flying Vegeta, one of them, Suifan, stepped forward and caught his fist. At the same time, this Suifan also immediately unleashed the double Realm King fist and accompanied Vegeta to hone it. What? His combat power is actually comparable to mine. Vegeta's face was full of shock after fighting Suifan for a moment. P.S. Flowers and reviews have returned to normal. Ask for flowers and 10 evaluation votes. Chapter 044. What shocked Vegeta the most was that this Suifan who fought with him was only a quarter of the strength of others. How is that possible? Naba's eyes widened even more, and his face was stunned. Naba, come here. The other Suifan beckoned to Naba. What are you doing? Naba's face changed color. How? You can't come? I'm going to kill you, it's a breeze. As Suifan said this, the light in his hand flashed, grazing Naba's chest, and flew into the distance. Boom! The next moment, there was a big explosion behind Naba. The huge impact made Naba's pupils full of endless panic. Naba was frightened and stupid at that time, with endless shock in his expression. What? What's he doing? Vegeta, who was fighting with Suifan, couldn't help but be startled after seeing another Suifan's move. Don't be distracted, it's nothing to do with you. Suifan chuckled and punched Vegeta in the face. Abominable. Vegeta covered his beaten face and launched a counterattack. Suifan blocked with both hands easily. How? Are you coming? Or wait for me to pass? Suifan squinted at Naba. Naba froze in fright, motionless. Although Naba could not sense the strength of Suifan's breath, Naba could feel it affectionately that he was only one step away from death just now. If Suifan's energy hit his body, I am afraid that he will be killed on the spot, right? Okay, I'll remind you one last thing. Suifan said lightly, if I came to find you, I would pinch you to death. Suifan. Too much deception. We were less than 10 meters apart. If you have something to say directly. Naba was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he said with a black face. Suifan did not speak, and looked at Naba's feet with a smile. Naba's body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but move towards Suifan's side. Naba was really worried that he was pinched to death by this one named Suifan. Didn't look at Vegeta over there, was he still pressed and beaten by a quarter of Suifan? That's pretty much it. Suifan smiled. Naba Gan glared, but dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. I want to know about Amashi, can you tell me? Suifan asked politely. You. Don't you know it yourself? Naba asked rhetorically. Suifan's eyes narrowed slightly. Naba was startled, his face changed color, and almost without the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly told Suifan everything he knew. Amashi is known as the god of the Super Saiyans and is said to be a god in ancient times. Naba explains, the main reason why the Saiyans are called a fighting nation is because they have risen since the time of Amosi. But in our current era, it is relatively much declining. I heard that Amashi later traveled around the universe. Of course, there are also sayings that Amashi died because he could not withstand the divine power brought by the Super Saiyan god. Suifan nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his face. Naba did not dare to say any more, but turned his head to look at the Suifan who was fighting Vegeta. At this time, the battle between the two sides had reached a fever pitch. Suifan, who had used the 4-elephant fist, actually did not show all his strength, but only used twice the Realm King fist. If you cast a 20-fold Realm King fist, you won't play Vegeta to death? Rao was so, although Suifan, who only used a quarter of the double Realm King fist, also made Vegeta embarrassed and felt great humiliation. They are also Saiyans. Why is this person named Suifan so much stronger than himself? Wow! Vegeta was furious, his arms outstretched, and light bloomed in his hands. The next moment, Vegeta aimed his hands at Suifan's body. Suifan, do you dare to take this move from me? Vegeta shouted. Childish! Suifan sneered, and his figure shook sharply and appeared behind Vegeta. Bang! Suifan kicked Vegeta's back waist. With a muffled sound, Vegeta stumbled to the ground, his face rubbing against the ground, leaving a dirt puddle in the ground. But immediately after, Vegeta turned around gorgeously, and the condensed flame of light in his hand also shot towards Suifan's direction. Bang! Suifan knew that this was an energy bomb that condensed all of Vegeta's energy, and it was definitely not to be underestimated. Triple Realm King Fist. Suifan immediately unleashed the Triple Realm King Fist and slapped it violently on the energy bomb. Phew! Energy projectiles flew into the sky, blooming bright colors in the air. What? This. That's impossible. Vegeta's face became increasingly ugly. The blow that condensed all his energy was actually slapped away by Suifan. Moreover, this is still a quarter of Suifan. What? Even Vegeta's all-out blow was easily knocked away? This guy! This guy is also too powerful, right? Naba's eyes widened and he stuttered. Chapter 045. Humph. Vegeta was annoyed that Naba had killed his own prestige, and brought the index and middle fingers of his right hand together, aiming at Naba's body, intending to kill Naba on the spot. Suifan naturally saw it, but Suifan did not mean to stop it. Naba was of no use to Suifan at all, and it didn't matter if he died or not. Oh! It's Vegeta! Son of King Vegeta! However, just as Vegeta was about to kill Naba on the spot, someone suddenly exclaimed Vegeta's name. Vegeta was slightly stunned and looked up in the direction where the sound was coming from. Then, Vegeta saw a middle-aged man with grey hair and a young man with black hair, and behind both of them, there was a fluffy brown tail. What? How is this possible? Naba's face changed color, and he looked at Broly and Paragus with a dull expression. Are you Scion too? Didn't the Scions have no surviving existence except for me and Vegeta, and Sufan and Kakarot? Oh? What do you mean by that? Paragath was stunned for a moment and asked puzzled. Paragus and Broly have been living on this isolated planet for more than 20 years. Moreover, Paragath did not know that planet Vegeta had been destroyed by Frieza. You mean to say? Are there only a few of us left among the Scions? Paragath asked. So, you're really a Scion? Naba looked at Paragus and Broly and asked. Of course I'm a Scion. Paragath smiled softly and turned to look at Vegeta. Moreover, I recognize it at a glance. You are Vegeta, son of King Pei, right? Humph, who are you? Vegeta snorted coldly. My name is Paragath, I don't know if His Highness Vegeta has ever heard of it. Paragas asked with a smile. Che, how could I have heard of a nobody, like you? Vegeta said lightly. So, planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Paragus smiled and asked, I'm curious about how the planet Vegeta was destroyed. I heard that I encountered a huge meteorite. Naba replied, under the impact of the meteorite, the planet Vegeta became the dust of the universe, and all the Scions on the planet were killed. However, His Highness Vegeta and I happened to be on an alien mission and survived. Naba said this in the hope that the two Scions would obey Prince Vegeta's orders in a while. It's a shame. Paragath was a little sorry that he couldn't personally seek revenge on King Pei. Of course, Paragus was more of a little gloating, with endless smiles on his face. Hey? I noticed you just now, the four of you look exactly the same, are you quadruplets? Paragus turned his head to look at Suifan and asked a little puzzled, when did the Scions have quadruplet breeds? At this time, even Broly looked at the four Suifan curiously. The four Suifan smiled, and their figures quickly coincided together, returning to one person. Suifan had already sensed Broly's breath, and knew that he would come here, so there was nothing to be surprised about. However, today's Suifan still has a lot of pressure when facing Broly. Moreover, Broly is also the type that can control his own breath, and now before the battle, Broly's breath strength, converted into combat power, is less than 1000. Suifan knew that Broly's combat effectiveness could never be only such a little. It is very likely that Broly's combat effectiveness has reached the height of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Of course, since Suifan dared to come to planet Wanpa, he had already thought of a countermeasure. What? What kind of quirky trick is this? It is also possible to combine four people into one. Paragath asked in surprise. This is called the four-elephant fist, a very common skill, you don't need to care. Suifan smiled slightly. I can already see that you were fighting Vegeta just now, right? Paragus asked with a smile. Yes. Suifan nodded. It's really difficult for you, after fighting with Vegeta for so long, you can actually survive, which shows that you are still quite strong. Paragus smiled slightly, looked at Suifan and said, okay, you can step back, and leave the rest to my son Broly. After saying this, Paragus turned to look at Vegeta. Vegeta, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Endless hatred appeared on Paragus's face. I remember, a long time ago, my father seemed to have assigned your son Broly to this asteroid called Wampa. Vegeta sneered, no wonder I think the name of this planet is a little familiar. How? Are you going to seek revenge on my father? It's a pity that you've found the wrong person. Broly, teach me a good lesson. Paragus ordered loudly. Chapter 046. Boom. Suddenly, Broly's body erupted with an astonishing aura and rushed towards Vegeta's side. Humph! An inferior warrior who was assigned to a planet where birds don't, also dares to challenge me. Vegeta, a genius warrior. Vegeta smiled disdainfully and pointed his thumb at his nose. Then, in the next moment, Vegeta couldn't laugh. I saw Broly rushing up, grabbing Vegeta's head, rubbing back and forth on the land of the planet Wampa. A minute later, Vegeta was dying. Nabadoo was dumbfounded, looking at such an amazing scene without blinking, and did not come to his senses for a long time. It's terrible. Who is this guy named Broly and why is it so terrible? Bang! Broly casually threw Vegeta on the ground like garbage. Very well, Broly, that's it. Paragus had an endless smile on his face, and he couldn't mention how happy he was. Immediately afterwards, Paragus turned his head to look at Naba, and a faint killing intent appeared in his eyes. Not good. Naba's face became extremely ugly. Broly, this guy is Vegeta's little brother, he has no need to exist anymore, kill him. Paragus ordered. Phew. Broly sped towards Naba. Ugh. At this critical juncture, I saw Naba's figure shake and quickly appear behind Paragus. Immediately afterwards, Naba aimed his hand at the back of Paragus, and shouted at Broly, "Stop for me! Better stop me! Otherwise I'll kill him!" Broly was slightly stunned and stopped his attack for the time being. Humph, your name is Paragus, right? I have already checked your combat power, although your combat power can be changed, but the highest is only a little more than 6,000, and my highest combat power has reached a height of 7,000. Naba sneered, you'd better obediently stay still, otherwise I don't mind killing you now. Paragus's face was livid, and he did not speak again. As Naba said, his combat effectiveness is indeed around 6,000, which is still a big gap compared to Naba. Very well, now, Broly, I order you, kill this man. Naba pointed at Sufan with his left finger. Broly turned to look at Sufan and then at his father, Paragus. Paragus nodded slightly. For Paragus, it didn't matter if Sufan died or not. Paragus pondered that he would fight between Broly and Sufan to get rid of Naba's control first. Phew! Broly received the instructions from Paragus, and immediately no longer had the slightest hesitation, and rushed towards Sufan's side. Sufan did not mean to retreat, and stepped forward. Bang! The fists of the two collided together. Sufan felt a huge energy rushing towards him. It is worthy of being a legendary Super Saiyan, and it is indeed extraordinary. Just now, Sufan felt that Broly's combat power was less than 100,000. Thanks to Sufan, he cast the Three Realms King Fist so that he would not lose in the first move. And at the moment of contact with Broly, a series of download information immediately entered Sufan's sea of knowledge. Such as air dancing, extreme flight, energy bombs, I-beams, and so on. These are commonly used skills, and they are no longer of any use to Sufan now. However, there is an ape avatar, the size is 500m, but it is worth downloading. Sufan guessed that this ape transformation might be Broly's ape form. That is, the form of Broly's violent run. In addition, Broly's ape form only made his body burly, his energy increased, and he did not become a giant ape. Sufan felt that this thing was not bad, and it was definitely worth downloading. Of course, it is still too early to download, and it is fighting, which is clearly inappropriate. Then, Suifan immediately looked for the legendary Super Scion inheritance in it. As a result, I finally found this line of almost transparent grey small print in a hidden position. Legendary Super Scion Heritage, 3G, 4G cellular network upgrade required for download. Sure enough, Suifan has already speculated that this thing may have to open 4G to download. After all, to download a full universe call with the King of the World, you also need to open 4 Guaranis. However, these have long been expected by Suifan. Bang bang! Just when Suifan was looking for the inheritance of the transmission super, Broly also increased the output of energy. It is worthy of the legendary Super Scion, and as the battle continues to grow, the combat effectiveness is also rising. Chapter 047. Just a few tens of seconds or so, Broly had already suppressed Suifan, and even wanted to hold Suifan's head and rub on the ground. Of course, Suifan couldn't let this happen. 20-fold Realm King Fist. Suifan's body erupted with amazing energy, and the vast breath, centered on Suifan, spread out to the surroundings. Suddenly, a storm rolled up near Suifan, raging like a tornado. At the same time, Suifan's combat effectiveness was also immediately raised to a height of 800,000. Bang! Fortunately, Naba removed the detector in advance, otherwise the detector he was wearing on his eyes would have exploded on the spot. What? What is that? Although Vegeta didn't know how to sense the breath, after seeing the dark red flame of light coming out of Suifan's body, his eyes widened at that time, and his eyes were full of shock. Even Broly was a little stunned, stopped fighting for the time being, and looked at Suifan without blinking. Bang! After Suifan cast the 20-fold Realm King Fist, he immediately stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and grabbed Broly's head. With a muffled sound, Suifan slammed Broly's head on the ground. Boom! The earth was torn apart, and cracks spread in all directions. At the same time, centered on Broly's head, a big hole was smashed. This guy! Who the hell is this guy? Paraga's face was unusually ugly. Is there a mistake? Naba looked even more stunned. I remembered. That guy named Broly could be the legendary Super Scion. Vegeta croaked his teeth and clenched his fists, but that Suifan is a descendant of the Super Saiyan god. It's all monsters. It's all monsters. Cut. Vegeta was indignant and felt uneasy. The next moment, Vegeta's eyes rolled around, turned into a white light, and quickly flew towards the direction of the spaceship. No matter how arrogant Vegeta was, he was also well aware of the gap between himself and Suifan and Broly at this time. So, Vegeta is going to leave this place and run far. Moreover, Vegeta had already thought of a countermeasure, that is, to find Frieza to deal with the two of them. No, to be exact, let the two of them help them destroy Frieza. In Vegeta's opinion, Suifan and Broly, the two of them, should be able to destroy Frieza. Of course, Vegeta doesn't know about Frieza's transformation right now. Phew! Just as Vegeta flew towards the spaceship, he saw a flame of light fall from the sky, almost swallowing himself inside. Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat and looked up at the sky in amazement. Don't try to run away. Suifan sneered. It was Suifan who just shot. Suifan naturally couldn't let Vegeta escape from this place so easily. Bang! After Suifan said this, he punched Broly hard in the chest. Poof! Broly spewed out a mouthful of acid, and the whole person also fell into the dirt pit, and his expression became dark. Whew! Suifan let out a turbid breath. Fortunately, Suifan raised the 20-fold Realm King Fist in time, and simply the moment Broly raised the energy just now, Suifan felt a strong sense of oppression. Suifan guessed that Broly's basic combat strength had reached at least a height of 600,000. What? Did he defeat the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Vegeta was so surprised. This. How is this possible? Naba's face was unusually ugly. Humph, that guy named Suifan, do you really think that you have won? After a brief shock, Paragus squinted at Suifan. Suifan knew that of course he couldn't defeat Broly so easily. Broly hasn't transformed yet. What has just been defeated is just the norm in Broly. And Suifan has already taken out all the housekeeping skills. However, since Suifan dared to come to the Wampa planet, he naturally had his plans. I saw Suifan unhurriedly take out a small bottle made of metal from his pocket. Snap! Suifan pulled off the cap of the small bottle and put it on the ground. What? Just when Suifan put the small bottle on the ground, 4 more pillars appeared on top of the small bottle, firmly grasping the ground and making the bottle become stable. At the same time, on the body of the small bottle, 2 small words "Magic Seal" are engraved. This is the sealed bottle that has been redeveloped by Suifan. Suifan did not allow the small bottle to fall crookedly or have some kind of moth incident when he cast the magic sealing wave. What? Naba was stunned for a moment and muttered with a confused look. He took out a small bottle? What does he want to do? Paragath also frowned, a little unpredictable. Humph, mysterious guy. Vegeta croaked his teeth and was indignant. I, Vegeta, am the most talented warrior, and I will never allow anyone to be stronger than me. P.S. Ask for tips. Chapter 048. Right at this moment. Boom! I saw that on the position where Broly fell, an amazing energy erupted. At the same time, a huge aura emerged from Broly's body. The powerful air current, like a storm, spread the entire planet in an instant. When I looked again, I saw Broly rising high, his figure became burly, and there was no color in his pupils. It is Broly's ape form, that is, his violent form. Ha 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 ha, you are finished, he has already stormed away, and his strength has increased by at least 10 times, you can obediently wait for death. Paragus laughed. Too much. Naba snorted coldly. Poof. After Naba said this, his 5 fingers grabbed hard. Only a muffled sound was heard, and when I looked again, Naba's 5 fingers penetrated Paragus's heart at that time. Ah! Paragus's face was full of shock, feeling that his vitality was rapidly dissipating, and his eyes became blurred. You! Paragus turned to look at Naba, his expression unwilling. Suifan glanced towards this side, and his face changed color. Immediately afterwards, Suifan immediately looked at Broly. Fortunately, Broly only cares about the transformation, and does not seem to notice that his father has been killed by Naba. Or rather, Broly is just in the early stages of his transformation and has not yet adapted emotionally. However, Suifan knew that he could not delay any longer. If Broly became a Super Saiyan because of his father's death, with his current strength, even if he used the magic seal wave, it would be impossible to seal him. Poof! Naba pulled his hand out of Paragus's chest, bringing out a large pool of blood. Paragus was fixed on the spot, the whole person trembled slightly, but he did not fall immediately. It has to be said that the vitality of the Saiyans is very tenacious, and although Paragus's heart was pierced, he did not die on the spot. Broly! Broly! Paragus hissed. However, because the life force of Paragus is close to exhaustion, the sound that comes out is the same as the hum of a mosquito. Demon Seal Wave. Suifan no longer had the slightest hesitation, and immediately displayed the magic seal wave to Broly's. Suddenly, a series of spiral flames of light rushed towards Broly. Broly, who had just stormed away, trembled violently when he felt this energy flame. The next moment, a powerful energy erupted from Broly's body, trying to shatter this spiral energy. However, just when Broly's body burst out with energy, the spiral energy swallowed his body inside at that time. Immediately afterwards, Broly's body spun uncontrollably in the air. Even Broly's body changed shape. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. As Broly kept circling above the sky, the location of the sealed bottle was getting closer and closer. However, just when Broly's body turned in I don't know how many circles. On the ground, Broly's body erupted with golden rays. Suddenly, Suifan felt a huge coercive pressure rushing towards him. Not good. He's going to become a Super Saiyan. Suifan was really speechless. It must have been Broly who accidentally saw blood spurting from his father's heart while spinning in circles. It is worthy of being a legendary Super Saiyan. Can he actually transform into a Super Saiyan in the process of being sealed by the Demon Seal Wave? No way. Once Broly turned into a Super Saiyan, with Suifan's current energy intensity, it was impossible to seal him. Using the Demon Sealing Wave. If the difference in strength is too far, it may not succeed. Suifan estimated that if he wanted to seal the Super Saiyan, his own combat power would at least reach a height of hundreds of millions. Moreover, the Super Saiyan that Broly has become is no ordinary Super Saiyan. Broly was transformed in an ape form, and his combat effectiveness has increased by at least 500 times, and even 1,000 times. At that time, Suifan had no way but to immediately slip away. 30-fold Realm King Fist. Without the slightest hesitation, Suifan immediately unleashed the 30-fold Realm King Fist, raising the energy to the extreme. Sure enough, after Suifanchi exhibited the 30-fold Realm King Fist, he suddenly suppressed Broly's transformation. In fact, it's not that Suifan's 30-fold Realm King Fist is so powerful, and the reason why he can suppress Broly's transformation is also because Broly's current body is not very free in the rotation of the Demon Seal Wave. If Broly wasn't in the Demon Seal Wave, let alone Suifanchi exhibiting the 30-fold Realm King Fist, even if he was displaying the 300-fold Realm King Fist, it would be useless. Chapter 049. Once the 30-fold Realm King Fist was unleashed, Suifan felt that all the internal organs in his body seemed to be misaligned, and his body was unspeakably uncomfortable. Suifan endured the pain brought by his body, gritted his teeth, and continued to control the Demon Seal Wave. Poof! A golden glow suddenly disappeared into the small bottle. Suifan immediately flew up, pressed the cap firmly and tightened it. Suifan's transformed small bottle, the cap needs to be pressed and then screwed. This prevents someone from accidentally touching the cap, loosening the cap, and releasing the person who's sealed inside. I have to say that Suifan's transformation is still very scientific, at least there will be no moths. And after completely sealing Broly, Suifan's face also turned pale for a moment. I almost couldn't seal Broly just now. Bang! At the moment when Suifan sealed Broly, Paragus also fell to the ground with a bang, spraying blood in his mouth, and he saw that he was not alive. What? What happened? Vegeta's eyes widened and he stared at Suifan without blinking. He. Did he seal Broly? Naba also looked stunned and looked at Suifan vigilantly. Poof! At this moment, I saw that Suifan could no longer endure the backlash brought by the 30-fold Realm King Fist, and a mouthful of bruised blood spurted out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Suifan's body shook from side to side, and he almost fell to the ground. Vegeta and Naba looked at each other, their eyes full of small surprises. Well, I'm already badly injured, and now is your good chance to defeat me. Although Suifan was not lightly injured, he had a faint smile on his face, and looked at Vegeta and Naba with a smile. Vegeta and Naba looked at each other again, with a hint of doubt in their expressions. You go, kill him. Vegeta commanded to Naba. Naba doesn't know how to do it. Naba knew the gap between himself and Suifan. If he was not careful, he might be killed by Suifan. Don't look at Suifan's injury now, but Naba is very clear that his own strength is simply not enough in front of Suifan. Ugh! Just when Naba hesitated, he saw Suifan's figure swaying and appearing behind Vegeta. Just because of you, you want to kill me too? Suifan's voice sounded. Vegeta was shocked, and his face changed wildly. Although my energy consumption is heavy, you are not lightly injured, right? Suifan smiled. Vegeta didn't speak. Phew. Suddenly, a white light suddenly flew out of Suifan's body and submerged into Vegeta's body. Bang! Suifan fell limply to the ground. Looking at Vegeta again, his eyes flashed, and there was a hint of cunning. Hey? What happened? Naba was a little confused. Wasn't Suifan's action still very fast just now? Why did you suddenly faint? Vegeta, what happened? Naba asked with some curiosity. In order to seal that Broly, he almost consumed his energy, and fainted himself. Vegeta smiled. Really? It's true? Naba is a little out of step. What do you say? Vegeta chuckled. Ha ha ha, great, great, our luck came. Naba breathed a sigh of relief and aimed his hand at Suifan's body. Then I will kill him now, so as not to dream more at night. Don't rush to do it. Vegeta stopped. We will take him under control and send him to Earth to give Kakarot and those Earthlings a good look, so that they can know how good we are. You're right, Vegeta. That's it. Naba suddenly realized that Vegeta was too smart. Vegeta turned around and felt a universal capsule on Suifan's body. Snap! Vegeta pressed the button on the universal capsule and threw it out. Bang! The universal capsule instantly turned into a spaceship. What? What happened? Naba looked at Vegeta in surprise. It's his spaceship, I didn't expect it to shrink into capsules. Vegeta mused. Hey, yes, I didn't expect the Earth to have this kind of technology. Naba looked back at the spaceship and then at Vegeta, nodding blankly. Okay, let's leave for Earth now. Vegeta said, casually carrying Suifan's body and walking towards the spaceship step by step. Naba didn't seem to suspect anything and followed Vegeta. The two stepped onto the spaceship one after the other. After Vegeta stepped on the spaceship, he directly found the bedroom inside the spaceship and put Suifan on the bed. Phew! A flame of light shot out from Vegeta's hand and hit Suifan's body. P.S. What about the people who have recently given tips? Did you all run to see my teacher's book? Chapter 050. Well, I have sealed him through energy, I believe he will not wake up in a short time. Vegeta said lightly, even if we wake up, the energy in our body cannot be replenished, and we are not our opponents. Great! Naba nodded vigorously, and then said in a deep voice, I didn't think that Amashi's descendants were so powerful. We almost died on this planet. Nothing, even if he is strong, is it not that we have become the final winner? Vegeta smiled slightly. Haha, yes, don't say, our luck is really good. That Bahaha laughed. It's just that Naba doesn't know that today's Vegeta has long been occupied by Suifan. It was through the celestial god's body borrowing skill that Suifan suddenly invaded Vegeta's body and dominated his thoughts. At the beginning, Suifan found that Vegeta was still resisting, but Suifan's overall strength was much stronger than Vegeta, and he was quickly suppressed. Suifan now understood that this body borrowing could only be someone who occupied a lower strength than himself. The reason why Suifan occupied Vegeta's body was mainly because his own body was too badly injured. This made Suifan think of the original work. When Sun Wukong fought against Vegeta, he used the Triple Realm King Fist or even the Quadruple Realm King Fist, and finally his body could not withstand it, and he was seriously injured. Later, Sun Wukong also stayed in the hospital for a month, because there were no fairy beans during that period. Now Suifan is the feeling of Sun Wukong, his body is too uncomfortable. In order to seal Broly, Suifan used too much energy, and was seriously eaten back by the Realm King Fist. It can be said that the moment when Suifan appeared behind Vegeta at the last moment almost consumed the last bit of Suifan's energy. If Suifan remained in his body, he would feel great pain, and he would even be killed on the spot by Vegeta and Naba. At this critical moment, Suifan thought of the body borrowing of the heavenly god, and held the mentality of trying it out to see if he could take the opportunity to control Vegeta. What Suifan didn't expect was that he was really successful. Fortunately, Naba's response was relatively slow, it was the type of thick line, and he didn't see it. If Suifan invaded Naba's body, with Vegeta's shrewdness, he would inevitably see the doorway. However, after Suifan invaded Vegeta's body, he found that Vegeta was also not lightly injured, and his combat effectiveness dropped to about 4,000. Before the battle between Vegeta and Broly, Broly abused Vegeta and suffered a lot of damage. If he really fights with Naba, it is really not easy for Suifan to kill him unless he engages in a sneak attack. Moreover, Suifan was inside Vegeta's body, and he did not dare to use the Realm King Fist. After all, Vegeta's body can only withstand 10 times the gravity of the Earth, and even if he casts the Realm King Fist, he will be injured again. Suifan pretended to be Vegeta for the time being, and fooled for a while before speaking. Now that Suifan has occupied Vegeta's body, what he has to do is to restore Vegeta's physical strength first, and then find a way to replenish energy for his body. Vegeta, how does this ship start? Naba walked to the position of the spaceship's console, completely unable to understand the structure on it. By the way, get our spaceship up. Suifan ordered to Naba. Why? The ship is wider than ours and comfort should be high. Naba asked, puzzled, why take our spacecraft? How? Do you have an opinion? Suifan frowned and looked at Naba coldly. Startled, Naba hurriedly bowed to apologize, and quickly disembarked from the spaceship, carrying himself and Vegeta's 2 spaceships. Humph, next time you dare to be verbose, you know what will happen. Suifan said coldly. Yes, His Highness Vegeta. Naba was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed down to plead guilty. Suifan walked unhurriedly to the spaceship control console and pretended to shoot on it. Phew! The spacecraft quickly escaped into the starry sky and left the planet Wampa in a flash. Humph! This technology of the Earth, at a glance, it will be, but you idiot, you don't understand anything. Suifan said coldly to Naba. Naba scratched his bald head and laughed. Okay, I'm going to rest, you can do whatever you like, right? Suifan said and went directly into the bedroom where his body was stored. Chapter 051. Naba is worthy of a thick line, and although he found that Vegeta seemed a little wrong, he really didn't think about it that much. Besides, where did Naba know that Suifan would borrow such a strange trick from his body? After all, among the Scions, no one can do this kind of evil spell. After Suifan returned to the room, he silently looked at his body. His body injury is not light, and it seems that it will be difficult to wake up for a while and a half. However, what made Suifan feel relieved was that his body could not die, but because he was too injured, he fell into a deep sleep of self-repair. It is estimated that in the absence of treatment, at least 10 days of deep sleep. Fortunately, Suifan downloaded Bulma High Tech and has a thorough understanding of science and technology. Suifan first ate a little food with Vegeta's body, replenished the energy almost, and had already surpassed Naba, and then left the room. Then, Suifan walked in the direction of Vegeta's spaceship and opened the hatch. Suifan remembered that in this miniature spacecraft, there was a first aid device, and as long as he modified it slightly, he could perform simple treatment on his body. Suifan opened the hatch of the spacecraft and briefly pondered to understand the structure of the treatment device. This treatment device, mainly through a miniature healing agent, provides the injured with the ability to sustain life. Because this miniature spacecraft is too small, this miniature healing potion is also pitiful. Suifan looked at it, and the healing potion added up, it was just the capacity of a can of Coke. However, this is already rare for Suifan. With this jar of healing potions, at least your body can wake up as soon as possible. Suifan said to do it, immediately took the tool, and began to transform the treatment machine. At this moment, Suifan found that Naba didn't know when, he had already come out of another room, and was watching there with a puzzled look. His Highness Vegeta. Are you in? Naba finally couldn't help it and asked curiously. The power of this spacecraft is too poor, I'll see if it can be modified. Suifan said lightly. What? The power to modify the spaceship? Naba looked at Vegeta in surprise, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. How? Is there a problem? Suifan asked rhetorically. No problem. But... Vegeta, when did you learn to do these technologies? Naba asked, puzzled. I've learned it before, do you have any opinions? Suifan snorted coldly. No. Of course not, Naba smiled bitterly, and then replied, however, with the speed of this spacecraft, it is estimated that it can reach Earth in half a month, right? Even if the power system is modified, how many days can it be advanced? Suifan stopped the work in his hand and looked up at Naba with a smile. What's wrong? Vegeta, Naba was startled and quickly asked. Naba, I really can't make it up, Suifan sighed and looked at Naba and said. What? What are you talking about? Vegeta. Naba asked confused. I wanted you to live a little longer, and I didn't like to have one more dead person in the spaceship. Suifan sighed slightly and shook his head slightly, it's a pity that you yourself have to come and die. You. Vegeta. Why are you killing me? Naba was shocked, and he wondered, when did he offend His Highness Vegeta? Suifan didn't say any more, and pointed at Naba. An invisible energy burst out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Naba turned into a blood mist at that time, and the dead could no longer die. The sad Naba, who died not knowing why Vegeta killed him. Naba felt that he had not made a mistake. For Suifan, Naba was of no use at all, and it was more appropriate to destroy it. Easily destroyed Naba, Suifan activated the spaceship's cleaning system and cleaned the spacecraft. Then, Suifan looked at his reputation value. Prestige value, 28. Destroy a Naba, and the reputation value suddenly increases by 5. Suifan had a small expectation in his heart. However, if you want to turn on 4G network speed, you need 100 reputation points. Do you want to upgrade the breakpoint resumption first? Suifan thought about it carefully, and felt that he couldn't use the broken point continuation for the time being. Now Suifan is eager to download Broly's super inheritance, and he must turn on 4 Guaranis. As for the breakpoint resumption, Suifan felt that his download speed was basically enough. If you really need it, just seal this person with a magic sealing wave. Next, Suifan continued to study the therapeutic instrument. Without Naba's interruption, Suifan studied relatively quickly. About 3 hours later, the modified treatment instrument was finally successfully manufactured by Suifan. Chapter 052. Suifan immediately put his body on the healing instrument and turned on the treatment. Not to mention, this modified treatment instrument, the effect is quite good. After about 3 days of treatment, Suifan obviously felt that the injuries on his body had recovered more than half. However, Suifan did not immediately return to his body, because he found that although he was in Vegeta's body, he could still download various abilities. Suifan had fought with Broly before, and there was physical contact. To Suifan's surprise, he could download his things as long as he was close to Broly's seal. Moreover, what makes Suifan happiest is that his reputation value, I don't know when, has already become 28. Suifan guessed that 80% of so many prestige values were obtained because of sealing Broly, right? Skipping battles should earn higher prestige points. No wonder the previous reputation grew so slowly. Immediately afterwards, Soifan began to download the ape form on Broly's body. The size of the ape form is 500 M, and with Soifan's current network speed, it takes half an hour to download it. Half an hour passed quickly. Broly's ape form was also successfully downloaded by Soifan. Whew! Soifan exhaled deeply. However, Soifan thought about it carefully. Broly's ape form is very good, but unfortunately, once he enters the ape form, he will put himself in violent mode. Broly has stormed away, and what Soifan downloaded is Broly's ape form, and Soifan does not think that he will not storm away. In fact, to put it bluntly, Soifan's download is equivalent to copying the other party's attributes, and basically there will not be much change. That's right. Soifan looked at the mirror, his eyes shining. After Broly transforms into a great ape, he loses his mind. After Sun Wukong transforms into a giant ape, he will also lose his mind. The same goes for Sun Gohan. It's just that one person will retain his consciousness after transforming into a giant ape. He is Vegeta. That's right. Vegeta himself has said that he is a scion royal family, and he will never lose his mind after transforming into a giant ape. Since Vegeta can retain a clear mind after turning into a great ape, then Soifan immediately went to check Vegeta's download options. Because Soifan now shares a body with Vegeta, Vegeta's abilities can be downloaded. Soon, Soifan found the download option of transforming into a great ape rational version from Vegeta's body. Seeing this name, Soifan was also speechless for a moment. Transforming into the giant ape rational version, with the size of 300 M, Soifan took a quarter of an hour to successfully download it. It's just that Soifan felt that something wasn't quite right the next moment. Although I downloaded Vegeta's transformed into a great ape rational version, it has nothing to do with Broly's ape form. Moreover, Vegeta's transformation into a great ape rational version transformation has preconditions. That is, a full moon is necessary to transform. And Broly's ape form does not need to be directly transformed by the full moon. But after Broly's ape form transforms, he loses his mind. It's really hard to choose. Soifan decided to put these two mastered abilities away first, and now the most important thing is that he can find a way to become a Super Saiyan. However, Soifan also knows very well that with his own combat power, I am afraid that he will not be able to become a Super Saiyan, right? It seems that if you want to become a Super Saiyan, your combat effectiveness must be increased to more than 100,000. Then there is Soifan's reputation value, which is still far from 100. It seems that there is no other way to do it except for serious cultivation for the time being. Soifan felt that wanting to defeat Frieza now was simply delusional. Just when Soifan was a little distressed, he suddenly found that a light flashed in his sea of knowledge. What's the situation? Soifan was stunned for a moment. Then, Soifan saw this light slowly fall and form a button called synthesis. Above this button, there are two circular grooves. What is this thing? Synthesis? Soifan was stunned, a little puzzled. Could it be that this thing can synthesize the things that you have downloaded? Soifan tried to casually drag two downloaded options, psychic and magical clothes. Both of these abilities were downloaded from the celestial god. With the mentality of trying it out, Soifan clicked the synthetic button. Then, Soifan received a prompt message: the attributes did not match and could not be synthesized. Can't synthesize? Soifan looked carefully. The two downloaded things, one is psychic, that is, you can walk to the Yin Cao dimension, one is magic clothes, which can conjure up a brand new outfit for yourself. It seems that these two things really can't be matched together. Then, Soifan dragged the downloaded abilities again. This time, Soifan tried to match the Sun Fist and the Demon Seal Wave together, put it in the groove, and clicked the synthesis. Do you combine the Sun Fist and the Demon Seal Wave into the Sun Demon Sealing Wave? Costs 10 reputation, yes/no? Chapter 053. Sun Magic Wave? What is this? Immediately after, under the synthesized skill, there is an additional line of text introduction about Sun Magic Sealing Wave. Sun Magic Sealing Wave, it can automatically release dazzling light while releasing the Magic Seal Wave, reducing the opponent's defense to a greater extent and improving the success rate of the Magic Sealing Wave. I'll go, and this kind of good thing. So Fan was overjoyed in his heart, did not hesitate anymore, and directly pressed the synthesis. Snap! With the two golden flames flashing on the groove, So Fan clearly felt that a brand new skill emerged in his mind: Sun Demon Sealing Wave. Okay, I'll try this thing first, it doesn't work. So Fan's expression became solemn. Sun Demon Seal. So Fan immediately released the Sun Demon Sealing Wave. Suddenly, So Fan felt a dazzling light flashing on Vegeta's body, and then a spiral flame of light emanated from his hand, rolling a stool in the distance into it. The next moment, I saw that the stool revolved around the spiral light flame. So Fan slowly withdrew the Sun Demon Seal Wave, and his heart was full of joy. That's great! This Sun Demon Sealing Wave is simply a big killing move. Moreover, what excites So Fan the most is that when using the Sun Demon Sealing Wave, without the sun, he can also release a dazzling light similar to the Sun Fist in his hand. You know, the Sun Fist needs the sun to be released, and it is not effective without the sun. But this Sun Demon Sealing Wave can release dazzling light out of thin air. Sun Magic Wave. Good stuff. So Fan then looked at several other skills. So Fan tried to see, mixing the cultivation techniques of fairy beans one by one with the options to download, and all of them could not be synthesized. It seems that this fairy bean cultivation can only be said later when the material is found. So Fan quickly set his sights on the ape form and the transformation into the giant ape rational version. Then, So Fan dragged the two skills to the groove and clicked on synthesis. Is the ape form and the transformed giant ape rational version collectively called ape rationality? Need to spend 10 reputation points, yes/no? Of course, So Fan would not have the slightest hesitation and directly ordered a yes. Suddenly, along with two golden rays of light flashing, So Fan found that in the sea of knowledge, there was an additional skill called ape rationalization. So Fan looked solemn, took a deep breath, and immediately tried to transform into an ape form. Boom! The next moment, I saw So Fan's body burst out with amazing energy. At the same time, So Fan clearly saw that his body had also become burly, and there were more strong muscles on his body. So Fan was concerned about his own combat effectiveness. So Fan hurriedly downloaded the technology to see his own changes. But immediately after, So Fan shook his head and returned to his original appearance. Uncles! So Fan is now on Vegeta's body, trying to ape sanity has a hairy use? This kind of thing, let's wait until you return to your body and try it again. Moreover, seeing that there were only 8 reputation points left, So Fan suddenly felt that this synthesis was really too consuming reputation points. No, you have to earn a little reputation as soon as possible. At least with this remaining prestige value, So Fan was no longer able to continue to synthesize skills. However, So Fan was also idle, and immediately tried to put the ape transformation reason and the Realm King Fist together to see if it could be synthesized. However, when So Fan clicked on synthesis, he was surprised to find that a line of prompt text appeared: the reputation value is not enough to synthesize. So Fan had to leave it for the time being. Time passed day by day. 2 days later, So Fan's body finally recovered through the healing instrument he had created. Although he has not returned to his peak state, his own strength is already far beyond Vegeta. So Fan decided to return to his body, always in Vegeta's body, and it was not a thing. So Fan originally thought, after returning to his body, should he directly shock Vegeta to death? After thinking about it, Suifan made another decision. If he shocks Vegeta to death, he will have one less good helper if he wants to brush his reputation points. Vegeta is alive, and as long as he challenges him, he will constantly have prestige points. Thinking of this, the corners of Suifan's mouth hooked an arc. Ugh! I saw a flash of white light burst out of Vegeta's body and quickly submerged into Suifan's body. Suifan, who had been sleeping all along, also opened his bright eyes all of a sudden, and his eyes were shining. After carefully feeling his body, Suifan felt that his body was more comfortable. It is worthy of being a body that has undergone thousands of trials and has undergone 300 times gravity training, which is much stronger than Vegeta's. Chapter 054. Suifan simply tried his body for a moment, and was relieved after finding that there was nothing special. As for the injuries on Suifan's body, it is not a big deal. I believe that in a few days, as long as Suifan eats more food, the injuries of his body will be automatically repaired. Suifan then looked at Vegeta and found that Vegeta had fainted. Suifan remembered that the heavenly god occupied the body of an ordinary human being, and after returning the body, that person was indeed fainted for a short while. Just as Suifan was thinking like this, he suddenly found that Vegeta's body trembled slightly, and it seemed that he was about to wake up. Suifan smiled and directly turned on Pool's transfiguration. Ugh! I saw that Suifan's appearance changed rapidly, and between the whiskers, he became a bald head, and his figure was even more burly and strong. It is the image of Naba. Suifan had just turned into Naba's appearance when he saw Vegeta raise his head, rub his head, and look left and right vigilantly. What is this place? Not a Wampa planet. What happened? Vegeta looked around, left and right, and glanced at Suifan, who had become Naba. Vegeta, are you awake? You've been sleeping for 3 days. Suifan said to Vegeta. What? What happened? Vegeta barked at Suifan. Have you forgotten? Suifan asked tentatively. Say it quickly. Vegeta said angrily. Before Suifan appeared behind you and gave you a thump. Of course I know you are letting him. Then I saw you faint. Suifan explained. This is a spaceship. Vegeta found himself in space. Yes. Suifan continued, just when Suifan was about to kill me, his small bottle that sealed Broly shattered all of a sudden, and then Broly ran out of it, and the two began a scuffle. And then? Vegeta believed and asked. I took advantage of the fierce battle between the two of them and quickly took you away. Suifan said with a smile, I flew near our spaceship, but I found that behind the mountains on the side, there was such a spaceship, which should be Suifan's. So I immediately took you to this spaceship, and that's how it happened. Which direction are we going now? Vegeta mused. To Earth, of course. Suifan smiled. Stupid, our spaceship is still on the planet Wampa, Suifan and Broly will chase after it. Vegeta said angrily. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, don't worry, I brought our spaceship with me. Suifan smiled and said to Vegeta, in this case, that Suifan and Broly will never be able to leave the planet Wampa. You're doing well, Naba. Vegeta was also relieved, and a faint smile appeared on his face. You are very smart, I didn't misread you. But then, Vegeta clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and his forehead was bruised. Abominable. As a genius warrior of the Scions and an elite of the royal family, I am now running away. Vegeta felt a little resentful. Suifan did not answer, carefully looking at Vegeta. It seems that during the time he used his body borrowing, Vegeta had no memory. Not to mention, this body borrowing of the heavenly god is really powerful. However, it is a pity that Suifan knows that the body can borrow this ability, and he can only borrow people whose strength is much lower than himself. If you encounter Broly or Frieza, the body borrowing will not work. Humph, but with Suifan and Broly, it makes me think of a person, a guy we can destroy. Vegeta smiled softly. Who? Suifan asked knowingly. Frisia. Vegeta said word by word. Vegeta, you mean? Want to attract Frisia to the planet Vampa? Suifan pretended to be surprised and asked, he may not be fooled. Anyway, let's go to Earth first and fix Radith's brother. Vegeta mused, if Radith's brother is really resurrected, it means that the Dragon Ball really exists. When the time comes, we will collect the Dragon Balls and then fulfill the wish of immortality. Suifan nodded. Humph, by that time, I can deal with Frisia. Vegeta smiled slightly, when I destroy Frisia, I'll go and meet Suifan and Broly again. Ha ha ha, that's best. Suifan smiled. I hope everything goes well. The corners of Vegeta's mouth hooked an evil arc, glanced at Suifan, and asked, by the way, there are still a few days to reach Earth. Chapter 055. 11 more days. Suifan said. Vegeta didn't speak, left the room, and took a brief look inside the spaceship. When Vegeta saw the dismantled parts in the spacecraft, he couldn't help frowning and asked Suifan, what's going on? After I found this spaceship, it was probably destroyed by animals on the planet Wampa, right? Or maybe it was shattered by the powerful energy of the two of them. Suifan explained, but just in case, I still brought the destroyed spaceship with me, lest they repair the spaceship. When did you become so smart? Vegeta glanced at Suifan. Oh. Am I stupid? Suifan sneered. Humph, if you were usually as smart as you are now, we can take a lot less detours. Vegeta smiled, not suspicious. Where did Vegeta know that Suifan could transfiguration? And where would Vegeta know that Suifan would become like Naba? Okay, I'm going to sleep, it's better not to disturb me if there's nothing to do. Vegeta said, finding a room and going into a deep sleep. Suifan found food in the spaceship, and the sea ate and drank. Before Suifan controlled Vegeta's body, he didn't eat much, or even eat very little. Now that Suifan has returned to his body, he naturally has to eat some food well and replenish his energy as soon as possible. Although against a Vegeta, Suifan can pinch him to death with one hand, Suifan still hopes that his strength can return to its peak state. Sure enough, the physique of the Scions is really special enough. After eating a large amount of food, Suifan obviously felt that the injured body was recovering rapidly. Suifan ate for a full 5 hours, eating a third of the food, and finally completely healed his body's injuries. At the same time, Suifan's energy also returned to its peak. Suifan checked his combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness 60,000. In a battle with Broly, Suifan used a 30-fold Realm King Fist and almost hung up, but now it has returned to normal, and its combat effectiveness has only doubled. Now Suifan's combat strength has increased from the original 40,000 to 60,000. It seems that the best way for Scions to cultivate is to keep fighting. Of course, if there are enough fairy beans, the effect of improvement will be even more significant. It is a pity that there are no fairy beans in the Garen Immortals. Okay, I'll try to transform into an ape now. Suifan clenched his fists, and his expression became solemn. Just now, Suifan tried to transform into an ape on Vegeta's body, and now that he has returned to his body, he naturally has to try it too. Boom! Suifan's body erupted with amazing energy. Suddenly, Suifan's body immediately became strong and burly. It is Broly's kind of ape-like form. No rampage. It is worthy of ape intellectualized sanity. The words sanity written behind this ape are definitely the point, and they have to be tested when circled. Suifan then felt the combat power value brought by this transformation a little. Combat effectiveness, 3 million. Suifan observed his combat power value by downloading hints about Vegeta's combat strength. What Suifan didn't expect was that his combat strength actually reached 3 million. At first, Suifan thought that he had read it wrong, and counted the 0 after 3 several times. After determining that it was a height of 3 million, Suifan's expression was also full of surprise. That is to say, after transforming into an ape to become rational, his combat effectiveness increased by 50 times. 50 times. What is this concept? Isn't Super Saiyan a 50-fold normal transformation? What Suifan didn't expect was that Broly's ape form also increased by 50 times. No wonder in the Broly theatrical version of Dragon Ball Super, Broly's ape form is so powerful. So to speak. If on this basis, it becomes a Super Saiyan again, I'll go. That's 2,500 times big? In other words, if Suifan can become a Super Saiyan, with the current value of 60,000 combat power, he can have 150 million combat power. With 150 million combat power, there is no problem in defeating Frieza. Suifan felt excited when he thought about it. However, Suifan is not the type who is carried away by victory. He knows very well that his basic combat effectiveness is too low, and it is definitely a hard injury. Moreover, with the combat power of 60,000, it is impossible for Suifan to transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, it is still unknown whether the transformation into a Super Saiyan in ape form can be increased by 50 times. Suifan is just guessing and guessing, and he may not be able to multiply so many times. Snap! Just then, Vegeta pushed the door and rushed out of the room. Naba, what are you doing? Vegeta shouted angrily at Suifan. Chapter 056. I'm cultivating, Suifan smiled and gradually regained his physical form. Humph, you idiot, do you know that this Earthling's spaceship is not very strong? If the ship is shattered, we will both be finished. Vegeta shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, got it, got it. Suifan smiled. It annoys me. Vegeta gave Suifan a roll of his eyes and praised again, but your momentum of raising the energy just now is still very good, wait until you get to the earth, you can perform well. Suifan nodded. By the way, is there anything to eat? Vegeta's stomach began to cry out with hunger. I found some food and it tasted good. Suifan pointed to a food pantry over there. If there is something delicious, don't say it earlier. Vegeta muttered, walked over and opened the locker, took out the food and ate it. Planetary planet. Very good Wukong, after this period of cultivation, you have completely mastered the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet. The Realm King said with satisfaction, I have to say that Suifan came here and still has a lot of motivation for your cultivation. Ha ha ha, yes. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Goku, as I said, the Yuan Chi bomb is the vitality that gathers the creatures of the entire planet, and once condensed, the power is very amazing. The Realm King smiled at Sun Wukong, and there are too few creatures on this planet. If it is replaced by Earth, the power will be extraordinary, so use it carefully. Lord Realm King, how far is there between my current strength and Suifan? Monkey King asked with some expectation. It's hard to say, the Realm King shook his head slightly. Okay, I see. Sun Wukong nodded and did not ask any more. In just over a month, the Scions will come to Earth, and the people who defeated those two Scions will be you or Suifan. The King of the Realm carries his hands behind his back and smiles. I'm going to continue cultivating and try to defeat those two Scions. Sun Wukong's fists clenched. Well, I'll take a look by the way, where those two Scions have gone. The Realm King muttered. After saying this, the tentacles on the head of the Realm King shook slightly, and he looked towards the depths of the universe. At a glance, the face of the Realm King changed color at that time. What? How so? What happened? The Realm King said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Lord Kai Wang? Sun Wukong hurriedly asked. That Scion named Vegeta. It is speeding in the direction of the earth, and it is expected to reach the earth in about 10 days. The king of the realm was stunned. Didn't you say there was still more than a month? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. It is estimated that it passed through the wormhole and entered the galaxy in advance. The king of the realm guessed. What is a wormhole? Monkey King wondered. Strange. Why are they on a spaceship? Doesn't look like a Scion spaceship. The king of the realm thought thoughtfully. What do you mean? Monkey King scratched his head. Okay Gaku, I've taught you pretty much what I can do, now you immediately resurrect your buddies. The Realm King said with a solemn expression. But how do I contact my companions? Is there a phone? Monkey King asked. Put your hand on my back, meditate on someone's name, and you can communicate with his heart. The Realm King said. Really? Lord Realm King is amazing. Sun Wukong said happily. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong put his hand on the back of the Realm King. In Sun Wukong's mind, Suifan's figure also immediately appeared. Suifan, did you hear that? I am the Monkey King. Sun Wukong's voice quickly reached Suifan's heart through the Realm King. Gaku? What's up? Suifan was stunned for a moment and quickly asked. Here's the thing, I heard Lord Realm King say that the Scions will arrive on Earth in 11 days, so I want to ask you to resurrect me. Monkey King said. Well, you better let Clin handle this, I'm not on Earth. Suifan replied truthfully. What? You are not on Earth? Where did you go, Suifan? Sun Wukong was surprised. I'm on a planet called Wampa, which is far from Earth. Suifan replied, also, the Scions went to Earth, I'm afraid I can't participate in the battle, Gaku, you have to be careful. Hey? You don't go into battle? Monkey King asked in a lost voice. Can't go back. Suifan replied. Well, I was thinking of fighting alongside you. Sun Wukong said with a wry smile. You better hurry up and inform Teacher Wushan and let him resurrect you. Suifan proposed. Chapter 057. Well, I'll talk to Teacher Wushan. Monkey King nodded in reply. Then, Sun Wukong took his hand away from the back of the Realm King. What's wrong? Gaku? The Realm King asked. Suifan said that he was not on Earth, on the planet Wampa. Sun Wukong said with a wry smile. Not on Earth. The king of the realm was stunned for a moment, planet Wampa. Saying that, the Realm King looked far away, the tentacles on his head trembled slightly, and looked in the direction of the planet Wampa. It didn't take long for the King of Realm to see the planet Wampa, and the Pelagus who had fallen to the ground. The King of the Realm was slightly startled, and searched the planet for a moment, but where could he find Suifan's figure? Strange, Suifan is not on the planet Wampa, the Realm King muttered in a low voice. Lord Realm King, what's wrong with Suifan? Monkey King asked. Nothing, nothing. The King of the Realms didn't explain much. That. Lord Realm King, I'd better talk to Grandpa the Turtle Immortal and let the Grandpa the Turtle Immortal resurrect me. Of course, Sun Wukong didn't think much about it. Okay. The King of the Realm nodded. Soon, Sun Wukong got in touch with Teacher Wushan. What? The Scions are still 10 days or so away. The Turtle Immortal was surprised. Okay, I know, I'll bring you back to life. In order to collect the Dragon Balls, everyone has put a lot of effort into it. Thank you, Grandpa Turtle Immortal. Sun Wukong nodded. By the way, Suifan asked me to tell Bulma that he may not be able to come back before the Scions come. Okay, got it. The Turtle Immortal replied. After the Turtle Immortal and Sun Wukong ended the call, they immediately conveyed Sun Wukong's news to Clin. Clin had already returned from cultivation in the temple, and immediately took out the Dragon Balls, summoned the Divine Dragon, and revived Sun Wukong. When the Divine Dragon appeared, the entire sky turned black. distant hilly terrain. When they saw that the sky was dark, Vic and Sun Gohan, who was cultivating, also immediately stopped and looked up at the sky. What happened? Uncle Vic? Sun Gohan asked puzzled. The divine dragon has appeared, and the Monkey King should be resurrected, Vic said in a deep voice, so, the Scions are coming early. Hey! Sun Gohan was frightened. Very good, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Vic had endless confidence on his face. Distant swamps. Tianjin rice and dumplings are also being cultivated here. When they saw that it was dark, the two were silent for a while. Brother Tian, said Dumpling in a deep voice. Dumplings, you stay then. The opponent this time is extraordinary. Tianjin Fan instructed. Garantat. You still eat? The Scions are about to come. The Garen Immortal shouted angrily at Archirobe. What's the matter with me? Archirobe nibbled on a large mouthful of chicken thighs, eating a mouthful full of oil. Universal Capsules Company headquarters. Are the Scions coming early? Bulma also looked up at the sky, her face pale. After the sky brightened again, Bulma suddenly received a call from Klin. What do you say? Can Suifan come back in time? Why? Bulma asked in surprise. Let's wait for Goku to come back, I don't know very well. Klin replied. I know, Suifan didn't know that the Scion would come early, he went to an alien planet. Bulma took a deep breath and said, it's a pity. Suifan must want to fight. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. Okay, I see, you guys need to come on. Bulma inspires. We'll work hard. Klin replied. The planet of the King of the Realm. Ugh. The golden aura on Sun Wukong's head also gradually disappeared. Am I resurrected? Monkey King smiled. Go ahead, Goku. The King of the Realm nodded, come on. Be sure to defeat the Scions. Well, I will. Sun Wukong responded with a solemn expression, but did not mean to leave immediately. Why don't you leave yet? The King of the Realm asked. Isn't Lord Realm King sending me back? Sun Wukong asked puzzled. You think too much. The Realm King shook his head. Hey? You mean? Let me cross the Snake Road and return to Earth? Sun Wukong was stunned. When I came, I ran for half a year. Don't worry, with your current strength, it won't take so long. The King of the Realm smiled. Okay, I'll give it a try. Sun Wukong waved his hand, when I die, I will come back to Lord Realm King. Haha, of course it's no problem. The King of the Realm nodded. Then, goodbye, Lord King of the Realm. Sun Wukong soared into the air and flew onto the Snake Road. Phew! Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong turned into a white light and flew towards the direction of King Yan Luo's hall. What a speed! Before he came, it was like two people. The Realm King looked at the speeding Sun Wukong with great satisfaction, and then muttered in a low voice, however, compared with Suifan, there seems to be a certain gap. Chapter 058. After a short silence. That's it, Suifan is a descendant of Amashi, and no matter how hard Goku tries, he can't surpass him. The Realm King shook his head slightly and sighed, the descendants of God, although the bloodline has been diluted for hundreds of years, they still have a certain godhead after all. Only, where does the King of Realm know? Suifan had only gained his current strength after hard cultivation. 3 hours later. Sun Wukong has already seen the end of the Snake Road. Phew! At this moment, the figure of the Earth's heavenly god shook and appeared in the hall of King Yan Luo. Goku, come, pull me. The god greeted Sun Wukong. It's Tenjin, great. Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the heavenly god. Ugh! The god took Sun Wukong and disappeared in a flash. Hey? Is that the Monkey King? Did he really come back from cultivating from the realm king? King Yan Luo looked at the two disappeared people in surprise. The rest of the staff also looked at Sun Wukong in surprise, their faces sweating. Ugh! The god took Sun Wukong and returned to the temple. Gaku, welcome home. Tenjin smiled. Thank you, Tenjin. Sun Wukong nodded. In 10 days, the Scions will come to Earth. Well, the Earth will usher in a battle of life and death. Tenjin said in a deep voice. I'll come on. Sun Wukong replied. Well, it's all up to you, Gaku. The heavenly god smiled, and then asked with a solemn expression, by the way, I heard that Suifan is not on Earth. Yes, he said he went to the planet Wampa and couldn't come back for a while. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Got it. Tenjin nodded, and then looked at Gaku. Since you have been resurrected, Gaku, let's go home first. That's what I thought. Sun Wukong nodded, then, Tenjin, Mr. Bobo, goodbye. Tenjin and Mr. Bobo waved their hands. Sun Wukong descended from the temple, summoned the Duyun, and sped in the direction of Bun Mountain. By the way, Gohan seems to be Vic training him, right? If I go back and don't bring Gohan over, Kiki will definitely be angry. Son Goku smiled, cut an arc in mid-air, changed the direction of travel, and quickly flew towards the position of Vic and Son Gohan. More than half an hour later, Son Goku descends from the sky and lands beside Gohan and Bike. Dad! Son Gohan was pleasantly surprised, and quickly threw himself into Sun Wukong's arms, crying loudly. Haha, I didn't expect Gohan to be seen for so long, you have grown up, and your height has grown a lot. Sun Wukong smiled and touched Sun Wuhan's head. Woohoo! Dad, it's great that you're resurrected, I want to go home. Sun Gohan said crying. Well, I came here to pick up Gohan and go home. Sun Wukong nodded and looked at Bike. Thank you, Bike, for taking care of Gohan for so long. How long until the Scions arrive? Vic asked, looking Monkey King up and down. 10 days to go. Sun Wukong replied. 10 days. Bike's face sank slightly. By the way, Suifan said that he is on an alien planet. It is estimated that he will not be able to return in time, and the matter of fighting with the Scions has to be handed over to us. Monkey King said. What? Suifan went to an alien planet? What does he want to do? Vic was puzzled. I don't know, Sun Wukong scratched his head. Forget it, don't care about him, now my strength is far beyond Suifan. Vic smiled softly. So, when the time comes, let's fight together. Monkey King greeted with a smile on Bike. Humph, I'll let you know how strong I am. Vic smiled. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, picked up Sun Wuhan, and stepped on the cloud. In 10 days, the news that the Scions would descend on Earth was soon known to the Z warriors. Bike, Tianjin Rice, Dumpling, Klin, and others intensified their cultivation and fought hard to be able to defeat the Scions. After Son Goku returned home with Gohan, Kiki held her son and cried for a while, saying that she would not let Gohan participate in the battle. Well, it doesn't matter if Gohan participates or not, I'll defeat those two Scions. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. My Gohan, you're all wild kids now. Kiki said crying. Time passed day by day. 10 days later at noon, Suifan controlled the spaceship and landed in an uninhabited mountainous area. Okay, I'm going. Son Goku said to Kiki and Gohan. Dad, I'll go with you. Son Gohan replied with a solemn expression. Gohan, what did you say? You are not allowed to go. Kiki was stunned for a moment, and quickly drank at Sun Wuhan. Haha, Kiki, in fact, let Gohan go through the experience, don't worry, Gohan will not participate in the battle. Sun Wukong scratched his head and summoned Du Yun. Chapter 059. Snap! Sun Wukong pulled Sun Wuhan and stepped on the somersault cloud and flew into the sky. Abominable! Gaku, you send Gohan back for me. Kiki pinched her waist and shouted angrily. It's just that Sun Wukong has already flown away with Sun Wuhan. Crunch! The spaceship hatch opened, and Sufan and Vegeta flew out of it, and their eyes were also put on the probe again. Vegeta and Naba's spacecraft have extra probes. So although the two-man's probe is basically broken on the planet Wampa, there are still new ones to replace. Oh? Is this the Earth? Nice environment. Vegeta had an endless smile on her face. After about 10 days of self-treatment, Vegeta's injury has also completely healed. However, because Vegeta's injury was not very serious, his combat effectiveness did not double. Vegeta, there are many people on this planet who have a combat power of more than 1,000. Sufan said in Naba's tone. Humph, during the time we went to Earth, they must be cultivating hard, and that Sufan is the best example. When Vegeta thought of Sufan, she couldn't help but snort. But do they really think that this will defeat us? Sufan smiled. Oh? There's a guy over there with a combat power of about 2,000, and he's speeding towards us. Vegeta smiled. Is it Kakarot? So, he's really resurrected. Sufan said. Wait here, we'll know the answer later. Vegeta smiled. 20 minutes later. Vic fell from the sky and landed opposite Sufan and Vegeta. Scion, you are finally here. Vic said coldly. Are you? Vegeta was slightly stunned, looked at Vic and said, that's right, you were the one who fought alongside Kakarot and fought against Raditz, right? You? How do you know? Vic was stunned and quickly asked. Don't you know? This thing can be used as a communicator. Vegeta smiled and turned his head to look at Sufan. By the way, this guy is not an Earthling, who is it? You know what? I can't remember exactly, replied Sufan. I remember, he seems to be a nemesis. Vegeta was silent for a moment, then said suddenly. What? That Mexians? Vic also widened his eyes. I heard that the nemesis have some magical magic, so you made the Dragon Balls, right? Vegeta looked at Vic thoughtfully. Humph, although Dragon Ball has something to do with me, but Dragon Ball is not made by me. Vic said coldly. So, can you tell me where the Dragon Ball is? Vegeta smiled slightly, looked at Vic and asked. Do you think I'll tell you? Vic sneered. I knew you would say that, but it didn't matter. Vegeta crossed his arms and said lightly, I know Kakarot is flying towards this side, you guys want to fight together, right? Vic didn't speak. At this moment, I saw a figure in the sky swaying, and Klin fell from the sky and landed beside Bike. Oh? Here comes another person, kind of interesting. Vegeta said with a smile. There are 2 people over there and 2 people over there, flying quickly towards this side. Sufan said to Vegeta. Very good, then let's wait patiently, and then repair Kakarot, and ask about the Dragon Ball by the way. Vegeta's face grew more confident. Boom! In the middle of the day, 2 more people fell from the sky and appeared at the scene. It was Tianjin rice and dumplings. Tianjin rice. Dumplings. Klin greeted kindly. Those 2 are scions. Tianjin Fan glanced at Sufan and Vegeta. Yes. Klin nodded. Why hasn't there been a war yet? Tianjin Fan asked. Maybe they want to wait for Gaku to come over. Klin guessed, but Tianjin Rice, I haven't seen you for a long time, I found that your strength has improved a lot, Sufan's things, let you cultivate harder. By the way, Sufan didn't come. Tianjin Fan asked. It is said that he is on the planet Wampa and will not return for a while. Klin smiled wryly. It's a shame, I thought he was going to fight alongside us. Tianjin Rice smiled. Vic didn't speak, just looked at Vegeta warily, and then at Sufan, who was transformed into Naba. These two people, the little man looks unfathomable, but the big tall bald head gives people a very terrifying feeling. Vic frowned, feeling bad. Oh? Are you talking about Sufan? Vegeta smiled coldly, don't have any expectations, he is already trapped on the planet Wampa, and there is no way to return. Chapter 060. What? Stuck on the planet Wampa? Clin asked in surprise. See? It was his spaceship. Vegeta pointed to the spaceship behind him. That was. Is that the spaceship of Universal Capsule Company? There is also the logo of Bulma and their company on it. Clin's eyes widened and he said in a deep voice, So Sufan really can't come back. What did he go to the planet Wampa for? Tianjin asked puzzled. Humph, your good fortune ends here. Vegeta smiled. Listen to you, you met on the planet Vampa. Vic asked lightly. Vegeta smiled and did not speak. You must have fought each other, right? Did you lose to him? Vic looked at Vegeta and asked word for word. What did you say? Vegeta's face changed color and a scowl appeared. It seems that I am right, you are not Sufan's opponent. Vic sneered. Bike, don't provoke him, Clin's face broke out in sweat. That Miji man, I see you've lived enough. Vegeta trembled with anger and aimed his hand at Bike's body. However, just as Vegeta's voice fell, a number popped up on the detector he was wearing. What? What is that? Vegeta's face changed color. How? Sufan asked. In a position that is relatively far away from us, there are two combat power reactions, and the combat power of one of them is 5,000. Vegeta's face became a little ugly. 5,000? That must be Kakautl, no doubt. Sufan nodded. You don't seem surprised at all. Vegeta glanced at Sufan. After experiencing the Broly thing, there is nothing surprising about the combat power of 5,000. Sufan said lightly. Naba, kill them now. Vegeta made an instant decision. As soon as this statement came out. Oh? Why? Sufan smiled slightly. That guy has a combat power of 5,000, if they all unite, it will be a bit troublesome to deal with. Vegeta explained to Sufan. You're right, let me clean them up. Sufan smiled slightly, and walked step by step in the direction where Vic and the others were. Boom! Sufan's body erupted with a powerful aura, vast energy, and the entire planet that shook trembled slightly. However, Sufan only exploded his aura to about 4,000 combat strength. Rao was so, and Vic and the others present were also so frightened that their whole bodies trembled and their faces turned pale. I'm coming. Sufan said, flew up, and rushed in the direction where Vic and the others were. Vic and the others immediately prepared for battle. I'll come. Tianjin Fan said, standing up and trying to resist Sufan. Bang! I saw Sufan gently wave his hand and slap it over. With a muffled sound, Tianjin Rice flew out upside down at that time, rubbing his body on the ground, leaving a horizontal ditch on the ground, and when the slide was over, he fainted on the spot. What? Bike's face became more and more ugly. Tianjin Rice! Clin shouted. Brother Tian! The dumplings even aimed their hands at Sufan, and the special function was displayed. It's just that the special function of dumplings is of no use to Sufan at all. Ugh! Sufan shook and appeared directly opposite the dumpling. The dumpling was so frightened that his face was extremely ugly, and his whole body was trembling. Little ghost, are you cursing me by pointing your hands at me? Sufan looked at the dumplings with a smile. The dumplings were horrified, and in the face of such a burly scion, the cold was all over his body. Bang! Sufan pinched the neck of the dumpling and threw it on the ground casually. With a muffled sound, the dumplings didn't even have time to snort, and they fainted on the spot. Next, it's you two. Soifan turned his head to look at Clin and Bike. Suddenly, Vic and Clin were like great enemies. Sure enough, after Soifan easily defeated Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, his reputation value increased by 2 each. Now Soifan's total reputation has become 12. Soifan really wanted to try the synthetic realm King Fist and Ape transformation reason now, but if he thought about it, it was not bad for a while and a half. Ugh! Soifan's figure shook and quickly swept towards Clin's direction. Wow, whoa! However, just as Soifan approached Clin, he saw Clin shout loudly and loudly. Immediately afterwards, Clin aimed his hands at the ground and released a flame of energy light. The next moment, Soifan felt a green figure sway, appeared behind him, trying to grab his tail. It was Vic who shot. Chapter 061. Vic wants to attract Soifan's attention through Cling, and takes the opportunity to catch Soifan's tail, which is the weakness of the scion. Snap! Soifan flicked his tail gently, and a tail was pumped on Bike's body. Although Soifan had overcome the weakness of his tail long ago, it was impossible for Big to scratch his own tail. The tail is such a thing, let Bulma play with it, how can it be caught by others? Bang! With a muffled sound, this tail swept on Bike's body, and at that time he knocked Big to the ground, and his body churned several times on the ground. Soifan glanced at the prestige value. The total reputation increased to 15. Defeated Vic and increased his reputation by 3 points. The next moment, Soifan turned his head to look at Clin. Clin's body was in mid-air, and when he saw that Vic was also turned over by Soifan's tail, he was immediately dumbfounded. Ugh! Soifan's figure shook and appeared behind Clin, and his right hand stretched out and squeezed Clin's head. Clin was terrified. Little bald head, how to clean you up? Soifan said with a smile. Gaku! You're coming! Clin plucked up his courage and shouted. Snap! Soifan lightly punched and slapped Clin's shoulder. Boom! Clin fell from the sky, smashed a large hole in the ground, and was seriously injured, and it was difficult to get up again in a short time. Total prestige, 17. Soifan took a deep breath. This wave of prestige is worth brushing, it's really good. By the way, and one more guy. Soifan let go of the induction, smiled slightly, and aimed his hand at a large stone. That fat man with a knife, don't you still refuse to come out? Soifan said with a smile. Yachai Lobe hid behind the stone, and after hearing Soifan's words, he turned pale with fright and almost peed. Immediately afterwards, Archelobe no longer had the slightest hesitation, hurriedly rushed out and knelt on the ground. Spare your life, spare your life. I have a lot of respect for you. Archie Lobe kowtowed and confessed. Soifan glanced at the prestige value and increased it a little, and now it was already 18 o'clock. Obviously, this point that has just been added should be provided by Archie Lobe. In this way, even if you don't defeat the other party, as long as you intimidate the other party and make the other party admit it, you can also gain prestige points. Good, you can roll. Soifan waved his hand. Thank you for not killing. Archie Lobe kowtowed and hurriedly got up and sneaked away. Ha ha ha, Naba, it's good. Vegeta laughed. Well, Kakarot will be here right away, I wish he had seen his companion fall to the ground. You'll see. Soifan smiled slightly, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, he's here. Vegeta also looked up at the sky. Above the sky, Sun Wukong levitated through the dance void technique, silently watching the situation below. And after seeing the situation where Vic and the others fell to the ground, Sun Wukong was also resentful. In addition, beside Sun Wukong, there are still somersault clouds. Above the cloud is Sun Gohan. Uncle Bike. After seeing Bike, Sun Gohan hurriedly flew in the direction of Bike. Snap! Sun Gohan landed beside Bike. Gohan, are you coming? Vic smiled reluctantly. Uncle Bike, I'll help you up. Sun Gohan helped Vic up. Woo! Monkey King, you are finally here. Vic nodded at Sun Wukong. Don't worry, Klin. They are not in danger of life. Sun Wukong did not speak, silently looked at Suifan, and then glanced at Vegeta. Hey, you're Raditz brother Kakalot, right? I didn't expect you to really come back to life. Vegeta spoke. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Naba, teach him a lesson. Vegeta ordered to Suifan. Suifan smiled. You hurt my companion, I will not forgive you. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and the whole person became slightly trembling because of anger. Ugh! Sun Wukong rushed towards Suifan's side and launched a fierce attack on Suifan. Bang bang! In the process of fighting, Suifan gradually raised his aura and resisted Sun Wukong's attack. Kakarot, are you so capable? Suifan asked with a smile while fighting. Bang! After Suifan said this, he punched Sun Wukong's nose. With a muffled sound, Sun Wukong flew out upside down at that time. However, Sun Wukong soon cut an arc in midair and stood steadily. Sun Wukong wiped away the nosebleed with the back of his hand, and his pupils were a little shocked and uneasy. Kakarot, I know you haven't brought out all your strength, so hurry up and take out all your strength, otherwise I'm welcome. Suifan looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Chapter 062. Sure enough, it is much more powerful than I thought. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll let you see the results of my cultivation in the netherworld. Boom! After Sun Wukong's words fell, the whole person's body immediately erupted with dark red energy. Twice the Realm King Fist. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong finally unleashed the Realm King Fist. Just now, when Suifan was fighting with Sun Wukong, he found that Sun Wukong's basic combat power was about 8,000. It is already rare that Sun Wukong can cultivate to this extent. After all, in this Dragon Ball world, Vegeta and Naba arrived on Earth 2 months ahead of schedule. If there are 2 more months, Sun Wukong's combat power should not be a big problem to reach 10,000. Sun Wukong used twice the Realm King Fist, and his combat power was immediately increased to 16,000. It's just that such a little combat effectiveness is too far behind Suifan. Bang bang! Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack on Suifan, and Suifan easily blocked. 10 seconds later. Bang! Suifan flew out and kicked on Sun Wukong's chest. Poof! Sun Wukong spewed out a mouthful of acidic water, and his whole body shook violently, supporting the ground with one hand, and almost fell to the ground. You're no match for me, Kakarot. Suifan smiled. Abominable. Sun Wukong's face was also full of shock. Ha 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 ha, Naba, well done, kill him. Vegeta laughed. Throw in the towel. Suifan said lightly. I won't throw in the towel. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Triple Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong roared, and the whole person's body once again burst out with amazing energy. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness also increased to a height of 24,000 in an instant. Bang! Sun Wukong waved his fist and roared towards Suifan. Ugh! Looking at the Monkey King who was coming quickly, Suifan only increased his speed slightly, and it was these moments that appeared above the Monkey King and looked at him condescendingly. Sun Wukong looked left and right, and finally found Suifan in the sky. Ha ha! Sun Wukong gasped. Now Sun Wukong can only withstand twice as many Realm King Fists, and just now he used 3 times the Realm King Fist, making his body a little unbearable. However, what shocked Sun Wukong was that even if he used the 3 Realm King Fist himself, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of this bald man. At this time, the four people of Bic, Klin, Tianjin rice and dumplings were already awakened by Sun Wuhan. When he saw that Sun Wukong was still dominant, the faces of Vic and Sun Wukong and others became extremely ugly. "It's not good, Sun Wukong is going to lose," Vic said quietly. "Wouldn't you? Gaku hasn't been fighting him for long." Klin shook his head. "Although they have only just met, but have you seen it, Gaku has done his best, but there is still a lot of room for that scion called Scion." Cold sweat broke out on Vic on his face. "Tianjin rice. Dumplings. Come on, Dad." Sun Gohan clenched his small fists. "What scares me the most is that this bald big man is so powerful, but he still has to obey the orders of the short scion," Vic said with a dark face. "Vic? You mean to say that short man? He. Is he more powerful than this bald head?" Klin began to stutter as he spoke. "I wish I thought too much." Vic croaked his teeth. Turtle sect Qigong wave. Monkey King's hands brewed huge energy. Between the whiskers, a powerful Qigong wave shot towards Suifan's direction. Bang! Suifan slapped it over. With a muffled sound, the turtle school Qigong wave released by Sun Wukong was slapped by Suifan's slap and changed direction. Boom! The turtle sect Qigong wave soared into the sky, bursting into brilliant colors on the blue sky. "What?" Sun Wukong's face became more and more ugly. The turtle faction Qigong wave released by the Three Realms King Fist by himself was actually slapped away by the other party. This scion is also too powerful, right? But immediately after, a faint smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Quadruple Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong roared angrily and quickly roared towards Suifan. Bang! Looking at the Monkey King who rushed up, Suifan grabbed his hair and pushed his knee to his chest. Poof! Sun Wukong spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person fell limply to the ground. Even if Sun Wukong used the Four-Realm King Fist, the combat power was only 32,000, which was still a big gap with Suifan's basic combat power. Chapter 063. Haha! Sun Wukong lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The Quadruple Realm King Fist has already made Sun Wukong's injury reach a critical point, and he can no longer fight. After Vic and the others saw this scene, their faces became more and more ugly. "Dad! Dad!" Sun Gohan was even more frightened than angry, and his legs couldn't stop trembling. Suifan quickly looked at his total reputation value. Now the total reputation has become 22, which is still very good. Just defeating the Monkey King increased his reputation by 4 points. If he defeated Frisia, would his reputation increase by hundreds or thousands? Of course, Suifan was just guessing and guessing by himself, and the system did not give a hint on how much it would increase. At least what Suifan can now determine is that the increase in reputation value is linked to the strength of the opponent. You. You are not Naba. You. Who are you, exactly? At this moment, Suifan heard Vegeta's voice stammering and asking, and looked at himself with a shocked expression. "Oh? How to say?" Suifan looked at Vegeta with a smile. Although Vegeta could not tell Suifan's combat strength through breath sensing, he was not stupid. Through the battle between Suifan and Sun Wukong and others, Vegeta was a little suspicious at first, but now he has found that something is wrong. Because the tricks used by Suifan were completely different from Naba. Moreover, what kind of strength Naba is, Vegeta knows better. Vegeta knew that Naba would not be able to defeat Kakarot. The reason why Vegeta asked Naba to challenge Sun Wukong was just to test Sun Wukong's strength through the battle between them. It's just that what Vegeta didn't expect was that Suifan had already defeated Sun Wukong. Very easy to beat. Vegeta became more and more suspicious. How many pounds and tails does Naba have? Can Vegeta not be clear? You're not Naba. Vegeta looked at Suifan again in affirmation and said loudly. You finally see it. Suifan smiled slightly, and his body changed rapidly. Ugh! The next moment, Suifan's appearance changed dramatically, from the original big man Naba to a handsome man. What? It's you! Vegeta was stunned. I. Am I not mistaken? Klin's eyes widened. Is it Suifan? Vic was even more shocked. Hey? Uncle Suifan? Son Gohan's face was still a little pale. How is this possible? Is he really Suifan? Tianjin was speechless for a while. Brother Tian. Is he Suifan? Dumplings are even less certain. Haha. I said it felt wrong just now. It turned out to be Suifan. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Goku, is he really Suifan? Klin quickly asked. It should be. When I came here, I felt that his aura was a little familiar, but what I didn't expect was that he would actually change his appearance, said Sun Wukong with a smile. But if he was really Suifan, what did he want to do? Klin's face sank, and he quickly asked. Sun Wukong did not speak, and looked towards Suifan from a distance. What happened? Vegeta was still confused. Go for yourself. Suifan smiled slightly. So, Broly is still sealed by you. Vegeta croaked. Uh-huh. Suifan smiled and nodded. Naba has been killed by you. Vegeta asked again. Good. Suifan smiled. Big bombing attack. After Vegeta learned Suifan's true identity, he immediately did not have the slightest hesitation, and a huge energy flame suddenly bloomed in his hands. Bombarding towards Suifan. Boom! Suddenly, a big explosion occurred at Suifan's location. Humph, goodbye. Vegeta snorted coldly and sped away in the direction of the spaceship, intending to take the opportunity to leave Earth. Vegeta clearly knew that the gap between himself and Suifan was better to open up as soon as possible. However, just as Vegeta arrived at the spacecraft, he saw a figure shaking. Ugh! The next moment, the spacecraft quickly shrunk and turned into a capsule, which was held by Suifan in his hand. As for Vegeta's attack just now, it could not cause the slightest damage to Suifan. Vegeta, actually, if you don't say my identity, you can be the boss for a while. Suifan looked at Vegeta with a smile, and then said coldly, say, admit it or die. Make your own choice. Even if Vegeta dies, I will never admit it. Vegeta was furious. I am the Prince of the Scions and I will never allow anyone to insult me. Chapter 064. Bang! Suifan was not polite, grabbed Vegeta's head, and rubbed hundreds of meters on the ground. By the time Suifan let go of Vegeta, Vegeta was already seriously injured. Suifan quickly looked at his reputation value and increased by another 4 points. Now Suifan's total reputation has reached 26. Obey. Suifan stepped on Vegeta's head and asked with a smile. Vegeta was trembling and resentful. It's just that Vegeta clearly knows the gap between himself and Suifan. That's it, I want to think about it, or decide that it is more appropriate to leave you with a dog's life. Suifan sneered. Saying that, Suifan casually threw out the capsule of the spacecraft. Klin, go inside and bring out that small spaceship inside. Suifan greeted Klin. Hey? Klin was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, and rushed into the spaceship. Soon, Suifan came out with a small spaceship and put it by Suifan's side. You? Are you really Suifan? Klin asked with some disbelief. What do you say? Suifan smiled. It's really you. What are you going to do with him? Klin asked. Vegeta, I hope you take care of yourself and be a good person in the future. Suifan said, grabbed Vegeta's back collar, and shoved it directly into the spaceship. Vegeta didn't understand at all, what was Suifan trying to do. However, since Suifang can let himself go, Vegeta naturally would not refuse. Phew! The spacecraft quickly retreated into the starry sky, and disappeared without a trace. On the spaceship, Vegeta hurriedly hung up the healing instrument for himself. Just after being beaten by Suifan a few times, Vegeta felt that his body was still seriously injured. However, after Vegeta hung up the healing device for himself, he was surprised to find that the pain in his body did not lessen. Vegeta looked down and was surprised to find that the treatment solution on the treatment device had disappeared. This bastard! It must be Suifan's ghost! Vegeta croaked, furious. Earth! Suifan waved at Sun Wukong and the others present. I'm sorry, I'm a little heavy. Suifan said. Haha, Suifan, I really didn't expect it to be you. Ahem, Monkey King said while coughing heavily. Goku, do you want to take you to the hospital first? Klin quickly asked with concern. No need, I still have the last 2 immortal beans on me, which grew from the Garen immortals in the past month. Sun Wukong pointed to his chest and eat. Goku, I'll help you get it. Klin quickly went over, took out the fairy beans, and gave them to Sun Wukong to eat. Ugh! Suddenly, Sun Wukong's injury completely recovered, and his energy returned to his peak state. Hey! After Sun Wukong recovered, he was obviously stunned. What's wrong? Goku? Klin asked. Nothing. The reason why Sun Wukong felt a little strange was because he found that his combat effectiveness seemed to have increased a lot. However, as soon as Sun Wukong thought of the gap between himself and Suifan, he suddenly felt that there was nothing worth saying about this enhancement. Then again, Suifan, how can you help that scion deal with us? Klin scratched his bald head and asked with a wry smile. I'm just testing the results of your cultivation for nearly a year. Suifan smiled, but unfortunately, I am disappointed. Sun Wukong, Klin, and the others immediately hung their heads. More than 9 months have passed, and although they have all cultivated very seriously, the gap between them and Suifan is getting bigger and bigger. It's just, you let him go, is it appropriate? Klin asked with some concern. Klin, it's good for Suifan to do this, at least I can cultivate well in the future and strive to defeat him. Sun Wukong said with a smile. By the way, Suifan, did you really go to aliens? Klin asked again. Yes, I went to the planet Wampa. Suifan nodded slightly. Moreover, I also learned that in the depths of the universe, there is a universe emperor named Frisia, and his combat power is extremely terrifying. Cosmic Emperor? Frisia? Everyone was shocked. Goku, please ask the King of Realm to help see, where is Frisia now? Suifan said to Sun Wukong. Okay, I'll try. Monkey King nodded. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong contacted the King of Realm through telepathy and told the King of Realm about this side. So that's the case, I just said that I didn't see Suifan on the planet Wampa. The Realm King laughed. Suifan, this is testing your true strength, but overall, everything is going well. Vegeta, who was known as the Scion Prince, was also easily defeated by Suifan. Lord Realm King, I want to ask, in the depths of the universe, is there a universe emperor named Frisia? Sun Wukong asked with a solemn expression. Chapter 065. What? Frisia, you know all about it? Goku. The Realm King lost his voice. Yes, Suifan told me. Sun Wukong replied. Goku, you tell Suifan, don't provoke that guy named Frisia. The Realm King instructed with a serious expression. Haha, yes, as long as he doesn't come to Earth, I naturally won't provoke him. Sun Wukong smiled. As for whether Suifan will challenge him, I don't know. You tell Suifan, that Universe Emperor Frisia is extremely terrifying, even if Suifan is very strong now and can easily defeat Vegeta, but compared with Frisia, there is still a big gap. The king of the realm said solemnly. Okay, I'll talk to him. Monkey King nodded. Where has Frisia gone now? Suifan asked directly. Suifan, I said, you must not provoke him. The Realm King hurriedly telepathized with Suifan to communicate, Frisia's strength is far from what you can fight against now. Of course I know that with my current strength, I am indeed not his opponent. Suifan nodded in acknowledgement, Lord Realm King, I just want to know his movements. Are you sure you don't go to his trouble? The Realm King asked uneasily. I'm self-aware. Suifan replied. Okay, I'll take a look. When the Realm King said this, he stopped speaking, obviously going to check the direction where Frisia was. Suifan also immediately turned on the Realm King's wait and see ability, and his eyes went deep into the distant universe. It's just that although Suifan downloaded the Realm King's wait and see ability, it is really not an easy task to find Frisia in the vast universe. Found it, Frisia is currently on Frisia Planet 51st. The voice of the Realm King came over, hey? He's getting ready to set sail on a spaceship. Lord Realm King, take a closer look, is Frisia going to Namexing? Suifan asked. That Miji? Is it the planet of Vic? The Realm King was stunned for a moment and asked rhetorically. Yes. Suifan nodded. Vic was also slightly startled and glanced at Suifan. Suifan, you mean to say Frisia wants to go to Namex to find the Dragon Ball? The Realm King also immediately came to his senses. It's very possible. Suifan replied, when Vegeta came to Earth to see Vic before, he told Vic's origin. If Vegeta's detector really has the ability to communicate, maybe what happened here will be the first time Frisia will know. He set sail. The Realm King nodded, and the next moment he lost his voice. Sure enough, you are right, he is flying in the direction of Namex. By the way, is there anyone else on that buster? Klin asked. I'll see, said the Realm King, looking in the direction of Namex. After a while. Yes, there are people on that mex. The Realm King nodded affirmatively. A long time ago, the climate on Namex changed dramatically, and many Namex people died because of that harsh climate. But now Namex has begun to recover. Vic wouldn't have been the Earth that came back then, would it? Klin asked. Vic. How long will it take for Frisia to reach Namex? Suifan asked. About 8 days or so. The Realm King said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that by then, the entire Namex star will face annihilation. Tell me the coordinates of Namex. Suifan said to the Realm King. Suifan, what do you want to do? I said, but you promised me, don't provoke Frisia. The Realm King hurriedly replied. I know, but you can't watch the nemesis being exterminated. Can you? Suifan replied. The King of the Realm stopped talking. Hey, Suifan, Klin lowered his voice, if the main nemesis are like the previous Vic. Are you still going to save them? I don't think so. Suifan shook his head and denied Klin's opinion. I think that the nemesis should all be as kind-hearted as the gods, and the reason why Vic became the great demon king is also influenced by the evil factors on the earth. Hearing Suifan's words, Vic couldn't help but take a deep look at Suifan. Suifan is right, the people of Namex are all good-hearted people, just like the gods of your earth. The Realm King nodded affirmatively. In that case, let's go over and save them as soon as possible. Suifan proposed. But, the Realm King was still not at ease. I have a way. How do you guys see? Klin suggested, if there really are Dragon Balls on Namek, how about we use the Dragon Ball radar, get together in front of Frisia, and then move all the Namex people to a safe place through the Dragon of Namek. Chapter 066. Klin is right, Frisia only knows about Dragon Balls, but may not know that there is Dragon Ball radar. Suifan nodded. Okay, that's it, let's go right away. Sun Wukong was also suddenly interested. Well, you must be careful, if you encounter Frisia, leave immediately, don't let him find out. The king of the realm gave thousands of instructions. Don't worry, Lord Realm. Sun Wukong answered solemnly and greeted Suifan. So, Suifan, let's leave immediately. Don't worry, I've been away from Earth for almost a month, and I haven't seen Bulma for a long time. Suifan said, in this way, we will leave again tomorrow morning. In that case, I'll go too. Vic gritted his teeth and said to Suifan and Sun Wukong. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded and did not object. Dad, if Uncle Suifan and Uncle Vic both go, I want to go too. Sun Gohan said with a solemn expression. Well, although I know that I am of little use, I also want to go to the alien planet. Klin also took the initiative to ask, just avoid Frisia and look for the Dragon Balls, right? It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? You guys are so naive. The Realm King shouted angrily, do you really think that with so many people, Frisia won't know? Lord Realm King means that we let Frisia do evil on Nameki. Sun Wukong asked rhetorically. The king of the realm was speechless. After a short silence. Okay, you guys go, but be sure to get the Dragon Balls together as soon as possible, and then let the Shenlong move you and the Nemesis to a safe place. The king of the realm said in a deep voice, and said the coordinates of Namex. So we'll meet tomorrow morning at Bulma's house. Monkey King proposed. Okay, no problem. Suifan nodded. After agreeing, Suifan said goodbye to Sun Wukong and the others, immediately took off into the air, and quickly flew in the direction of Bulma's house. Not long after, Suifan had already seen the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. Suifan fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Bulma, I'm back. Suifan greeted loudly. After the words fell, Bulma ran out of the room wearing a purple dress. Bulma quickly threw herself into Suifan's arms. Suifan also hugged Bulma tightly and gently stroked her blue hair. Suifan, I heard Klin say, aren't you trapped on the planet Wampa? Bulma raised her head and looked at Suifan. I was teasing him. Suifan smiled. You're dead. Bulma glared, I still take it seriously. By the way, Bulma, I have to leave tomorrow, and I plan to go to Namesing. Suifan said. No, Suifan, now that the Scions have come to Earth, Goku and Klin are fighting the Scions, right? Aren't you going to help? Bulma quickly asked. The Scions have already been beaten away by me, and I believe that they will never come to Earth again. Suifan smiled. Hey? Really fake? Bulma looked at Suifan in disbelief. You can ask Goku about them. Suifan smiled. Is it really you who defeated the Scions? When did you become so powerful? Bulma was surprised, turned her head to glance at the scrap detector on the table, and said with a wry smile, this detector that was hard to repair was blown up because Goku's combat power was too high. I think it's the Scion that Goku defeated, right? Suifan didn't explain much. Anyway, one day, Bulma will know everything. By the way, Suifan, you said you were going to that Mising? What is that place? Bulma asked again. That's the home of Vic and the celestial gods. Suifan then briefly told Bulma some things about the Nemesis. So that's the case, then you go, you have to come back safely. Bulma said with a concerned look. After a moment of warmth with Bulma, Suifan returned to his room. This time leaving for Namex, Suifan was also ready to fight Frisia. Suifan knew very well that with Frisia's style, even if he didn't go to Namex, he would not be able to fulfill his wish on Namex. The great elder of Namex Star couldn't let Frisia do whatever he wanted no matter what. If Frisia fails to fulfill his wish, he will definitely destroy the entire Namex in a fit of anger. At that time, Frisia is bound to come to Earth again, and by the way, through the Earth's Dragon Ball, to fulfill his wish for an immortal body. Therefore, for Suifan, the trip to the Nemesis is imperative. Moreover, Suifan also wanted to gain more prestige by fighting Frisia. Of course, Suifan can also download the abilities he needs from Frisia's body. If you don't take this step, staying on the earth forever is not a long-term solution. That night, Suifan began to try the synthesis of skills. Suifan pieced together the already synthesized ape rationality and realm king fist, and clicked on the synthesis. Is it possible to combine the ape transformation reason and the realm king fist into the ape transformation realm king fist? Need to spend 20 reputation points, yes/no? Chapter 067. Seeing that it was necessary to consume 20 reputation points at once, Suifan couldn't help but hesitate. In this way, if you want to resynthesize a skill that has already been synthesized, you need to double the reputation. Suifan looked at the introduction of the Ape Realm King Fist again. Ape King Fist, using a 10x Realm King Fist in ape form can increase the basic combat power by 500 times without being eaten back by the Realm King Fist. I'll go 500 times. What is there to hesitate about? Suifan immediately consumed 20 reputation points and directly merged the Ape Realm King Fist. Suifan clearly knew that the transformation of the second level of Super Saiyan, which is referred to as Super Saiyan 2, was only 100 times the normal, while the third level of the Super Saiyan was 400 times the normal. This King Fist of his own ape realm, but suddenly increased by 500 times. Moreover, Suifan has not yet become a Super Saiyan. If this becomes a Super Saiyan again, isn't this something that goes against the sky? Suifan suddenly had a feeling of contempt for the world. After synthesizing the Ape Realm King Fist, Suifan's reputation value was only 6. It seems that you have to find a way to brush a wave of prestige points. Thinking of this, Suifan took advantage of the night to leave Bulma's house and rushed towards Sun Wukong's home. Not long after, Suifan appeared directly above Sun Wukong's house. Not long after Suifan appeared, Suifan saw Sun Wukong come out of the room. Suifan, is something wrong? Monkey King looked up and asked. I'm looking for you. Suifan smiled at Sun Wukong. Haha, I'm no match for you. Monkey King scratched his head. Sun Wukong, is this admitted? Suifan quickly looked at his reputation value and increased it by 4 points. Now Suifan's total reputation has reached 10. Before the battle between Sun Wukong and Suifan, Sun Wukong was seriously injured, and after eating fairy beans to recover, his combat effectiveness doubled and reached 12,000. Sun Wukong directly recognized it, and Suifan gained 4 prestige points and Suifan's heart was nourished. In this way, tomorrow we will leave on the way to Namixing, and we will cultivate together. Suifan said. Good. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded. Well, then, goodbye. Suifan waved his hand. When he returned home, Suifan thought in his heart that the battle in which Vegeta came to Earth, only Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has been improved. The combat effectiveness of the rest of Vic and the others is still the same, so even if they brush their reputation points, it is useless. It seems that in the future, should I find a way to train them? Let their strength increase, defeat them again, and the reputation value will be properly sent? Suifan glanced at it and found the pillar that reached the sky in the distance. Wasn't it the Garen Tower? Suifan's heart moved, and he quickly flew in the direction of Garen Tower. Immediately afterwards, Suifan crossed the Garen Tower and ascended straight in the direction of the temple. Snap! Suifan landed on top of the temple. Suifan, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much. The heavenly god looked at Suifan and said. Suifan smiled. By the way, Suifan, come to me so late, is there something wrong? Tenjin asked. I'm leaving for Namek tomorrow, Tenjin, don't you go back to your hometown? Suifan asked. Haha. I'm not going back. Tian Shen smiled slightly, looked at Sui Fan and said, isn't Vic going to that mising together? He went and I went, and the situation was similar. Moreover, Vic is now completely stronger than me. Is there anything I need to do for you? Sui Fan asked again. No, thank you Sui Fan, I came here on purpose. Tenjin smiled. In fact, where did the Heavenly God know that Sui Fan had already turned on the download option of the Heavenly God while saying this? Sui Fan guessed correctly, and sure enough, he found the download of Making Dragon Ball in a hidden corner. In addition, behind the manufacture of Dragon Ball, there is another note, 3G needs to be activated to download. No wonder Sui Fan didn't see Making Dragon Balls here in Tianshan before, it turned out that this thing needed to open 3 guaranis. The size of the Dragon Ball is 500 and it takes 25 minutes. Sui Fan immediately turned on the download button and said to the Heavenly God, Heavenly God, there is one thing I don't quite understand. It also needs the guidance of the gods. Sui Fan, please say. Tenjin nodded. Since you and Vic are the same person. If Vic dies, I'm afraid your life will also be in danger of the gods, right? Sui Fan asked without words, the purpose was to delay time so that he could complete the download. Yes, it is. Tenjin nodded. That's weird. When that Vic Great Demon King died on the spot, didn't the gods disappear with him? Sui Fan asked. Haha, what are you going to ask when I am Sui Fan? The god smiled, the reason is very simple, when the Great Demon King Vic exploded, he gave all the life essence to his son, which is now Vic Kerr, so I will be fine. Sui Fan nodded, and then glanced at Mr. Bobo who had just come out of the temple, and greeted him, Hey, Mr. Bobo, hello. Hello, Sui Fan. Mr. Bobo also waved in a friendly manner. 25 minutes later. Made Dragon Ball has finally been successfully downloaded. Sui Fan breathed a sigh of relief. So what? I should go back to, Tenjin, Mr. Bobo, goodbye. Sui Fan waved his hand and left the temple directly. Tenjin. Mr. Bobo. After a short silence. What is he here for? The gods were completely confused. I see he's here to make small talk, Mr. Bobo thought thoughtfully. After returning home, Sui Fan began to study his skill synthesis again. For example, Sun Fist and Qigong Cannon can also be synthesized to synthesize the Sun Qigong Cannon. However, Sui Fan thought about it and felt that it was of little use, so he simply did not consume prestige points. After careful study, Sui Fan found that although many skills could be combined with each other, they were a bit chicken compared to the Ape Realm King Fist. That's it, let's find a way to improve the basic combat effectiveness for now. As long as he can increase his combat power to 300,000, and then through the Ape Realm King Fist, he can make his combat power reach the height of 150 million, and there will be no problem in dealing with Frisia. With a combat strength of 300,000, Sui Fan felt that he still had a lot of hope to achieve. Early the next morning, Monkey King and Vic appear in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Not long after, Klin also rushed from the home of the Turtle Immortal. Gaku, isn't Gohan going? Klin asked with a smile. Chapter 068. Kiki won't let you go, Monkey King scratched his head. Humph, Shiro has trained Gohan for so long. Vic snorted coldly. By the way, what about Sui Fan? Haven't gotten up yet? Monkey King asked. Sui Fan should still be hot with Bulma. Didn't the two say that they hadn't seen each other for a month? It must have been busy last night. Klin smiled, his face flushed. What's going on? Sun Wukong was puzzled. You won't, will you? Gaku, aren't you all married? Klin asked. Yes. I'm married. Does it matter? Sun Wukong was even more puzzled. Klin. What's wrong, Klin? Sun Wukong looked confused. Well, when I didn't say. Wait a minute. Clin said helplessly. By the way, I don't know where Vegeta, who was defeated by Suifan, is going now. Sun Wukong suddenly thought of Vegeta and couldn't help asking. Wasn't the planet of the Scions destroyed? He wouldn't be with that cosmic Emperor Frisia, would he? Clin guessed. So, Sun Wukong nodded. Monkey King, if you fight that Vegeta, what are your chances of victory? Vic couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Sun Wukong shook his head, however, I think that the strength between me and Vegeta should not be much different, and if we fight seriously, it should be him who has the upper hand slightly. I wonder why Suifan released Vegeta. Clin shook his head and sighed softly. Someone is coming over there. Vic said suddenly. Someone coming. Clin was stunned for a moment and turned to look over. Hey? Is it Gohan? Sun Wukong was also stunned. Sure enough, I saw Sun Wuhan speeding towards this side, and soon appeared next to Sun Wukong. Dad, I'll go too. Sun Gohan grinned. Gohan, did you tell your mother? Monkey King asked. Said, Mom didn't agree, I sneaked out. Sun Gohan lowered his head and said. Well, since you have already run out, then come with me to Namixing, it can also be regarded as an experience. Sun Wukong thought about it and said to Sun Wuhan. Well, thanks Dad. Sun Gohan nodded. Around 8 o'clock in the morning. Suifan packed up and walked out of Bulma's room. Bulma came out to see it off. You're all coming. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong and the others. Bulma early. Sun Wukong and others greeted Bulma together. Speaking of yesterday's Scions, how did you defeat them? I've been worried for a long time. Bulma hummed. Hey? Bulma. You wouldn't be unaware, would you? Clin asked in surprise. No what? Bulma gave Clin a roll of the eye. The Scions were defeated by Suifan, and we didn't do much at all. Clin scratched his head. Really fake? Suifan defeated the Scion? Bulma looked at Suifan with a look of surprise. Nothing, I just accidentally stood on the shoulders of giants. Suifan smiled. Clin. Vic. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan looked confused, and they couldn't understand the meaning of these words. Hee, I can't imagine that Suifan has become so good, I didn't choose the wrong person. Bulma smiled and said to Suifan, her eyes full of deep affection. Every girl wants her boyfriend to stand tall. Now that Suifan has done it, Bulma feels very happy. By the way, Bulma, let's go to Namixing, don't you go with us? Clin suggested, our spacecraft has been in space for so long, what if something goes wrong? It is best to have someone who can repair a spaceship to go with us, and we will be sure. I'm not going. Don't you know? Suifan also studied scientific and technological maintenance. Bulma glanced at Clin and said, if the spacecraft encounters a problem, with Suifan's scientific and technological level, it should not be a big problem to repair this spacecraft. What? Will Suifan repair the spaceship? Clin looked at Suifan in surprise. Suifan, you are amazing. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as well. Uncle Suifan, it's really powerful. Sun Gohan also smiled at Suifan. Let's go. Vic proposed. Bulma, wait for me to come back. Suifan gave Bulma a hug and gently patted her back. Well, I'll wait for you, Suifan. Bulma nodded slightly. After saying goodbye to Bulma, Suifan took Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, Bic, and Clin to the spaceship. This spaceship is still the one that Bulma and his father have modified. But last night, Suifan specially brought the gravity training room to the spacecraft and slightly modified it. Otherwise, Suifan would not have been able to get up so late. It takes 7 days to get from Earth to Namex, and these 7 days, Suifan doesn't want to be idle. Even if the improvement of combat effectiveness is slow, at least you have to brush the reputation value, right? I believe that with the gravity training room, it will be of great help to Sun Wukong and the four of them to improve their combat effectiveness. Phew! Su Fan pressed the spaceship start button. The spacecraft quickly retreated into the starry sky and entered the vast universe. Okay, the automatic course has been set, and in the next 7 days, the spacecraft will automatically avoid the meteorite and head to Namek. If you encounter a large meteorite, the energy flame emitted by the spacecraft is enough to smash the meteorite. Su Fan explained to Sun Wukong and the other four. Great, I didn't expect this spaceship to be so advanced. Clin smiled and nodded. I repeat. Su Fan's expression became solemn, that Universe Emperor named Frisia has a much higher strength than me, we are not his opponents at all, this is definitely not hitting you. So, if we meet Frisia, we'll just run away. Clin laughed and scratched his head. Humph, don't be naive, if that guy named Frisia really surpasses us that much. Do you really think that if you fight Frisia, you can escape from under his nose? Vic snorted coldly. Yes, too. So to speak. This time to Nameeks. Are we less fierce? Clin's eyes widened. Vic nodded solemnly. Oops. I'm an earthling, what kind of fun do I follow? Clin wanted to cry, and quickly said to Su Fan, Su Fan, is it still too late to turn around and go back now? Chapter 069. Clin, you have to have confidence in yourself, you will come in handy. Su Fan patted Clin's shoulder affectionately. If Clin doesn't go, how does Monkey King become a Super Saiyan? Su Fan has decided that through this Namex battle, even if he can't become a Super Saiyan, he must cultivate Sun Wukong to make a gorgeous transformation. I don't know if Super Saiyan can I download it. If even the transformation of the Super Saiyan could be downloaded, Su Fan would have saved a lot of trouble. Therefore, when Clin said that he also wanted to go to Namesing, Su Fan was still very happy. Is it? Can I come in handy? Are you sure? Clin scratched his head and asked with a wry smile. Actually, Clin, you don't have to worry. Su Fan explained with a smile, last night I checked some relevant information about Namex and Frisia, the area of Namex is several times the size of the Earth, and the chance of you and Frisia encountering is too small. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Frisia does not have breath sensing. Once he meets Frisia, destroy his probe at the first time, and then use the Sun Fist to escape his tracking. Moreover, there are 3 suns on Namek, and casting Sun Fist will be smooth. Hey? Su Fan, as soon as you say this, I am relieved. Clin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Fortunately, Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist is not very difficult, it should be easy to master. In order to make you better promoted, I specially asked Bulma to build a gravity cultivation room. Su Fan said, and pointed to the hull of the spaceship, explaining, the gravity cultivation room is over there, I hope you will make a breakthrough in these 7 days. Gravity cultivation room? What for? Clin was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked curiously. Simply put, it is possible to change gravity freely, for example, in the spacecraft we are in now, the gravity of the Earth is the same, and through the instrument over there, you can change gravity within a certain range. Su Fan said with a smile, Wukong has received 10 times the Earth's gravity training on the planet of the Realm King, and Clin, you have also been to the Room of Spirit and Time, right? You've basically adapted to 10 times the Earth's gravity, right? I see. So that's the case, Clin suddenly realized, but remembering the situation of cultivating in the Room of Spirit and Time, I still have a nod of my head. Great, Su Fan, how much gravity can this change? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. Up to 300 times Earth's gravity. Su Fan said. What, 300 times? Clin asked in surprise. Although Vic did not speak, he was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his face. 300 times gravity, Vic knew exactly what this concept was. Sun Gohan was confused. It was still difficult for him to understand 300 times gravity at his age. So Fan, have you already cultivated under 300 times the gravity? Vic asked. Yes. So Fan smiled, I have overcome 300 times the gravity of the Earth. Hey? Are you sure? No wonder you're so powerful. That's the reason. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered. However, if I can overcome 300 times gravity, can I use the 30x Realm King Fist? Come on. So Fan did not break it. It's just a short period of 7 days, and it is already very rare for Sun Wukong to overcome 100 times gravity on the basis of only one immortal being left. I made changes to this gravity cultivation room. Once the gravity system is turned on, the corresponding gravity multiplier will appear within 3 meters of the center, and the gravity multiplier outside 3 meters will be reduced by half, and then the outer multiplier will be reduced by half again. There are 3 levels in total, which are just right for your cultivation. So Fan explained to the 4 of Sun Wukong. What do you mean? Sun Wukong didn't understand very well. Klin, you explain. So Fan ordered to Klin. Well, Klin had to re-explain to Sun Wukong. Wukong, for example, if we turn on 10 times gravity, within 3 meters is 10 times gravity, 3 meters away is 5 times gravity, and 3 meters away is 2.5 times gravity. So, got it. Monkey King nodded. To better distinguish the multiples of gravity, Vic beckoned to Klin, you take an oily pen and draw a circle. Fortunately, this way you won't be hurt by the gravity inside. Klin nodded. Immediately, Klin took an oily pen and drew 2 circles on the ground of the spacecraft. Okay, now I'll turn on 40x gravity. So Fan said to Sun Wukong and the others. After saying this, So Fan stepped forward and adjusted the gravity to 40 times that of the Earth. In this way, the gravity of the outermost circle is 10 times, the middle one is 20 times, and the innermost is 40 times, which is just suitable for people of different levels to cultivate. Vic, let's challenge 20x gravity first, shall we? Monkey King proposed. Humph, that's fine. Vic smiled slightly, and followed Sun Wukong from the 10x gravity field into the 20x gravity. Suddenly, Bike's body sank and he knelt on one knee. Vic had not practiced gravity, so it was still difficult to adapt to a 20-fold heavy pressure at once. In fact, just under 10 times the gravity of Vic K, it is already a little uncomfortable. However, Vic is still very talented, and with his strength there, he can easily adapt to the coercion brought by 20 times the gravity. Klin and Sun Gohan were practicing seriously in the outermost 10 times gravity field. Sun Gohan is also the first time to try to cultivate with heavy strength, although he is not old, but after all, he is also a scion, but it is much easier than Klin to overcome gravity. By the way, So Fan, don't you come to cultivate together? Sun Wukong rested for a while under 20 times the gravity, looked at So Fan and asked. There is no need. So Fan smiled. So Fan has overcome 300 times gravity, does he still need to cultivate? Vic glanced at Sun Wukong angrily. Ha ha ha, yes, yes, Sun Wukong nodded, his expression became solemn, I'm going to work on 2, I'm going to fight to overcome 300 times gravity. 3 hours later. Okay, that's it, run for me. So Fan gave the order to the 4 people. The 4 of Sun Wukong began to run in circles in the environment of gravity. 1 circle. 2 laps. 3 laps. I don't know how many laps I ran, but after these hours of hard cultivation, Sun Wukong finally overcame 40 times the gravity. Chapter 070. And Vic can basically travel slowly under 40 times the gravity. Sun Gohan and Klin have also improved very highly. Sun Gohan, in particular, can already walk under 20 times the gravity. Klin was the slowest, just entering 20 times gravity before being crushed down. However, Klin's qualifications are not bad, and after a long period of hard work, he can finally stand up. Very good, next, the four of you attack me together. So Fan beckoned to Sun Wukong and the other four. Bang bang! The four people immediately launched an attack on So Fan. A minute later, So Fan put Sun Wukong and the other four to the ground. So Fan quickly looked at his prestige value. After this wave of brushing, So Fan increased his reputation by 15 points, and now the total reputation value has reached 25 again. Planet Frisia, Planet 78. A miniature spaceship descended from the sky and landed on the planet's takeoff and landing base. It's Nobisama's spaceship. Go and greet you. Didn't Lord Vegeta come back together? The two little brothers hurriedly rushed over, standing respectfully on both sides of the spaceship, waiting for Naba to come out. Because this spaceship belonged to Naba, the two little brothers subconsciously thought that Naba had returned. However, the two waited for a moment and found that there was no movement inside the spacecraft. It's not good, his life breath is very weak, and he may die. Quick, open the spaceship. The two little brothers quickly broke the spaceship. Yes, yes, yes. It's Lord Vegeta. Quick, he has fainted, quickly sent to the treatment room. The two younger brothers hurriedly took Vegeta into the treatment room. After a period of treatment, Vegeta opened her eyes, and her eyes flashed with essence. Beep. With the signal emitted from the healing device, Vegeta walked out of the healing device, and his face looked more and more gloomy. Lord Vegeta, this is your new combat uniform. The younger brother held a set of combat uniforms and handed them to Vegeta with both hands. Vegeta took his combat suit, put it on, and walked outside. Abominable, that hateful So Fan, I can't spare him. Vegeta croaked, turned to look at his younger brother, and asked, Hey, let me ask you, what planet is Frisia on? Your Excellency Frisia. It seems to be on planet 51st at present, the little brother quickly replied. Humph, that's interesting. Vegeta smiled and walked step by step in the direction of the spaceship. However, just as Vegeta was about to approach the spacecraft, he heard a mocking voice from behind him. Gee, isn't this Vegeta, the Prince of the Scions? Vegeta did not look back, and he already knew the identity of the other party through the voice. Chuyi, aren't you on planet 79? When did you run to planet 78? Vegeta snorted coldly. Would you believe me if I said, I came here to wait for you on purpose? Chuyi smiled. How? Is there anything wrong with me? Vegeta squinted at Chuyi. Your Excellency Frisia is very unhappy with your unauthorized actions this time. Chuyi said coldly, but what makes me curious is that as a Scion Prince, he was actually beaten like this by other people and almost died, and you really disgraced you Scions. Humph, what do you know? Vegeta snorted coldly, turned and left. Stop me. Chuyi grabbed Vegeta's shoulder. Let go. Vegeta's face turned cold. Vegeta. It is said that Lord Frisia recently discovered a very valuable planet, and the people on this planet will make something special, and do you know what this special thing is? Chuyi smiled and looked at Vegeta with interest. What the hell are you trying to say? Vegeta snorted coldly. Dragon Ball. Chuyi slowly spit out 2 words. What did you say? Vegeta's body trembled violently. His Excellency Frisia said that he wanted to fulfill his wish for an immortal body. Chuyi smiled. Bastard! Vegeta's whole body trembled with anger, and he quickly ran towards the direction of the spaceship. Phew! Vegeta's spaceship shot into the sky. Vegeta, who wants to escape? Chuyi shouted angrily, and also quickly stepped on the spaceship and chased towards Vegeta. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 7 days passed in a flash. Attention! Another 10 minutes to arrive at Namex. On the spacecraft's computer, a prompt sound was also transmitted. Is it finally here? Clint breathed a sigh of relief. That huge planet, is that the Nemesis? Sun Gohan pointed to a huge planet in front of him. It should be. Monkey King nodded. Vic was speechless. The hometown is more timid, perhaps it is Vic at this time. Very good, after these 7 days of cultivation, your strength has greatly improved, which is worthy of praise. So Fan said with a smile to Sun Wukong and the other 4. Today, Monkey King has successfully overcome 100 times the gravity. Although Sun Wukong did not use immortal beans, after the discussion with So Fan, the progress was still very rapid. At the same time, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has also reached a height of 90,000. This combat strength value is the same as the time when Sun Wukong arrived at Namex in the original work. So Fan had seen the official data before, and Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness had indeed reached 90,000 after 7 days of special training. After encountering the Kinnet team, Sun Wukong used the Double Realm King Fist to increase his combat power to 180,000. It's just that how Sun Wukong later increased his basic combat power to 3 million made So Fan feel a little puzzled. Even if Sun Wukong was reborn on the verge of death, it would be impossible to improve so much at a time. At that time, when So Fan saw this plot, he decided that this was a bug. However, since So Fan is now in the Dragon Ball world, this kind of bug should not exist. And because of So Fan's appearance, it has changed the entire Dragon Ball world. Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has improved, and Bike, Sun Gohan and Klin have also improved accordingly. So Fan also had a little room for improvement, and at this time, his combat power had reached 100,000, which was only 10,000 higher than Sun Wukong. In addition, in the past few days, So Fan has also replaced the Scion inheritance on his body with Sun Wukong's. As a result, So Fan found that his combat effectiveness did not increase very quickly, and there was almost no difference from before. Could it be said that the Scion lineage downloaded is the same? Chapter 071. On the third day, So Fan consumed 20 reputation points and turned on the ability to continue transmission at breakpoint. In this way, when downloading various abilities, you no longer have to follow each other every time. In 7 days, what made So Fan achieve the most was that he constantly refreshed his reputation. At this time, So Fan's reputation value had already reached a height of 76 after brushing it a few times. This is also because Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has continued to improve, and they have constantly lost to So Fan. With 24 reputation points, So Fan can open the 4G era. Opening the 4G era, So Fan can download Broly's Super Inheritance. So Fan believed that if he downloaded the legendary Super Saiyan Inheritance, his strength would definitely get a qualitative leap. By the way, So Fan, I wonder if Frieza has come to Namex. Klin quickly asked with concern. Don't worry, Frieza hasn't arrived yet. So Fan smiled, he's behind us. Klin breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But don't let your guard down, I have sensed an extremely powerful aura in that direction, it should be Frieza's. So Fan pointed in a certain direction in the sky. Sun Wukong and the others quickly released their induction in the direction that So Fan pointed to. Under this induction, the faces of Sun Wukong and the others changed color. Not good. His aura is too powerful. Could it be that this person is Frieza? Sun Wukong was shocked. What a terrible guy. Vic croaked his teeth even more, and his face became extremely ugly. If we do, we will surely die, Klin almost cried. Dad. Uncle So Fan. Uncle Bike, Sun Gohan was even more frightened and trembled. According to my predictions, if nothing else, this person should arrive in an hour. So Fan's eyes were far-reaching, and he said lightly, so, there is not much time left for us, and in this hour, we must do something. Oops, this planet is so big. In an hour, we can get together 7 Dragon Balls, right? Clin looked at the nemesis in front of him and lost his voice. And we only have 1 Dragon Ball radar. Son Gohan said. Suifan, what are your plans? Vic turned to ask Suifan. After arriving at Namex, find the person on the nemesis first and ask. Suifan smiled. Vic nodded. After 10 minutes, Suifan's spaceship finally landed safely on Namex. Crunch! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Suifan took Sun Wukong and the others to the land of Namex. This is Namesing. The air is not much different from our Earth, but there is no need to wear an oxygen mask. Clin looked around and had a sense of freshness. Vic looked left and right, and sighed in his heart for a while. Suifan, let's see if there are Dragon Balls on this planet first, right? Monkey King proposed. Suifan nodded slightly, took out the Dragon Ball radar, and pressed the button on the radar. Suddenly, 7 shining dots appeared on the Dragon Ball radar, which was exactly where the Dragon Ball radar was located. Great, there really are Dragon Balls! Clin exclaimed. Haha, if it weren't for the Earth's Dragon Balls for me to resurrect, it would be convenient for us to use Earth's Dragon Balls to transfer all the Namexes. Monkey King scratched his head. Goku, don't say that. Clin smiled. If it weren't for Goku, Earth would have been destroyed several times. Let me take a look. Suifan enlarged the map on the Dragon Ball radar and pointed to the one farthest away. You see, this Dragon Ball is about 80,000 kilometers away from our current location, longer than a circle of the Earth. Even if you fly with all your strength, it will take more than half an hour. It's too bad, we don't have time to gather 7 Dragon Balls in an hour. Clin said, holding his light head. Suifan, anyway, let's find the nearest Dragon Ball first, right? By the way, look for the Nemesis people near here. Vic proposed. After these few days of getting along, because of the influence of Sun Wukong's father and son, the evil in his heart is disappearing little by little. Let's go, it's only more than 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest Dragon Ball. Suifan nodded. Immediately, Clin stepped forward, turned the spacecraft into a capsule first, and handed his hands to Suifan. Suifan took the spaceship, took Sun Wukong and the others, and flew towards the direction of the first Dragon Ball. About 10 minutes or so, Suifan and the others appeared in the sky above a certain village of Namexing. It's the name Nemesis. Looks exactly like Bike. Clin looked over condescendingly. Well, there are a lot of Uncle Bike. Son Gohan also nodded in reply. Vic, let's go down and say hello first. Monkey King proposed. At this time, the villagers in this village on Namex Star also raised their vigilance one by one after seeing Suifan and the others who appeared in the sky. It's aliens. No, that person is our nemesis. It looks very similar to Niru. Let's see the situation first. The village chief prepared the villagers for battle. Suifan took Wukong and the others from the sky and landed in the center of the village. Who are you? What are you doing here? The village chief asked with a dark face. Vic, it's up to you. Suifan ordered to Bike. Vic nodded slightly, not objecting. Simply put, in another 50 minutes or so, a guy known as the Emperor of the Universe will descend on this planet, and he intends to realize his wish to be similar to immortal or immortal through Dragon Ball. Vic said to all the nemesis present. After hearing this, the village chief and the others changed color one by one. I don't need to say more, you should know exactly what that guy named Frisia will do, right? Vic said lightly, we came all the way from Earth to save you. So, I hope you give us the Dragon Balls, and we have put together 7 Dragon Balls to move you and us to a safe location through the dragon. Hearing Bike's words, several nemesis in the village looked at each other and whispered to each other. There was a brief silence. Give them the Dragon Balls. The village chief nodded solemnly and said, I can feel that they are not bad people. Chapter 072. Soon, a villager held a dragon ball and handed it up with both hands. Where is the great elder who made the dragon ball? Fan picked up the dragon ball radar and asked. What? Do you know the great elder? The village chief was stunned. You should have seen that we also have nemesis on Earth. Fan smiled, so we also have dragon balls on Earth, you don't have to be so surprised. I see. The village chief nodded, stepped forward to look at the dragon ball radar, and finally pointed to a relatively distant luminous point and said, Our great elder is in this position. Fan enlarged the map on the dragon ball radar and calculated the distance from here to the location of the great elder. More than 30,000 kilometers. Fan shook his head, it's really far away. What to do? Are we going to the great elder? Monkey King asked. Now we have 1 dragon ball, and 6 dragon balls, distributed in all corners of the planet, far apart. Fan thought for a moment and proposed, in this way, the 4 of you go and collect the dragon balls, and finally gather at the great elder to summon the divine dragon. The 4 of us? What about you, Fan? What do you want? Clin quickly asked. I'm going to stop Frisia. Fan grinned. Hey? Fan, you won't, right? Clin was surprised. Although Vic did not speak, cold sweat had slipped down his face. I also want to stop Frisia, I'll fight alongside you, Fan. Monkey King proposed. No need for Gaku, with Frisia's strength, the 2 of us are not his opponents even if we add up. Fan shook his head, I'm not confronting Frisia head-on, don't forget, I can transfiguration, I can become someone else's appearance. Yes, Fan will become all kinds of things. Clin nodded. I'll buy you a lot of time. Fan smiled, as long as you guys get together the dragon balls, I will immediately find a way to go over and join you. I see this is feasible. Vic muttered, in this way, Fan, you can gain Frisia's trust at a critical moment with this dragon ball. Bike, your idea is good, but there is no need for that. Fan smiled slightly, picked up a stone on the ground, and the flame in his hand flashed. Snap! A dragon ball was born out of thin air and fell into Fan's hands. This is... Is this a magic flame? Vic looked at the dragon ball in Fan's hand in surprise. Yes, it's just an ordinary stone. Fan smiled, it would be better to use this to fool Frisia. Haha, Fan, this method is too good. If Frisia knew, he would have gone crazy. Sun Wukong laughed. So, let's go our separate ways. Fan greeted Sun Wukong and the others. I want to meet Frisia too, Monkey King scratched his head. Gaku, now find a way to transfer all the Nemesis people, and then have the opportunity to meet Frisia later. Clin said. Well, okay, then let's go. Monkey King nodded. Frisia, they should have detectors that can detect their breath, you better find a place to hide first. Vic proposed. Thanks, we'll find a way. The village chief replied with a smile. Hurrah! Fan and the others acted separately. Fan turned into a white glow, carrying the dragon ball made of stone, and rushed towards the distance. It didn't take long for Fan to appear in a wide position. The location where Fan was located happened to be where the Frisia spacecraft was about to land. Starry sky. A large spaceship is speeding in the direction of Namex. On the spaceship, Frisia squinted his triangular eyes and sat on the aircraft, with a bit of expectation in his eyes. Humph, before long, I will become an immortal body, and by that time, the entire universe will be mine. Frisia's smile grew brighter. Your Excellency Frisia, there will be 10 minutes to arrive at Namex. A younger brother came forward to report. Did Vegeta follow with him? Frisia glanced at his younger brother and asked with a smile. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia, he is expected to arrive in 30 minutes. The younger brother replied. Vegeta guy probably wants to find Dragon Ball too, right? Frisia smiled slightly, but it's a pity that the Dragon Ball belongs to me. Frisia, a low-grade wild monkey like a scion, I don't want to get it. Your Excellency Frisia, Chu Yi is tracking Vegeta. Dodoria said with a smile on the side. The two of them happen to be rivals, but there will be a fight. Frisia chuckled. 5 minutes to reach Namesing. 5 minutes flew by quickly. Not long after, Frisia's spaceship appeared in the sky above Suifan. At this time, Suifan had already transformed into an ordinary-looking nemesis, silently looking at the spaceship. Bang! The spaceship fell from the sky and landed on the land of Namek. The hatch above the spaceship opened, and Frisia emerged from inside the spaceship with his little brother. Then, Frisia made a face with Suifan, who was transformed into a nemesis. Frisia was stunned for a moment, squinted at Suifan, and found that the other party had his arms crossed in front of his chest, and seemed to be prepared. At the foot of this person, there is a golden sphere with 3 golden stars in the sphere. Oh? Are you a nemesis? Frisia squinted and looked at Suifan and asked. Sob and Doria also looked at each other, and pressed the detector to check Suifan's combat strength value. Humph! An idiot with a combat power of only about 2,000. Doria smiled contemptuously. Frisia glanced at Doria, did not speak, and then looked at Suifan again with interest. Yes, I'm a nemesis. Suifan nodded. I know the purpose of your coming here is to find the Dragon Ball, right? Oh? You know all about it? Frisia wiped his nose with his index finger and looked at Suifan with a smile. Ugh! Suifan pointed to the Dragon Ball made of stone with his hand. Suddenly, this fake 3-star Dragon Ball slowly levitated. Phew! The Dragon Balls made of stone slowly flew to Frisia's side. This is the Dragon Ball you are looking for, please take a look. Suifan said lightly. Is this Dragon Ball? Frisia nodded at Doria. Doria took the Dragon Ball, briefly checked it, and threw it to a younger brother. The younger brother took out an instrument and took a picture of the Dragon Ball. Snap! This 3-star Dragon Ball flashed like the stone just now. Oh! Suifan didn't expect that the other party would have this kind of instrument, which could actually illuminate the true appearance of the Dragon Ball. Fake! Doria snorted coldly, threw the Dragon Ball to the ground, and bowed to Frisia. Your Excellency Frisia, let me destroy him. Chapter 074. Then the Mexian people, finally showing their horses' feet, right? Dodolia rubbed her eyes and looked at Suifan with a smile. Well, hey. Suifan smiled. Say, what exactly is your purpose? Do you want to attract me here and take the opportunity to say something to destroy me? Dodoria looked at Suifan with disdain. Yes, I want to destroy you easily. Suifan smiled. Ha 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 ha, that Meiji man, you are so funny. Dodoria laughed maniacally and commanded the 2 younger brothers, kill him. Yes. Mr. Dodoria. The weapons in the hands of the 2 younger brothers were also aimed at Suifan's body. Humph! A guy with only 2,000 combat power also dares to tease me, Dodoglia. Dodoria sneered. The 2 little brothers were also smiling and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Phew! Shout! 2 flames of light sped towards Suifan's direction. Poof! Suifan only released his breath a little, and easily dissolved these 2 flames of light. The 2 little brothers were dumbfounded and looked at Suifan without blinking. Dodoria's eyes widened, and she couldn't react for a while. Die! Suifan did not relent and aimed his hand at the 2 little brothers. Bang bang! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 little brothers turned into 2 blood mist at that time and died in mid-air. This, Dodolia was surprised, and looked at Suifan in amazement. It's just that because there is no detector, Doria does not know Suifan's true strength. What Dodolia is wondering now is that the combat effectiveness of the two little brothers he brought with him will reach more than 3,500. Isn't the combat power of this nemesis only 2,000? Why could he destroy those two little brothers so easily? Humph, not bad, then the nemesis. Dodolia seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Suifan with a smile. I know, you are a race that can change combat effectiveness, right? Oh. Suifan smiled. Just now, after Suifan destroyed those two little brothers of Frisia, his reputation value increased by another 2 points. That's just 2 points more. It seems that by killing such a nobody, the increase in reputation value is too little. You know, these two little brothers of Frisia have more combat power than Tianjin rice and dumplings. As a result, Suifan felt sorry that they only increased their reputation by 1 point. Originally, Suifan was still thinking of a big move, to destroy these nameless little brothers of Frisia at once, and increase the reputation value of hundreds or thousands. It's just that destroying a person is one prestige point which makes Suifan interested. This bit of prestige is better than teaching Sora and Vic to them. How? That Mexians? Did I get right? Dodolia looked at Suifan with a smile, and found that he didn't speak, and thought that he had said it. I'm not a nemesis. The corner of Suifan's mouth hooked an evil arc, and his appearance changed suddenly. Snap! Suifan returned to his original appearance. Seeing Suifan's changes, Dodolia was dumbfounded at that time, and looked at this person who suddenly grew a tail without blinking. You. Are you Scion? Darius' eyes widened. Good. Suifan nodded. Why don't I know you? I have seen all the Scions, and I have also seen the surviving Scions. I've never met you. Dororia frowned, but muttered in her heart, strange, how could the Scions change their appearance? I'm from Earth. Suifan smiled. What? Earth? Darius' pupil shrank, her face changed color slightly, and she asked with a dark face, could it be that you are the Scion who injured Vegeta? Your name is Suifan? Correct. Suifan smiled and nodded. Darius' expression was gloomy. According to the information investigated by Dodoria, he knew that this man named Suifan was extremely powerful, and he could easily defeat Vegeta. Dodoria estimated that this person's combat power should not be much different from his own. I can't think of you coming to Namixing, tell me your true purpose. Doria snorted coldly. My real purpose is to destroy all of you. Suifan smiled, his figure shook, and in the blink of an eye, he already appeared directly opposite Dodolia. What? Dodoria didn't react at all, glaring at his swollen eye bubbles. You are not my opponent. Suifan smiled, put his hand on Dodoria's chest, and carefully looked at the other party. You, Dodoria's face changed color wildly. Boom! The flame of light bloomed in Suifan's hand. Poof! The energy light flame directly penetrated the heart of Doria. Dodoria descended from the sky and fell on the earth of Namex. Suifan pointed with his hand, and an invisible energy bloomed out. Bang! Dodoria turned into a mist of blood, and the dead could no longer die. Suifan glanced at his reputation value and increased it by 6 points. Sure enough, Suifan's reputation value has reached 84. If you destroy another Sob, and some of Frisia's younger brothers, you should be able to reach 100, right? In that way, Suifan can open the 4G era and download the legendary Super Saiyan inheritance. The speed of 4G can reach 1.5 m/10 per second, and it only takes about 3 minutes to download the legendary 3G-sized Super Saiyan heritage. Even if there is a fluctuation in the speed of the network, Suifan thinks that the entire download can be completed in no more than 10 minutes. Suifan suddenly thought that if in his previous era, 4G could reach this network speed, Suifan felt a little excitement in his heart. When you download the legendary Super Scion bloodline, you should have the strength to challenge Frisia. After easily destroying Dodolia, Suifan's body also snapped and changed. The next moment, Suifan changed into the appearance of Doria. Immediately afterwards, Suifan flew unhurriedly in the direction of Frisia. Suifan flew for about 10 minutes, then stopped and turned his head to look at the sky. There are two breath reactions, one of which is very familiar, Suifan muttered in a low voice, and the corners of his mouth also hooked an evil arc. Phew! Suifan changed direction and sped towards the location where the Vegeta spaceship was about to land. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 075. 3 minutes later. Boom! Boom! 2 miniature spaceships fell from the sky and smashed into the earth of Namex. The spacecraft sank deep into the earth, raising a large cloud of dust. The next moment, Vegeta and Chuyi walked out of the spaceship respectively. Vegeta, you don't want to escape. Chuyi looked at Vegeta coldly. Idiot, against your kind of goods, do I still have to run away? Vegeta smiled. Vegeta, you'd better take a look at your detector, now your combat power has been left far behind by me. Chuyi laughed, his face full of confidence. Humph, the Earth line, your combat effectiveness has not improved, but has decreased a lot. You're pretty good, Vegeta. Humph, an idiot like you can still live for so long, you should find a planet without people to live well, you have to come and die. Vegeta snorted coldly. Vegeta, don't talk nonsense, get ready to die. A strong fighting intent appeared on Chuyi's face. Chuyi, take a good look at your detector. Vegeta snorted coldly, and his breath burst out. Beep, combat power 2.4. Chuyi's face became more and more ugly. Humph, idiot, you know now. Vegeta had an endless smile on her face. This. That's impossible. Chuyi was stunned, and his pupils shrank sharply. Don't believe it, huh? I don't believe it either. The corners of Vegeta's mouth drew an evil arc. Your Excellency Frisia, help! Chuyi shouted loudly, trying to escape from here. However, Vegeta was faster, quickly appeared directly opposite Chuyi, and aimed her hands at his body. Ahem! Just when Vegeta was about to take action to destroy Chuyi, he heard a cough coming from not far away. Vegeta was stunned and turned to look to the side. At first glance, Vegeta's face changed slightly, but then a look of confidence appeared. Oh, who should I be? It turned out to be Doria. Vegeta let go of Chuyi for the time being, and looked at Dodolia with a smile. Vegeta, you're here for Nemesis too. Dodolia, who was incarnated by Suifan, smiled. How? Feeling surprised? Vegeta chuckled, but his expression was heightened and he looked around. Vegeta's biggest concern now is that Frisia is also near Dodoria. No need to look around, Frisia didn't come. Suifan smiled slightly. Oh? Is it? Vegeta watched for a moment, and indeed did not notice Frisia's figure, which was relieved. In addition, Vegeta is not very familiar with the sense of breath now, so he uses his eyes to search directly. Mr. Dodoria, Vegeta openly rebelled against Frisia, and we destroyed him together. Chuyi came to Suifan's side and said to Suifan. Suifan glanced at Chuyi. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Suifan pointed at Chuyi with his hand. Only a muffled sound was heard. When he looked at it again, Chuyi turned into a blood mist at that time, and he couldn't die anymore. Suifan quickly looked at his prestige value. After destroying Chuyi, the reputation value only increased by 3 points. It can be seen that compared with Dodolia, Chuyi is still not famous enough. What? What did you do? Vegeta was dumbfounded. Why did Dodolia still kill Chuyi? Why is that? Had Doria also begun to openly betray Frisia? Isn't Doria Frisia's closest little brother? Vegeta was a little lost. Do you say? Did Chu Yi betray Frisia? So Frisia sent Doria to come and kill Chu Yi? That's not right. Wasn't Chu Yi always loyal to Frisia? Vegeta really didn't understand Frisia. Pretty surprised, hey. Suifan smiled at Vegeta. Humph, Dodoria, what do you want to do? Vegeta was also vigilant. Snap! There was a muffled sound on Suifan's body. The next moment, Suifan's true appearance was presented in front of Vegeta. When he saw Suifan's true appearance, Vegeta's whole person trembled violently, and his face became extremely ugly. Long time no see, Vegeta. Suifan greeted with a smile. Not good. Vegeta was shocked, and almost without the slightest hesitation, launched a fierce attack on Suifan. For Vegeta's attack, Suifan did not dodge at all, just gently released his breath, and already easily resisted his attack. Ugh! Suifan quickly appeared beside Vegeta and grabbed Vegeta's head. Bang! Vegeta's head and the land of Namex come into close contact. Immediately afterwards, Suifan pressed Vegeta's head and rubbed it on the ground of Namex. A minute later, Vegeta was in pain, spurting blood from his mouth. However, Suifan's attack was still relatively light, and it would not be fatal because of this. A character like Vegeta who can brush reputation points died like this, and Suifan felt that it was a pity. After easily defeating Vegeta, Suifan obviously found that his reputation increased by 6 points. Now Suifan's total reputation has reached a height of 87 points, which is not far from 100 points. Thinking that he was about to open the 4G era and that he could download Broly's super inheritance, Suifan's heart was excited. Obey! Suifan put his big foot on Vegeta's head and asked with a smile. Abominable! Vegeta croaked, indignant. Vegeta, you should be honored, it was the Scions who defeated you, not Frisia, right? Suifan said with a smile. Vegeta was so angry that his nose was crooked. Do you honor me by abusing me like this? It's just that Vegetagan can't help it, he knows the gap between himself and Suifan. By the way, I'm going to incarnate into Doria now, go find Frisia for a good chat, and you are welcome to expose me. Suifan looked at Vegeta with a smile. Cut! Vegeta croaked. Okay, find a place to heal your wounds yourself. Suifan smiled slightly, kicked out, and kicked Vegeta's body. Phew! Vegeta's body cut an arc in midair and flew into the distance. Bang! Vegeta's body fell heavily to the ground. Poof! Vegeta spurted blood from his mouth and was not lightly injured. But soon, Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood up, and after a short rest, he swayed into the sky. At this moment, Suifan had already transformed into the form of Doria and returned to Frisia's side. _To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow.